Okay, if people are ready, I'm going to call to order right away because we're gonna be watching time pretty carefully. So, good morning. My name is Councillor Shelley Carroll, and I'm the chair of the Budget Committee. We do have quorum now. I'm hoping we'll be joined by a couple of other members, and if guests want to join us, then now is the time. But we can begin meeting 11, so I'm calling that to order. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and in person at City Hall in Committee Room 1, the bridge as we call it. This meeting is being live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. Let's start the meeting in a good way by acknowledging first that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. I'm also going to make our African ancestral acknowledgement, and that is that the City of Toronto acknowledges all treaty peoples, including those who came here as settlers, as migrants, either in this generation or in generations past. And those of us who came here involuntarily, particularly those brought to these lands as a result of the transatlantic slave trade and slavery. We pay tribute to those ancestors of African origin and descent. Welcome, Councillor Chang. So now we have more than quorum. Before we get started, are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Code of Conflict of Interest Act? If you do have an interest on an individual budget and it occurs to you later, just throw your hand up and we can address it then. This budget meeting is scheduled for 3 days. It's all meeting 11. We'll meet today, Thursday, and Friday to hear presentations on the city's divisional and agency budgets. The full schedule of presentations can be found on toronto.ca/council on Budget Committee Agenda Item Budget 11.1, along with links to each of the presentations. If you're looking at the timing and the distribution, scroll down in the agenda. I had to ask my staff, I can't find it. So if you're listening, it's in the summary as you get towards the end of the recommendations in that agenda on Budget Committee meeting number 11. But if you join us in this room, we're happy to help you out. We've got a list right here. Next week, Budget Committee will meet as subcommittees on Tuesday, January 20th and Wednesday, January 21st to hear public speakers on the 2026 budget. These meetings are for the members and our members outside of Budget Committee to get their detailed questions out into the public. Members of the public who wish to speak at one of our meetings next week should email buc@toronto.ca and request to speak at one of these meetings. Speakers can participate in person at one of the city's civic centers or by video conference. And you can have a look at the time slots there when you go in to access the meeting. Today, the Budget Committee will hear presentations from Community Development and Social Services, which includes Children's Services, Senior Services and Long-Term Care, Social Development, and Toronto Employment and Social Services. We're also going to hear from Infrastructure Services, which includes Engineering and Construction Services, Municipal Licensing and Standards, Policy Planning, Finance and Admin, Solid Waste Management, Strategic Capital Coordination Office, Toronto Water, Toronto Expansion, and Transportation Services. And last, Development and Growth Services, which includes City Planning, Development Review, the Housing Secretariat, Toronto Building, Waterfront Revitalization Initiative. Oh, I forgot. And finally, we will hear a presentation on the Toronto Community Housing Corporation budget forwarded from their board. So as you can see, that's a lot. There's a lot of presentations. I'm going to be fairly strict about what we are asking questions about. I hope councillors are hearing this if they're listening in the office. To get through all of these, I'm hoping that we're out of here at a reasonable time. All of the 3 days, we've got the town halls tonight and tomorrow night, and then sundown clause on Friday. So they've got to be about the budget. if you just want to know how things work in the city, any division's happy to come and sit in. But so it needs to be about the proposal that's before us, the key cost drivers, what are the efficiencies, what's up, what's down, that sort of thing, the budget proposal itself. I think if we do that, we are going to get through on time. We're going to take a slightly different tack this time. Rather than have a long set of questions on the clusters, we're going to have the cluster presentation from each DCM, but then I'm going to go straight into, now we can ask questions of the divisions, and at that time, either the DCM or the general manager in the associated division will be answering the questions, depending on the question. And last but not least, we're not being performance evaluated on whether or not we had a question on every division. If you don't have a question on the division and we can say to them, none for you today, that's fine too. These are really tight budgets, and so there may not be any questions if you've had a look at the analyst notes. After each presentation, we'll open the floor and go straight into divisions. So I'll remind you after the presentation, okay, these are the GMs that are here, and then you can proceed with your questions on the cluster. If you need any additional information that's not covered in the budget notes, the presentations, or the questions from staff today, you can submit a motion requesting specific briefing notes. And I remind people to look at those that have proactively already been created for you. There are a number of them already on the budget page. Please send in your briefing note requests as soon as possible to the clerk at buc@toronto.ca. And if you would, please provide permission to share your motion with the chair and with financial planning staff. That way they'll be able to review for us whether or not the information's already been provided and where, and where there are two briefing note requests that are roughly the same, they can do a little bit of consolidation. Now, are there any questions about that procedure before we go ahead? I didn't expect so from the members. If there are any non-members who are going to arrive later on, we can help you figure out how this works. So I'm now going to turn the floor over to our first cluster, and that is to Deputy City Manager Denise Campbell, Community Development and Social Services, and she'll begin our first presentation. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair, members of Budget Committee, City staff, and community members. My name is Denise Andrea Campbell, and I'm the Deputy City Manager for Community Development and Social Services. And it is my pleasure to present an overview of the 2026 budget for the service area. To support your true interests, I am joined today by all the division heads in our service area who are available to answer your questions on their specific division budgets following this brief presentation. I'd like to begin by expressing my deep appreciation to these talented and dedicated leaders and their hardworking teams who work every day to deliver the important services that improve the quality of life for Toronto residents and their families. I'd also like to thank our tremendous partners and communities across the city for their tireless leadership, collaboration, and daily impact. Community development and social services exist to ensure that every resident can access the social supports they need with dignity, opportunity, and strong commitment to reconciliation and equity. Our service area brings together 5 divisions to deliver the range of practical help and opportunity residents and families rely on: affordable childcare, income and employment supports, culturally safe services, seniors care, crisis response, and community development initiatives supporting safety, well-being, and positive youth development. Collaboration and partnerships with a range of community leaders and community service providers is central to the approach of our divisions in order to meet this vision. The following slides provide a short description of divisions in our service area. First, Children's Services, led by General Manager Shanley McAnee, is the service system manager for early years and childcare in Toronto, operating 39 childcare centers and providing almost 31,000 fee subsidies. Their leadership of the rollout of the Canada-wide learning and childcare system continues to increase access and affordability for Toronto children and families. Senior Services and Long-Term Care supports Torontonians at the other end of the age spectrum. Under the leadership of General Manager Nicole Welsh, Senior Services and Long-Term Care operates 10 city long-term care homes serving over 2,600 residents. The division also works in partnership with community service providers to help seniors age in place through important programs like the Homemakers and Nurses Services. Social Development, led by Executive Director Mohammed Sharia, partners with several hundred community agencies and groups to regularly deliver equity-focused community development initiatives that support youth and strengthen neighborhoods and communities. The Transformative Toronto Community Crisis Service, led by community anchor partners along with the division, has now responded to over 38,000 calls for mental health support. The Indigenous Affairs Office is an important part of the Community Development and Social Services, and its budget is embedded in Social Development's budget. Led by Interim Director Mark Atanasoff, the IAO is focused on supporting Indigenous-led priorities, engagement, and partnerships within the city and community. And Toronto Employment and Social Services, led by General Manager Tom Azus, is the city's service system manager for delivering Ontario Works. Toronto Employment and Social Services provides income supports and health benefits to approximately 110,000 residents in financial need and connects to employment services through the province's integrated employment services model. Our work in community development and social services advances many of the city's shared strategic and corporate outcomes. This year, we continue to invest in key programs and services that support affordability, equity, and opportunity for people and neighborhoods across Toronto. We also continue to implement improved systems and new strategies to drive positive outcomes for residents. The 2026 operating budget invests $3.5 billion gross and $463 million net in community development and social services. This represents a 9.4% increase in net expenditures from 2025 to 2026, reflecting targeted investments in areas of greater needs. Investment in salary and benefits for care staff who provide critical services to vulnerable seniors in the city's 10 long-term care homes. And investments in the Toronto Community Crisis Service to improve dispatch, support staff recruitment and training, and to expand the service's reach in the transit system. The gross budget for community development and social services is down by $159 million from 2025, mainly due to adjustments to provincial and federal funding for Year 5 of the Canada-wide Early Learning and Childcare Agreement to match actual operator enrollment. This technical right-sizing does not impact access for families. The gross budget also includes a projected decrease in Ontario Works caseload with a projected 5,000 fewer cases than last year. This year's budget focuses on 4 priority actions, leveraging both base budget and enhanced services for Toronto residents. First, we are investing in efforts to make life affordable by lowering childcare fees and boosting subsidies through the continued implementation of the Canada-wide Early Learning and Childcare Program. Delivering our Fair Pass Transit Discount Program so more low-income residents access discounted TTC fares. And expanding the free air conditioner pilot for low-income seniors into an ongoing program between social development and environment, climate, and forestry. Second, to deliver a safer Toronto for everyone, we are enhancing the Toronto Community Crisis Service pilot in the transit system, improving the service's dispatch function through integration with Toronto paramedics, and establishing a dedicated training center for crisis workers that can support both the crisis service as well as the city's other emergency services and community partners. Third, Divisions continue to strive towards excellence in services they provide to communities. In 2026, divisions are improving processes and partnerships to more effectively connect youth to jobs. They're supporting an all-of-city approach to homelessness with coordinated pathways for outreach and service. They're delivering innovative, equity-focused case management initiatives for residents receiving Ontario Works, and delivering the Toronto Senior Strategy 3.0. Underpinning the work of community development and social services is a deep commitment to advance reconciliation, equity, and inclusion. 2026 includes co-creating and advancing reconciliation priorities in meaningful collaboration with Indigenous partners, resourcing culturally safe early on programming, and bringing forward to City Council the 10-year action plan to confront anti-Black racism, ensuring that lessons learned and service innovations continue to improve the quality of programs and expand opportunities, not only for Black residents, but also communities facing systemic barriers. Community development and social services recognizes several key risks and challenges. We're seeing more residents with complex needs of mental health and housing instability, while social support systems remain under significant strain, requiring more of an all-of-government, all-of-community approaches to integrating resources and intensifying case management to try and close the gaps. In our aging population, seniors' acuity is increasing, and wait lists remain long for placement and community-based supports. Recruitment and retention of skilled staff in care roles remains difficult. This is felt most acutely in long-term care homes, where attracting and retaining PSWs and nurses remain challenging, and in early years in childcare, where workforce shortages continue across the sector. And as you heard from the city manager and the CFO last week, residents and families continue to struggle with the cost of essentials in their daily lives, driving demand. Together, these pressures highlight the urgent and growing demands facing our service area and set the context for the investments outlined in this year's budget. The 2026 operating budget invests $3.5 billion gross and $463 million net in community development and social services. The 2026 gross budget is distributed as follows. 45% supports children's services, 38% supports Toronto employment and social services, 13% goes to senior services and long-term care, and 4% supports social development, including the Indigenous Affairs Office. With respect to funding sources, most of the services in community development and social services are cost-shared with the federal and provincial governments. In fact, 83%, $2.9 billion, is funded by provincial and federal subsidies, mainly supporting children's services and Toronto employment and social services. About 13%, $465 million, comes from the property tax base. The remainder is funded through a combination of user fees, permits, donations, and revenue. We invest those as follows. 41% goes to Canada-wide and early learning childcare grants. 30% is distributed through Ontario Works client benefits. 21% covers salary and benefits of our staff delivering programs and services. And 7% goes to services and rents. This slide breaks down the service area's net operating budget by division and shows an overall increase from 2025 of $39.8 million, or 9.4%. The main driver is salary and benefits for senior services and long-term care, up $16 million from collective agreements. Social development faces cost pressures from increased Fair Pass ridership and improvements to the Toronto Community Crisis Service Dispatch, the service's pilot on TTC, and an added response team for South Scarborough. In terms of staffing, the service area has a net reduction of 36.5 positions. This is driven primarily by a decrease of 52 positions in Toronto Employment and Social Services, reflecting a lower caseload and the ongoing transition of employment services to the province. This reduction is partly offset by small staffing increases in social development and children's services. Our capital program provides safe, modern facilities and systems across childcare centers, long-term care homes, and service hubs aligned to climate resilience and growth. Our capital asset base totals $1.1 billion. This supports 39 early learning and childcare centers and 10 long-term care homes with over 2,600 beds. For 2026, capital investments total $47.8 million. Over half, $25.8 million, is funded by the province. 23%, $11 million, comes from development charges. 12%, $5.8 million, is recoverable debt. And the rest is covered by reserves, debt, and other revenues. Most of this investment, 84%, $40 million, is in senior services and long-term care, supporting our 10 homes and the redevelopment of 4610 Finch Avenue East. 14%, $6.8 million, is allocated to children's services for new childcare centers. Our 10-year gross capital program for community development and social service totals $654 million. Within that, about $101 million addresses gaps in growth through new childcare centers and 2 new Toronto Employment and Social Services offices. The largest share, $515 million, supports aging infrastructure and major redevelopments, including the redevelopment of the long-term care home at 4610 Finch Avenue East, the addition of 34 beds to Kipling Acres, and SOGR work in long-term care homes and city-run childcare centers. The remainder, $38 million, is invested in health, safety, and legislative requirements. These investments help us to meet the needs of a growing city, maintain high-quality facilities, and keep residents safe and supported. Under our 10-year capital plan, 62%, or $408 million of funding is recoverable debt, primarily for the redevelopment of the long-term care home at 4610 Finch Avenue East. 16%, $102 million, is from the province, and 11%, $71 million, is from development charges. On the investment side, the majority of the 10-year capital budget, 82%, $538 million, goes to senior services and long-term care, supporting our 10 homes and major redevelopment projects. Like many service areas, economic pressures like high inflation and supply chain impacts challenge our ability to address the state of good repair backlog. The backlog is projected to grow from $28 million in 2026 to over $80 million by 2030, then stabilize around 4 to 5% of total asset value. These pressures impact our ability to keep facilities in top condition, but we are committed to prioritizing critical repairs and maintaining safe, high-quality spaces for Toronto residents. I'll conclude here with my thanks to the CFO and his team for all their guidance, and to my own team in the Deputy City Manager's Office. Chair, councillors, the division heads of Community Development and Social Services are here awaiting your questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. A reminder, we have Children's Services, Senior Services and Long-Term Care, Social Development, and Toronto Employment and Social Services. So I'm going to go through the divisions, but within them you can ask questions that you may have seen in the cluster presentation or something you're interested in from the analyst notes on the division. Shall we start with Children's Services? And we have, you see her now, Budget Committee Member, Deputy Mayor Morley is here as well. Are there Children's Services questions? Councillor Moyes, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, as enrollment in the program expands, are you increasing staffing to meet the demands of administering the program? Again, we heard that in regards to early learning and childcare, there are long wait times and turnarounds.
Through the chair, ooh, that's loud, excuse me. Through the chair, your question was, are staffing levels increasing in relation to the expansion of the Canada-wide early learning and childcare?
That's right.
Yes.
Because again, I heard that there's a long wait times for these things.
Right. So the Canada-wide Early Learning Program is delivered both by the city in our 39 directly operated childcare centres, as well as by over 800 childcare operators. So each operator manages their staffing levels related to ratios and group size. But yes, as the growth continues, and we've had success over the past couple of years expanding the Canada-wide system, operators are increasing their staffing levels. Ideally, those new spaces are available to meet the demand.
Thank you.
Councillor Chang?
Hi, thank you through the chair. There was a download to the city, I believe it was last year, where half of the administration costs for Canada-wide early learning became a city budget. And I'm just wondering, has our cost of administering this program increased, the part that property taxpayers are paying for?
No. Through the chair, there has been no increase to property taxes related to that. That change was phased in over 3 years. Through efficiencies and through Canada-wide funding changes, we've been able to manage, but no, that cost was not absorbed by the city.
And we know that there are several wards in the city that do not have adequate childcare availability. And I'm just wondering, are there opportunities in this budget that can ensure that the developments that are slated to include childcare can bring them to fruition, knowing that some of those developers are now coming back and saying they can't afford to build those childcare centers?
Through the chair, this budget reflects the capital projects that have been committed, are in flight. There are a number of capital funding situations where the funding comes directly from the federal government. In terms of development projects, this budget does not include a backstop for projects where developers are claiming they need more money or can't complete the project. So, I can refer to my colleagues in planning on that, a number of changes around the Section 37. But this does not include a top-up for developers to meet their commitments.
And therefore, the gaps that the city has in terms of childcare availability are slated to continue because there simply isn't enough funding for the infrastructure required. Is that correct?
Through the chair, we use a number of levers to build childcare, both with school boards, the federal government is funding it, we have our capital plan, and then we have development. So we do make efforts and we do make significant progress with that, but you're right, the demand currently, given the affordability of childcare, cannot, growth cannot meet up with the demand. So that's a challenge. We continue to work to build as much as we can, as quickly as we can, but we do need to rely on all three levels of a government. So significant funding from federal and provincial governments will be required if we're actually going to meet demand.
So the quality of life of young families who struggle to find childcare really need to advocate for that higher level government investment, because this budget cannot solve that problem. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay. I just learned a new thing, that I don't need to keep pounding on this microphone button. I can just swipe. I just learned that. Okay. Yeah. Every day we learn something new about the bridge. Okay, so I think that's it for Children's Services. Thank you very much. And we're going to move on to Senior Services and Long-Term Care. Are there any questions there? Councillor Perks?
Oh, it's swipe works, okay. So I've noticed that the gross expenditures in your budget line grow much faster than the revenues, right? So the revenues grow 1.2% and the gross expenditures grow 5.7. What's up with that?
Thank you, Chair. So our expenditures and our opening pressure for 2026, 19.6. It's for salaries and benefits. And we do get provincial funding as well based on the per diem cost per bed. And the amount that we've received increased to cover the salary and benefits from the province is not keeping pace. So it is an added pressure. Currently, we are able to manage for 2026 because we do have a shortfall in our hiring. It's been, and I'm sure you are aware of some of the staffing issues that we have concerns with. We continue to staff up, and so that, at the end of 2026, it will be ongoing pressure. So we continue to do advocacy to the province to keep pace with the funding requirements of long-term care.
So long and short, the provincial per diem payment to us isn't keeping up with our actual cost. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. That's what I needed to know.
Yes. Are there any other questions? Councillor Moyes?
So to add to Councillor Perks' question, the wages. So it states that the province is supposed to pay 100% of the wages of personal support workers. Is that the case? Because I know for example, for public health, they're supposed to pay 75% and the city pays 25%, but that's not the case.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Mize, can you just repeat the last part? I wasn't able to hear that part of your question.
So personal support workers are fully funded by the province. Is this actually the case? Are they paying 100% of the wages for personal support workers?
They pay for an increase that the personal support workers receive. So throughout the pandemic, and in order for retention, the province has set up programs to retain PSWs and registered staff, particularly in long-term care homes. So they pay for the increase to their wages of the $3. But we also have wage increases related to the collective agreement that the city would be contributing to.
So can you break down the percentage of that, if possible?
Yes, just
10% and say $3.
okay. So about 10% the province
Yeah.
is covering. Okay.
The level of care.
Okay, thank you. Chair, so, sorry, the province is contributing about 10% to that increase of the, to the PSW salaries.
20 for the.
And the rest is 80-20.
Okay,
I'll share.
80-20. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions? I had a couple. Oh, Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Just a quick question on the 4610 Finch Avenue East long-term care home. I know that there was that your department was going to apply to the province for their culturally appropriate grants, and I'm just wondering if any news is if that's reflected in this budget.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Myers, we have not gone through that process as yet. We have met initially with the province in the summer. They've indicated as we move forward with the planning for 4610, about a year and a half prior to opening was when we would re-engage with them. The cultural programming that they do offer was a pilot, and they are making some adjustment and changes to that. So we continue discussions with them to understand the impact and to continue to engage with them so they're ready to receive our application and provide the support.
So when would we submit that application? What budget would that be?
So it would be around 2028.
Thank you very much.
Okay, every question is sparking more questions. I have Deputy Mayor Morley, then myself, and then I have Councillor Chang. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one quick one. I'm wondering what measures are in place to ensure that the rising operating costs do not negatively impact accessibility of community support programs for seniors within the system.
Sorry, Councillor Morley, can you just repeat the question? I do apologize. I have a bit of a
I think we're getting at, we've just focused on where there are funding inadequacies on the care homes and the staffing. The deputy mayor is asking, is that, in a way, is that going to cannibalize some of the other services that go to seniors at home?
Okay, so our community programs that we offer, such as homemaking, nursing services, and supportive housings, come through a different funding stream. Supportive housing is funded 100% provincially, where our homemakers and nursing services are a cost-shared program. Relative.
If I may follow up on that, what about some of the social programs, like the music programs and other things of that nature?
You're talking about the, yes, thank you, Councillor Moray. So we continue to provide funding for those programs, and no, it's not a concern at this point in time that it will cannibalize those other programs. They do have specific funding to ensure that residents can have a fulsome experience of arts, music, and social programs in the home. So in the past, there have been, changes and cuts, but we continue to provide strong programming to ensure that they can live to their full potential. Thanks.
Thank you. That's it for me, Madam Chair.
Okay. Councillor Myers, you asked your questions already. You got yours on. Okay, so my question actually, it gets at it's a follow-on to all the questions we've had so far about the funding, who's funding the staffing, who's that. I think when people look at this, when they look at the whole cluster, they'll zero in on this, the wage adjustment. That adjustment had to be made. This was, I think, a special piece in the collective bargaining agreement work last year that this was to address. We had to raise the wages here to get to a better place in the market, to get the staff that were having trouble hiring. So that was a special piece, was it not?
Correct. It was through the collective agreement, and for the PSWs and the registered wage grade, there was changes as well. And this all helps with our recruitment and retention strategy.
Right. And so there's sort of good news, bad news in both gross and net. The gross budget is making a big jump, and it's a big jump here because it got a unique wage adjustment, which means if the province is helping us with that, it means the gross is going up, and not all of them are tax dollars. But there are a significant number of property tax dollars being added here to make up the difference. And I think that's what we're trying to get at. How much are we adding on the property tax base contribution to get to covering those wage adjustments? 16 million. 16 million that's coming from us, that with some intergovernmental work, perhaps this could be worked out over time. Is there an intergovernmental strategy to keep reminding the province that we're getting to where we need to go to get the care, but we need you to up your partnership contribution?
Chair, we continue to work through this, and you'll recall that as part of the long-term financial plan, we actually said to the province that we're not interested in big new expansion unless there is a change in the partnership model. We have had initial conversation with Deputy Minister about this, including the Deputy Minister of Infrastructure, to capture both the capital and the operating side of this challenge. So we're presenting this as a consistent message that Steve will have the exact numbers, but this is over $100 million contribution towards this important service. We know we can deliver quality. We need a better operating and capital model in order to continue to do that.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Those are my questions. Councillor Chang.
I was going to sing the same song as you, and I just want to reiterate because it's a hit song. So 16 million is the total amount of the salaries and benefits adjustments resulting from the collective agreement, and the entirety of that is not included in provincial funding. Is that correct?
Chair, that's correct.
And there's no commitment in our relationship with the province and their responsibility for long-term care to cover that cost. There's no legal or policy that requires them to cover that.
Yeah, it's, so across, Chair, across long-term care homes, we have a per diem, and it's the same across all long-term care homes in the province, so that they pay per bed, and it's a rate that's provided to fund the home. So
And
that's
it's the same
agreement
in a
that-
little town somewhere in the province as it is in the city of Toronto, where the cost of living is much higher and retention is far more challenging. Is that correct?
Chair, that's correct.
Thank you.
You got it in a nutshell. Okay. I think that is it for senior services. Thank you so much. Are there any questions in social development, which does so many things? Yes. Councillor Moyse, then I have Councillor Chang, then I have Councillor Myers, and then I'll recanvass.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in November 2025, Council directed you to work with various departments around the AOC expansion implementation strategy. Can we expect to see this allocated beginning in next year's capital budget?
So through the chair, the work ahead for the AOC this year will be working with our colleagues in corporate real estate to complete a build-in conditions assessment on existing facilities, but also to work with various different councillors to identify potential new AOCs and work in terms of that site selection and identification.
Okay. And in regards to the newcomer service chaos program, is projected to decline in 2026. Is it anticipated to decline because of the number of refugees declining, or is the funding anticipated to be reduced while the demand remains?
I will have to get back to you on that, Councillor, through the chair.
All righty. And in regards to the Fair Pass transit discount program, how does the discounted Fair Pass differ from the newly introduced fare capping program? Is there a way to harmonize these programs to better serve residents?
So through the chair, I think that's a question that would be better directed at the TTC. I'll share that the Fair Pass provides better transit access to 120,000 individuals. And through the fare capping, the individuals that are on Fair Pass currently on average use roughly 50 rides a month. So the fare capping would be a benefit for those individuals.
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Chang.
Thank you. Through the chair, we have the federally supported SafeTO Collaborative Analytics and Learning Environment Program. Funding is coming to an end, but we are continuing with this work. Is that correct?
So through the chair, yes, we will be continuing with our scale work, our data analytics work. In this budget, through the chair, we are seeking to have in the tax base 6 FTEs continue to do that critical work and to continue our partnership with other key partners like the TTC, Toronto Police Services, and TCHC.
So when the federal government offers some funding for something that is much needed, and it helps us then build the capacity to do that, and then when they withdraw or end that funding, and we find that it is indeed a critical, important service, we then have to absorb that cost to continue that program. Is that true?
Through the chair, certainly when the federal government provides grant opportunities, the city engages on those opportunities. The long-term sustainability of these programs and initiatives is a challenge, and we actively engage with our provincial and federal governments to continue supporting these programs, particularly when we provide demonstrated evidence of the impact. We invited, public safety staff to attend one of our recent community data events to show them the impact, and they've said that there is tremendous impact and value from the work that we've been leading.
So this funding for SafeTO analytics, is that something that we could include in our intergovernmental discussions, that it is a very important piece of how we are increasing safety in our city, and that we would appreciate some continuity of funding for it?
Through the chair, we certainly continue to advocate to our federal and provincial colleagues, and we will continue to do that.
And I also see that there's a budget decrease of 81.9% for community safety and well-being operating from 2025 to 2026, and this is also a federal funding reduction. I understand that MCIs are actually on the decrease. If we look at police data, 2025, our major crime indicators have decreased, and I trust that a lot of the investments made with the Crime Prevention Action Fund, actually, we're seeing the fruit of that now. But I'm reading also that the programs that this funded are going to end now. So will that have an impact on the success we're seeing with the decrease in major crime indicators?
So through the chair, the programs that we were funding as part of the Build and Safer Community Fund, as well as some of the data analytics work we were funding through the Crime Prevention Action Fund, are sunsetting in March, and the most impactful programs include family well-being out in Scarborough that served over 1,700 families, and many other programs such as Towards Peace that works with violence disruption workers that are ending. There will likely be an impact if these programs are not sustained, and we'll continue to advocate to the federal and provincial governments the priority of these programs.
So they're coming to an end in March. Is there a window of negotiation that we could find a way to continue them, since they are so important, supporting the most vulnerable and having already, I think, a measurable impact on overall safety?
So through the chair, we continue to take opportunities to advocate to the federal government. We had the Minister of Public Safety take a tour of some of the community partners that we funded, and we'll continue our intergovernmental advocacy efforts.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, yes, where is that magic window? Okay, councillors, we've had a couple of non-members join us, but I'm going to finish the list here. Councillor Myers, you had some questions, and then we'll go back out for Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Sachs. Councillor Sachs, did you have questions on Social Development Division? Okay. Councillor Myers, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. So just going back to the Fair Pass Transit Discount Program rides, I see there's about 3 million more rides than were projected in 2025. What was the budget impact on that for social development and TTC? Or I guess just social development, you would know.
So through the chair, $3 million.
$3 million. So are we looking at increasing that budget further in terms of we're expanding the number of rides, or are we lowering the threshold to be eligible for that program? Because as I understand, we're still in the second phase of the Fair Pass program.
So through the chair, this budget is requesting $3.6 million to help continue the subsidy for riders. So we're not expanding the application pool, but we are expanding the subsidy for the riders given the 30% increase in fare pass usage over the last year.
And will this expand the number of people that are eligible for the Fare Pass? Or is that number going to remain the same?
So through the chair, that number will remain the same. This is not an increase in eligibility. It's an increase in the subsidy to the individual rider usage. Total rider usage, total riders that are within our Fare Pass program currently is about 120,000 individuals.
Okay, thank you. And then I guess I've had some conversations now about the revamping of the NIA model because of some of the inequities that it produces or unintended consequences, but I didn't see anything about that work in here. How is that work being funded?
So through the chair, that work is being funded within existing resources as part of our community development unit work. This year, a key priority will be continuing to work with our colleagues at United Way to build out the Toronto Neighborhood Assessment Framework with a target of bringing forward a framework in 2027 Q1 to City Council consideration.
Thank you. And then regarding the launch of the Toronto Community Crisis Support Workers, has that been launched already or is that waiting for this budget approval to launch?
So through the chair, the crisis service...
On the TTC, sorry.
Yes. So through the chair, the crisis service in transit has been active since November 15th. As part of this funding, this will support that pilot continue and pass the interim funds that we provided to stand up the pilot.
Okay. And then final question, I see that a new tact is being taken for the number of youth jobs and that the 2025 target was 900, the projection was 450, 2026 the target's going to be 500, and 2027 that's going to be 500 as well. And I see that there's now a focus more on the quality of the jobs now rather than sort of the number. How is that going to be consistent with the motion council had passed asking for a program to, I think it was 10,000 youth jobs, or there was some sort of motion like that?
So through the chair, thank you for that question. So the reduction in the Toronto Youth Job Corp's target is largely as a function of the decrease in the federal funding by $1.5 million over 2025, as well as the change in the service model to better focus on wraparound supports for intensive case management. So the program supports individuals between the ages of 15 to 30 who are not employed or not in school. That program will continue to do the great work it's doing and the target of closer to 450 individuals. Separate from that, we will be continuing to do work to build out the youth employment table and build out with our private and public sector partners a goal of trying to expand youth employment opportunities by summer of 2026. And we will have a report to City Council Q2 on the status of that.
Thank you. And just one more follow-up question. So does this mean that the youth that you're focused on are more youth at quote unquote high risk?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Myers, that's it. I think inside members on social development, Councillor Fletcher.
Am I an outside member?
Yeah, but there was nobody on the velvet rope, so I guess you got in.
Councillor, there's no more velvet rope.
Oh, yes, you're right. Somebody wasn't manning the gate.
I just wanted to ask a little bit just about the capital for the AOC buildings that currently exist, because I heard about that. Some of them are very old, and they're actually heritage buildings. Cecil Street's a heritage building, Ralph Lauren's a heritage building, Center 55. And I'm just, I know that that's through CREM, but how are you managing that capital work or long-term major capital?
So through the chair, the report brought forward to City Council last year provided a facilities capital management plan, a multi-year facilities management plan, which will be essential in us trying to identify the core need of our AOC facilities, as well as building out a state of good repair minimum standard. So working with our colleagues in corporate real estate, we will be working on those key initiatives, as well as the building conditions assessment that's going through every single city facility, but also all AOCs.
So how far along is that BCA for particularly the older AOCs, not Eastview, which is fairly modern, but the ones that are actually heritage and a little tired at times?
So through the chair, my colleagues at corporate real estate would have a better assessment of where we are on the building conditions assessment, but I can engage them and get you an answer, Councillor.
That would be very helpful. And then I just got a email yesterday. This was from Apple Grove because they were in the 1631 Queen, which is a housing now. They haven't ever had a home as an AOC, and they were going to move in there. Are you aware of any of the reasons why that was removed from the plan?
Through the chair, I'm not familiar why that was removed from the plan.
But you knew that was part of the plan. One of the options was to move there, right?
Through the chair, that's my understanding. And if I could, through the chair, I was able to confer with my staff that the building conditions assessments will be completed in 2026 Q1.
So coming up. So just in terms of that, I guess we're still on the lookout, or it still could go back for a capital point of view to figure out how to get it into one of our Housing Now sites. An AOC rather than a standalone, but when we're looking at new AOCs, is it not better to have them nested in a venue if possible, because it might be cheaper that way for the maintenance and just even the construction?
So through the chair, as we brought forward in our last report, we identified that AOCs that are standalone facilities are better positioned in terms of sustainability and performance. And the current situation for Apple Grove being nestled into a school board property is a challenge, given the fact that it has outgrown that space and is now limited in the vital services it can offer to communities. So we will work to address that issue.
Thank you. And also, they don't have a lease any longer. They're on overhold with the Toronto Lands Corporation, are they not? I'm looking at former trustees. They are, aren't they? So it's not a secure location.
Through the chair, that's correct. It's not a secure location for Apple Grove.
Thank you.
Okay. I think that's it for social development. Thank you. We have Toronto Employment and Social Services. We saved the best and most confusing for last. Are there any questions here? Councillor Chang.
I thank you. Through the chair, I see that 154 new caseworkers were brought on over the past year. Were some of those hired those who transitioned from the upload to the province of the integrated employment services?
Chair, those hires are absolutely associated with our caseload and the needs to have staff to manage that. Employment services transformation did not impact on our hiring needs or on our staffing levels.
So what happened to the people who were doing the work that then got passed on to integrated employment services?
Chair, that is a small number of people, and as we had committed and we brought forward a report back in March of 2022 on employment services transformation to committee and council, that there would be no impact on staff. Our staff have been utilized in a variety of different ways within the division.
And the caseworkers, who covers the cost of those caseworkers? Is that the city or the province?
Chair, that is a cost shared model. The first 24 or $30 million is totally provincial funding. The next 244 million is funded 50-50, and then anything above that is city. So that is a historical funding model. We've been engaging with the province for a number of years now that model needs to be reevaluated, given the complexity of the caseloads and the growing caseloads, to ensure that we have the funding available to meet the growing needs of our clients.
That is a very complicated model. What is that percentage in terms of the cost of providing the service?
I would say the province is paying more than 50% of the staffing needs for the delivery of the program, given the way the model is articulated. There would be times where I would share with you that the province feels that model needs to be readjusted to their benefit, and we continue to have those conversations.
And since programming to combat employment barriers wasn't extended to WCG, what are the city's plans to supplement this and bridge the gap, and how much is that going to cost us?
Chair, that wasn't part of a proposal that we've brought forward. Back to the report that we had highlighted back in 2023 on employment services transformation. We had funding at the time that is now with Ministry of Labor, Immigration, Training and Skills Development that allowed us the ability to deliver programs in a meaningful way, such as pre-employment, as you've indicated, or wage subsidy programs. With the loss of those revenue sources, loses our ability to do that. We have worked with the Employment Service System Manager and highlighted those gaps, and they have worked with us and identified opportunities to extend those contracts while they continue to reevaluate the benefit of that and continuing to use their Employment Ontario network. But we have not brought forward a proposal to extend those funds. There were about $39 million that were shifted through to the ministry.
So what are we doing to combat employment barriers, or are we simply leaning on the province to address that, or we're extending, I'm just asking for a clarification, so we're extending the work provincially supported while we try to figure out who's going to do what?
Chair, we have sought through the Employment Service System Manager extension of existing contracts, which was favorable with the Employment Service System Manager. That was extended for about a year. We continue to negotiate with the province and with WCG opportunities to continue to look at that. To be clear, Employment Ontario is the network that is available to all residents, including Ontario Works residents. So we'll continue to utilize that network accordingly.
Mm-hmm. And my last question, I noted in the report that 40% of OW and ODSP recipients were able to get an action plan within the 30-day window. That is the goal. And so I'm just wondering, do we have the capacity to concurrently catch people up for the 60% that didn't get an action plan in the 30-day window, while also meeting the 100% target to get all new recipients to have them have an action plan?
Chair, yes, that is our commitment for 2026, absolutely.
Great, thank you.
Okay, other questions on Toronto Employment and Social Services? Seeing none, I have just a couple myself. Mr. Azusa, I think we'll probably get this question all the way to Special Budget Council Day, because I think people are still grappling with the upload of the employment service part of it. But it's happening in a phased approach, right? We're not seeing the entire cost of it disappear in one budget year. They're slowly picking up the
Chair, it's a 3-year migration of those budgets. You are correct.
Right. So we should see a certain number of positions migrating over time. Are we able to keep some and shift them into social services so that if someone's happy being a city employee, they can continue?
So, Chair, our commitment is to retain all the staff that we have. We have ongoing attrition every year of approximately 200 individuals, and we continue to backfill for those individuals. There will be no loss as a result of employment services transformation of resources, staff specifically.
Okay, and I had a look at the capital plan and technology in particular here when I got the analyst note, because I was at a presentation where someone talked about new technologies, agentic AI, perhaps being able to help caseworkers with backlog by sort of technologically triaging clients so that by the time they get them, they've got more information in front of them in the first human interaction. Are we looking at any of that as a way of making our commitment to 30 days more attainable?
So, Chair, we do work with the province. They are the leads on this work, and we are the service system manager. So any changes around technology and access to information goes through the social assistance management system, which is SAMS, which is the way that we manage clients and all their data. We have certainly engaged with the province around looking at enhancements and technology to support it, but we as a municipality cannot make those changes unilaterally or afford to invest in that by ourselves.
Okay, yes, the affordability would certainly be a factor. Okay, thank you. That was my only question. Do I see any other questions on the cluster or on TES in particular? Seeing none, I think we can say thank you. We're, touch wood, we're right on schedule. Okay, we're going to move on to infrastructure services now. Just while infrastructure services is moving into position, I'll let councillors know again who are non-members, so you may have missed the opening of the meeting, Councillor Sachs and others. What we're doing a slightly different approach to questions and answers. We're going to hear the cluster presentation, but then when we open to questions, you can either ask questions of Deputy City Manager Johnson or the individual divisions. We're going to open it up so that we're going division by division right after the cluster presentation. But depending on your question, it may be fielded either by the general manager or the deputy city manager. Okay. Just shuffle and a celebration of the cluster that is now done. Okay, great. Mr. Johnston, good morning. Go ahead.
Good morning. So good morning, Chair, members of Budget Committee and City staff. My name is Will Johnston, and I'm the Deputy City Manager responsible for Infrastructure Services. Today, I am presenting an overview of the Infrastructure Services 2025 operating and capital budget. This budget represents a lot of hard work by many staff from across our service area with support from financial services. So I'd like to start by expressing my sincere appreciation to all of the staff who have contributed to the preparation of this budget. The preparation of our budgets focused on affordability and the protection of key city services. All of our division heads are here with me today to respond to any specific questions about their budgets after my presentation. As you can see on this slide, our vision is to build a connected, sustainable, and resilient Toronto that enhances the quality of life for residents, businesses, and visitors through innovative, efficient, and equitable service delivery. The next 3 slides outline the various divisions that make up infrastructure services, along with a brief description of the services they provide. I won't read through all of this on the slides, but I will highlight the leaders of each one of these areas. They are as follows: Engineering and Construction Services, led by Jennifer Graham Harkness; Municipal Licensing and Standards, led by Gadi Katz; Transit Expansion, led by Derek Toigo; Transportation Services, led by Ashley Curtis; Solid Waste Management Services, led by Matt Kelleher; Strategic Capital Coordination, led by our newly appointed Chief Congestion Officer, Andrew Poslins; Toronto Water, led by Lou DiGeronimo; and Policy, Planning, Finance, and Administration, which is our business operations shared service provider for all divisions within Infrastructure Services, led by Annalisa Minardi, who's here on my left. This slide provides a summary of our strategic and corporate outcomes. In Infrastructure Services, our divisional priorities are all aligned to the corporate outcomes of advancing all of the city's strategic outcomes, including housing, mobility, people and neighborhoods, climate action, and equity. Now I will get into the numbers shown in this overview slide for our 2026 budget. I'd like to start by drawing your attention to the red box shown in this table. Here you will see that the 2026 gross operating budget for our service area is $2.7 billion, which represents capital contributions of $1.1 billion for our rate programs, Toronto Water and Solid Waste Management Services. You can see in this slide that we also have revenue streams such as rates, user fees, as well as other revenue sources that generate combined revenues of $2.3 billion, leaving $344.5 million to be made up from the tax base. A key number to focus on is the year-over-year decrease in our reliance on the property tax base. This year, infrastructure services will be reducing its reliance on the property tax base by $25.2 million, or 6.82% when compared to 2025. Some of this reduction is related to the legislative changes in the Automated Speed Enforcement Program, and more importantly, efficiencies of $19 million were achieved as our divisions brought a lean approach on the services that they provide. This budget also provides for a capital contribution of $1.1 billion in our rate programs, which represents a 2.8% or a $30 million increase. This is primarily funded by the council-approved rate increase of 3.75% to support long-term capital delivery needs. The table at the bottom of this slide illustrates infrastructure services capital plan. Because infrastructure services has a large capital program and a large asset base, the vast majority of our $27.7 billion 10-year capital plan is allocated towards state of good repair in order to maintain our $14.2 billion worth of assets. In the next two slides, I will speak to some of our key issues and challenges that have shaped our priority actions for 2026. While I will not read through all of what's presented on this slide, at a very high level, our key challenges include managing mobility and congestion amid the delivery of a multi-billion-dollar capital program, funding growth-related infrastructure projects, meeting the growing service demands resulting from population growth, ensuring efficient service delivery, and addressing landfill capacity constraints. In the next slide, you will see how we are addressing these risks and challenges through our 2026 priority actions. In this slide, you can see some of the key priorities we are setting for 2026 to address the risks and challenges identified in the previous slide. Again, I won't read through all of these priority actions. However, I would like to highlight the following actions for you. We will lead congestion-related efforts with a focus on our congestion management plan, the FIFA World Cup Transportation Plan, and continue to identify opportunities to improve construction coordination through our Strategic Capital Coordination Unit. We will advance the implementation of the multi-tenant regulatory framework with continued emphasis on proactive compliance, coordinated enforcement, and supports for tenants. We will establish a dedicated new winter service unit to support winter maintenance operations and at the same time increase our utility cut permitting and inspection capacity to improve service delivery and the state of good repair for our road network. Lastly, we will continue to strengthen our resilience to address the impacts of climate change in our infrastructure, including making significant investments in stormwater management and water quality. Before leaving this slide, I would also like to highlight some of the positive successes we have had in 2025 that demonstrate our commitment and approach to enhancing capital delivery. While we still have a ways to go with respect to managing and coordinating construction in our right-of-way and the related impacts of congestion, there has been a significant mind shift in infrastructure services in the way we deliver our capital projects. For example, in engineering and construction services, staff are focused on their commitment to the reliability of the construction schedules so that residents and businesses alike can rely on when we start and finish projects. We often highlight how our acceleration efforts on the Gardner resulted in construction completing 18 months earlier than expected. However, there are other examples of capital construction activity that was completed on time or early that demonstrates the work that we're doing in this area. These include the College and McCall intersection work, the King and Dufferin intersection work, and the King and Church intersection work. All of this work finished on time or earlier, despite any unanticipated construction challenges. And now for the numbers in our 2026 operating budget submission. As you can see from this slide, our gross operating budget is $2.7 billion. 76% or $2.1 billion of this budget is for our Toronto Water and Solid Waste rate programs. These programs have no reliance on the property tax base, as these programs are fully funded by different revenue streams. The portion of our gross operating budget that is reliant on the property taxes is $655.7 million, or 24% of our $2.7 billion operating budget. This table illustrates our total gross and net operating budget for both our tax and rate-supported programs. The orange bars on the graph show the total gross dollars, and the green bars show what is required in tax funding to support each division. For our tax-supported programs, of our $655 million gross operating budget, 53%, or $344.5 million, comes from the property tax base. As you can also see on this slide, all of our divisions have a combination of funding sources, which helps to reduce their reliance on the property tax base. Some of the key funding priorities in this budget include increased resources to support utility cut permitting and inspection improvements, increase road safety and mobility supports by adding additional traffic agents, reduced expenditures reflecting the removal of the automated speed enforcement camera program, additional resources for rent-safe TO to increase accountability and keep buildings clean, safe, and well-maintained. A 3.75% increase to our rate programs, which came into effect January 1st of this year. I will now speak to how the operating budget is funded and where the money goes. The bar graph on the left illustrates how our $2.7 billion program is funded. It should be noted that the sale of water is the largest source of funding, followed by user fees and other revenues such as recoveries from Metrolinx. In developing our budget, staff continuously review user fees and other sources of revenue to minimize their impact on the property tax base. From an overall $2.7 billion budget perspective, and taking into consideration the scale of our assets and the wide array of services we provide, infrastructure services impact on the property tax is only 13% overall, or $344.5 million. This is relatively low because of the rate and fee structures we have put in place over the years. The bar graph on the right hand of this slide illustrates where the money is going. 41%, or $1.1 billion, is supporting our capital for the rate programs, followed by $618 million for salaries and benefits. This slide illustrates an overall summary of all of the infrastructure services divisions that are reliant on the property tax base. As you can see on this slide, there's an overall net decrease of $25.2 million, or 6.82% reliance on the property tax base for 2026 when compared to 2025. The net decrease is aligned with service area targets, and this reduction is equivalent to about a 0.5% property tax rate. It should also be noted that all infrastructure service area divisions met or exceeded their targets. The $30 million increase in capital contributions for the rate programs to support long-term capital programming, as I mentioned earlier, is primarily driven by the 3.75% rate increase and operational efficiencies. I will now speak to our capital budget submission. Infrastructure services, as you know, is a capital-intensive group with a large asset base estimated at $125 billion in assets to maintain and rebuild. As you can see on this slide, Toronto Water has an asset base of $95.2 billion comprised of water, wastewater, and stormwater infrastructure. Transportation Services has a $28.3 billion worth of assets, which does not include the Gardner and the DVP infrastructure. Solid Waste has $1 billion of infrastructure spread across transfer stations, organic process facilities, collection yards, residential and park bins, vehicles, and other equipment, etc. So how do we fund our capital program? As you can see on this slide, the vast majority, 59%, or $1.1 billion, is from reserves supported through in-year capital contributions. This is reflective of the rate program's pay-as-you-go model using reserve accounts. There's a small portion, 17%, or $327 million, funded from debt for some of our tax-supported divisions, This is followed by DCs to fund growth-related projects and some provincial and federal funding. It should also be noted that of the $1.9 billion capital plan, the majority of funding is allocated to Toronto Water at 58%, followed by Transportation Services at 30%. This slide provides a quick breakdown of our $27.7 billion 10-year capital plan by major programs. As you can see, the programs include underground infrastructure, plants and facilities, roads and bridges, flood protection, and stormwater management. This slide breaks down the 10-year plan by division on the right and funding sources on the left. The 10-year, $27.7 billion capital plan was prepared based on affordability, achievability, readiness, and stage gating of projects. As you can see from the left bar graph, the capital plan is funded over a 10-year period, with the majority, 87% of the plan, funded from reserves and other revenues. Only 13% is funded from debt. On the right bar graph, you can see where the money goes, with the majority of the $27.7 billion 10-year capital plan going towards Toronto Water. It should be noted that $14.2 billion, or 51% of this 10-year capital plan, is allocated to addressing our growing state of good repair backlog. So this slide illustrates the state of good repair funding and backlog estimates for key asset classes for the rate-supported programs, exclusively in this case, Toronto Water's linear infrastructure and facilities. As you can see in this graph, Toronto Water, with investments over the next 10 years, the overall backlog is expected to decline from $3.3 billion in 2026 to $1.5 billion in 2035. This represents a 1% of the total asset value for 2035. It should be noted that Solid Waste Management Services has no backlog of state of good repair projects. The funding allocation in their 10-year capital plan for solid waste state of good repair is sufficient to ensure assets remain in a good state of repair. This graph illustrates the state of good repair funding and backlog estimates for transportation services key assets. As you can see from this graph, transportation services backlog is expected to grow from $3.2 billion in 2026 to $8.6 billion in 2035. This represents 27% of their total asset in 2035. It's important to note that despite investments, state of good repair and transportation services continue to grow. Aging infrastructure, new assets, and funding challenges due to DC slump and deferrals, like from Bill 17, are putting pressures on this program. The division is responding by prioritizing high-need projects and evaluating capital and maintenance delivery contracts to provide strategic recommendations that enhance efficiency, reduce costs, and improve consistency of service delivery. Going forward, we will need to consider how state of good repair needs are funded. As mentioned by the CFO in last week's budget launch, a sustained all-of-government approach to invest in public infrastructure is needed. As such, we welcome stimulus or infrastructure programs from other orders of government that are stacked on the investments the city is making in a state of good repair projects. So this concludes my presentation, and I, along with our division heads, are here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Just went right ahead and ended on the scariest slide.
That might have been intentional.
Yeah. Okay, so this cluster has a lot of divisions in it. So I'm going to suggest we do a rundown at the beginning. I'll ask for a show of hands on where the questions are, because there may be divisions that we can set free, so to speak. So in infrastructure services, we have engineering and construction services. Any questions there? Deputy Mayor Morley, good, I'm not the only one, so that we do have there. Municipal licensing and standards, I'm assuming, yep, lots of hands went up. Policy planning, finance, and admin. Don't see any there. I did look at the notes, so we're good there. Solid Waste Management Services, I'm going to assume. And, Strategic Capital Coordination Office, it doesn't have a separate budget note as far as we know, but are there any questions there? Probably there are questions that can be answered within transportation, et cetera. And then Toronto Water. Any Toronto Water questions? So I guess you can just go do all that work in Councillor Nunziata and Councillor Holliday's ward, you're done. Oh, Deputy Mayor has a question in Toronto Water? Okay. She wants you to move that into her ward. Transit Expansion Office? Transit Expansion, yes. And lastly, Transportation. There's no questions for Ashley, right? Just a few. Okay, so PPF&A is the only one we could set free. but you're going to be related to all these questions. Oh, well. Okay, so let's get started in EC&S. Was Deputy Mayor Morley had a question, Engineering Construction Services?
Chair, hopefully you can hear me okay. I just wanted to check in on the indicated delivery rates for the cycling infrastructure plan. Sorry, just catching up here on my proper note. Just one moment. That actually we're going to request a specific briefing note on, so we'll follow up on that cycling infrastructure offline. Apologies for that. I did want to check in actually specific to road constructed and resurfaces targets. We know that the roadways are anticipated to decline over the next 10 years, but our targets are also not quite being met. What investments are we seeing to address the road reconstruction resurfacing delivery in 26?
So through the chair, I'm going to perhaps share that with Transportation Services. So we have had a fairly good and substantial production of our road resurfacing and our road reconstruction projects. So once they were identified for delivery within Engineering Construction Services, we were able to meet our target in terms of the number of kilometers of road that we were planning to resurface, and actually delivered as an expanded road resurfacing because of additional money that was provided to us through 2025.
Thank you. It does appear though that the reduction in service targets over the next number of years, while we also there's some degradation of the condition. So I'm wondering if there's a reason behind the reduction in targets over the next couple of years.
The change in targets that we have are based on the identified needs that are provided to us by Transportation Services. So we follow on with the delivery based on what we understand is coming our way. And maybe I can pass that to Jacqueline.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Morley. In terms of the asset management plan approach for roadways in the go forward, the corporate asset management plan does have a hold the line, steady state approach for both major roads and local roads. So condition is expected to have a target of 48% for major roads and 76% for local roads in the current investment strategy.
Thank you. Just pivoting quickly to sidewalk construction targets. For 25, we were about 20,000 linear meters short of what we had anticipated. Can you give us a bit more context and color as to why that was, and what work is going to be invested in for next year to hopefully catch us up?
So through the chair, I'm going to pass that initially to Jacqueline, and then I'll carry on from there.
Deputy Mayor Morley, you're right that the sidewalk locations in the missing sidewalks program were not as fulsome as anticipated. And frankly, that does point to the fact that sometimes the sidewalk projects identified can be politically sensitive in communities. And so we are working to advance the consultation on those locations earlier so that there's more certainty on which sidewalk projects should proceed as part of the funded capital program.
Thank you. My last quick one is in a budget note. It indicates
I
that
think on that question, did ECS, you wanted to follow up after?
So through the chair, Jacqueline covered it exactly.
Oh, okay, go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Madam Chair, this will be my last one. It's just around public confidence in our consultation processes. We know through the delivery of Bloor Street bike lanes, Jacqueline specifically, you've been in the trenches with my office on that one. So I'm just wondering, obviously it's important to ensure that residents feel heard and consulted. What investments are being made to ensure that engagement is fully resourced and executed as we move forward with city building and transportation specific projects?
Engagement with the public is something that will depend on the size and scale of the impacts of a particular project. Certainly larger impact projects, resources within the public consultation unit within PPFA are deployed for projects across the organization, in particular infrastructure services. I don't think it's an issue as much of the resources to engage. It's just depending on the nature of the project, projects can be controversial, and what's expected from the community can be challenging to meet.
That's helpful. Thank you. I'll leave it there. Thank you, Madam Chair. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. I had a couple of questions myself, and then Councillor Chang now has some questions as well. Sorry, I'm having problems with my clock. Sorry, Councillor Sachs, I couldn't look up while I was dealing with all this new tech. First of all, we look at spending rates in each of the divisions, but does ECS look at an overall spending rate, what they're doing as they handle the whole pipeline?
So to the chair, yes, we absolutely do. We look at the expenditures that are provided to us. So when the asset owners provide us projects, we track what we're delivering and make sure that our expenditures are in line with
so that's a better overall picture. How has it been, say, over the last few years?
So over the last few years, we have been performing fairly well. This past year, we did encounter some challenges. So we delivered about 80% of our capital assigned capital expenditures.
Okay. So the only thing remaining, and this comes out of that review we did on capital execution in particular. And there was a KPMG recommendation which looked interesting. I don't know if it ended up being a council or staff recommendation, but they suggested that engineering, construction, and services should publish their own overall pipeline for the year. This is our pipeline. This is what we expect to do this year and maybe even the initial 5-year plan. Is that being created? Did we adopt that as a recommendation?
So through to the chair, yes, we did. So the engineering, so the Enhancing Capital Construction Delivery program includes about 31 recommendations. A critical piece of it is industry involvement and consultation. And one of the recommendations was specifically to provide a pipeline of projects to industry so that they could be ready for our work and get on top of it as quickly as possible when tenders come out. So following budget approval, our plan is to provide that first project pipeline. It's under development right now, so it may take a bit of time, but we are, that is our plan.
Okay, excellent. And that would address the challenge that applicants, proponents have sometimes is once they've applied for a project here, they basically tied up that capacity until they have the answer to that tender. They can't, I think I'll also apply all over the GTA for the same dollar amounts. So that pipeline allows them to make their choices and then decide where to tie up funds in applications.
So to the chair, exactly. It allows them to actually plan their resources in advance so that they know where they might need to have staff and resources available to do construction contracts.
Right.
Another aspect of enhancing capital construction delivery is actually to get our tenders awarded as quickly as possible so that we don't have uncertainty for industry and that they know that if they're successful, that they will get that contract as quickly as possible and get out on the work, get out on the road.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. Councillor Chang had some questions. Actually, I'll take Councillor Sachs from outside committee. Oh, okay. Then straight to you, Councillor Sachs. Engineering Construction Services?
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, to our chief engineer, you just spoke about the importance of getting tenders out quickly. One of the things we did to help with that last year was to get rid of the bid award panel. Has that helped getting tenders out more quickly? And is there anything comparable? Is there any other unnecessary red tape that we could be looking at?
So through the chair, we are, the bid award panel was a change that we made sort of late in the fall. So we haven't had a lot of experience with respect to our recent tenders and how quickly we can get them awarded. But we are tracking that information so that we can understand where, what the improvement has provided in terms of benefit. There are absolutely further improvements that we are planning to make, one of which is related to the qualifications of our contractors and the things that we ask for through the tendering process to make sure that it is transparent and streamlined, and that the contractors can readily and easily bid work and get their submissions in so that we can quickly award contracts.
So should we anticipate faster contracting this year?
That is my expectation, so yes.
Okay. Is there anything more we can do to reduce the risk of very expensive underground surprises like the one we had on Rowanwood?
To the chair, so there has been substantial work done in terms of our underground utilities investigations. But I would say that we have a very old city with quite extensive underground utilities and so forth. So while we are making I would say great strides in terms of identification of those utilities, I expect we will continue to encounter challenges related to the work. And again, our responsiveness and our, I'm going to say, in-field decision-making to try to respond to those matters quickly is going to be critical to solving the problem so that we don't get hung up.
Are we as good as comparable cities at managing this?
I would say that given the age of the city, we certainly have more challenges than other surrounding municipalities. But I would say we are definitely in line and moving towards being comparable.
One of the things we did at the December council meeting was we banned the sewer contractor that cheated the city, but they had been a major contractor. Will that ban do you anticipate that will have an effect on the cost of sewer repairs?
Through the chair, the suspension of the contractor, they were certainly a large player in terms of the work that we award each year. We were actually ahead of the suspension. There was work underway to look at expanding the opportunities for more contractors. So that has yielded some positive results, particularly in Toronto water contracts. So we expect that we should be in line. We shouldn't see a great increase in costs, but I can't say at this point whether or not there will be a change.
Okay, along the same line, one of the lessons learned and in the Hubbard-Hoskin contract was the importance of requiring contractors to limit the length of time in which they disrupt each particular block. Because the effect was so devastating. But will that clarification forcing contractors to limit the duration of their disruption of each particular area, will that have any effect on the cost or time required to deliver construction projects?
So through the chair, the changes that we've made in terms of limiting disruption to contract for the impacted community we've captured that and we've incorporated it into our contracts. So the expectation is that all of our contractors will be bidding the work equally, and in that competitive environment, it should limit the costs that we will incur related to it. And what I mean by that is everybody is going to be fighting for that work, and so they're going to be providing the best possible costs that they can to win that construction contract.
I appreciate that, but do you expect there to be a cost
That's the
premium?
last question.
Okay. Do you expect there to be a cost premium for reducing the adverse effect on neighborhoods?
I expect there may be a slight cost premium, but at this point, I can't measure it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Sachs. I think that's it for engineering construction services. Excellent. Moving on to everyone's favorite. Oh, Councillor Nunziata, you didn't have questions in engineering. Okay. Moving on to municipal licensing and standards. I need that show of hands again because I didn't write them down. Councillor Cheng, Councillor Moyse, Councillor Sachs, Councillor Myers, just about everyone in the room. And Deputy Mayor. Let's start outside the committee. Councillor Sachs. MLNS?
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, everyone's favorite. Hello, Gaddy. My first question is about noise enforcement, which get many complaints about, particularly in relation, I mean, there's three areas in particular: late night noise in parks, vehicle noise, and elevated patios. On each of those, can we expect any improvement in responsiveness and effectiveness this year?
Thank you for the question. It is nice to be popular, I guess. Through the chair, our noise team has continued to grow over the past years, and with the introduction of a more efficient and more streamlined noise bylaw, we anticipate that we'll be able to respond to these issues more regularly and with better results going forward. As always, we are looking for ways of improving and making our deliveries more efficient through technologies and other things that would assist. But certainly our intention is to improve in that respect.
Do you have enough clarity in your direction from council as to the interaction between the night economy program and people's need to sleep?
Through the chair, it is always a balance living in a large, busy city as ours. We do collaborate with EDC constantly on various aspects of the night economy. So we do have a very good understanding, I think, of how different interests in the city interact.
So you don't need anything further from council on that?
Through the chair, no.
Another absolutely chronic issue is small business cafes. I mean, especially in my ward, many restaurants and cafes built patios during COVID and are struggling to get those regularized and recognized and get off the enforcement chain. What can we expect on those chronic problems this year? We seem to have been stuck in the wash cycle for many of these locations.
Thank you. And through the chair, MLS continues to work with our partners, such as those in transportation services, in order to bring people into compliance. We are looking at ways of streamlining zoning reviews and other similar requirements for those licenses and permits. So those are all aspects that we're looking to improve over the next years.
And we expect it to improve this year?
This year and ongoing years, yes.
Okay. The bike program for officers, is it successful? Is there an opportunity to expand it?
Through the chair, the bike program is successful. I believe we have 24 bicycles in our BLE unit, and they are a very useful tool for MLS. It allows our officers to have better access to different areas of the city, such as parks, for their enforcement work there. So it has been a very positive development.
Is there an opportunity to expand it this year?
Through the chair, we are certainly looking at areas where we can expand that program, both citywide and in numbers.
And doesn't it allow you to save money?
Through the chair, certainly there are opportunities to save money as far as how we use our fleet vehicles and the transition or having officers using bikes rather than using vehicles is an opportunity for savings.
Okay, so I'll ask that you brief me on the opportunities for expansion next month or so. In terms of illegal rooming houses, the multi-tenant housing, there's still many, many illegal rooming houses. How much improvement can we expect this year?
Through the chair, we've reported just a couple of months ago on our multi-tenant house framework. The framework itself is progressing as we had hoped and as we had anticipated. And it had been designed since its inceptions to be a phased-in approach. Phase one being sort of building up the systems and building up the staffing level to support it. Phase two focused primarily on transitioning those that were historically licensed into our new licensing regime. And now we are sort of in the starting phases of phase three, which is how do we bring in those unlicensed operators into the licensing regime. And in that, we have to always be mindful and keeping a balance, very much prioritizing the safety of the residents within those houses, but also ensuring that in that transition into the licensing regime, that we maintain as much as possible the supply of housing and affordable housing for the populations that need it.
Okay, Councillor Sachs, that's your time. Let's see how we do with everyone is asking questions, so you may have your question asked. I do need people to make sure that it's about the proposal too. If we're asking if you can have more, that's a question of whether or not we adopted the new and enhanced that council already directed. You'll find the back of the notes. In most cases, the answer is no. But if we can ask about the things that are in the proposal or recorded in the proposal, that'll get us through the day. Councillor Nunziata.
This is nice, this new committee room, eh?
We can hear people very, very well from this vantage.
Are great because now my feet cut the, I can put my feet on the ground now. They're designed for short people. But just to municipal licensing, just as far as the noise bylaw, like we do work with police services where there's an ongoing noise issue late in the evening, and we involve them as well, correct? Do we still do that?
Through the chair, yes, we do.
We do. Now, I know that in the past when there's issues that are happening at 1, 2 in the morning, that where there's an ongoing issue in an area that we do have officers that will adjust their hours and go out in the evening and lay charges if necessary. Do we still do that?
Through the chair, our noise team, like many of the enforcement teams in MLS, use a priority response model. And certainly where there are sort of recurring events that cause noise past, let's say 2 a.m., we can and have and continue to use staffing resources and allocating them to address those particular issues.
And that includes the parks as well, right?
Yes.
In the parks, because that's where the big issues are in the summer, is the parks, where there's things going on. Now, in the past year, there's been, the rooming houses and other programs that council has supported, in which the question has always been asked when we approve these programs is, do you need additional resources to enforce? Now, can you tell me with the budget that you have that those new programs that have been added in, that we in fact do have resources that we need to enforce the bylaws?
Through the chair, our attempt as always is to be responsible in the requests that we make of council, and council has always been very supportive of MLS's requests and programs. In doing that, we have identified through this budget proposal some additional positions for things like our rent safe TO program, and with the intention that these new positions will allow us to better provide the services in that particular sort of program area. It's always very hard to say definitively that we have sufficient staffing with enforcement and sort of increasing demands on MLS on a variety of fronts. Some of our areas that we address are out of our control and dependent on other factors, whether it be animals, whether it be noise, whether it be things like that. So we're constantly reviewing our staffing levels. We're constantly reviewing our service standards as a way of measuring how we are meeting with the resources that we have, how are we meeting the, or how are we delivering the services that we're supposed to deliver. And I'm glad to say that MLS meets its standards very consistently. And we'll continue to assess sort of staffing levels as new demands are asked of MLS and as programs develop and mature.
Yeah, just my last comment. So, because as you know, the majority of complaints that come in councillors' offices, I know my office, is municipal property standards, municipal licensing, enforcing bylaws and that. And it seems to be a big issue with constituents. And it's frustrating at times as the councillor. So I just want to make sure that we're going to be able to enforce some of these bylaws, that we're not going to go back to constituents and say, well, you know, we're understaffed, we can't, you know. So I just want to make sure that we are okay with that.
Thank you. And through the chair, I certainly appreciate the concern, and I certainly appreciate your constituents and every councillor's constituents' concerns. As I said, we have identified areas where additional staffing is required, such as in rent safe TO. Also, our proposal does call for some additional bylaw enforcement officers that would be able to be used throughout our enforcement units. So, as I said, I think with this budget proposal, we've been reasonable in assessing our needs and where we see areas where we may require some growth. And again, we'll continue to monitor that as demands increase or as programs require it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Taking it, actually, before we go into committee, we have a couple of non-members that have joined us. Councillors Chernos, Lynn, and Crisanti, I know you've logged on. We are in municipal licensing and standards at the moment. And trying very hard. We have a real time crunch in this meeting, so I'm hoping for questions that are truly of the proposal that is before us in the division. Do you have questions on municipal licensing and standards, Councillor Chernos Lynn? No, Councillor Crisanti's camera's not on, but not hearing anything. We're all good. Okay, so we're going to take it into committee then. Councillor Chang.
Thank you. One big challenge that I have in my ward, and I think it's famous around the city, that we have challenges with pigeons. And I'm just wondering what in this budget is dedicated to working on this problem that in fact has caused power outages in my neighborhood.
So through the chair, as you are aware, Toronto Animal Services does have a pilot program at the moment to address pigeon birth control. In this particular budget, we are not asking or we're not seeking any increase in that program. However, as I stated, that program and the pilot project is an ongoing project that Animal Services is going.
So is there potential that if it proves to be successful, that there would be a more investment in the next year's budget, 2027?
Through the chair, I think that is a reasonable request, and I think what we have to do is look at the results of the pilot project and assess those results and how they may interpret to different city areas.
Thank you. Is there any funding in this budget that could take next steps in terms of examining the implementation of noise photo radar? We know that this has been implemented in other countries, and understanding there's some jurisdiction challenges that we still need to advocate for, but do we have any budget allocation to further this, because it is something that many people are asking for?
Through the chair, in this particular budget, there aren't sort of funds allocated to that program. Those kinds of discussions, I think, would require, or those kinds of initiatives would require some discussions with the province. There are sort of the use of technologies, including this, are always things that we are looking at. But in this particular budget, no.
Okay. And what is the funded service level that we will expect in terms of the timely removal of animal cadavers? We know that this has been a challenge, and just so with this budget, when we see a dead raccoon in the summer, it's very hot, how many days, what is that service that we're going to be funding with this budget?
Thank you for that question, and through the chair. The cadaver removal team does have or budgeted 11 positions for it, and we've been, over the past year, recruiting for those positions. Currently, I think there are 3 vacancies out of that 11. This is a priority for Animal Services as well, and now that we have this cadaver removal team, these are staff that are properly trained and properly resourced in order to do that work, and then that allows our other animal control officers to focus on other areas of Animal Services. The standard that we aim for is removal of animals within 5 days, or removal of cadavers within 5 days. I understand that we're hitting that now closer to a 48-hour mark.
That's wonderful to hear, and we hope it will last into the summer. And my last question is, there's a mention of a pilot that was done this past year on mobile food vending permits in Ward 11. And is there potential of expanding that program in this coming year in this budget?
So through the chair, we do have a report coming in February on this very issue of vending in the city, and I think it would be addressed there.
Great, thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Chang. Councillor Moise is next.
Thank you. So I asked this question last year. We have a vibrant night economy. This is a 24-hour city, and MLS tends to not be around after 2 a.m. in the morning, especially in the downtown core, in my ward, Toronto Centre. Is there any plans to look at perhaps having a 24-hour service, overnight service in MLS?
Through the chair, we continue to look at different ways of identifying gaps in our services and how we fill those gaps. Putting on a 24 hours a day MLS staff is a costly endeavor, and it has to be balanced against the sort of number of service requests, for example, that we would get, let's say, after 2 a.m. Historically, the number of service requests that we get after that period of time is maybe less than 9% of our service requests.
There's less service requests because there's no MLS after hours. People call the police, people call my office after hours because MLS is not available.
And that is definitely a variable, I would say, in the calculation of number of service requests versus what we need. The other thing to consider is that MLS is not an emergency response service. So calls that are received even after 2 a.m. aren't necessarily dealt with in that window of time, right? They would be, let's say, taken in, but then still addressed within our normal service standards, which might be within 24 hours if it's a priority one, within 5 days if it's something else. So having MLS staff available 24 hours per day does not necessarily translate to officers being at a location or able to respond to it at 3 a.m. Having said that, where there are opportunities to use staff, where there are recurring issues, and especially in the downtown core, we're happy to work with you and anyone else in allocating resources to those areas to address specific issues.
I'll move on. I'm not really satisfied with that answer, but I'll move on. Given the sustained increase in coyote-related services requests, does Toronto Animal Services have sufficient staffing and shelter capacity to meet response?
Thank you for the question. So through the chair, in this budget, we are asking and we are proposing 5 additional FTE positions in animal services in order to support their delivery of service. As always, animal services is a wide sort of service line within MLS and covers a variety of issues related to animals. And I think we're always in a constant balancing of resources in animal services in order to address emergency issues, wildlife issues, as well as shelter issues.
And what performance metrics will be used to demonstrate that the 11 new rent-safe TO positions are improving compliance outcomes for tenants and not just inspection volumes?
Thank you for the question. Rent-safe. As part of the 11 positions that we're asking for in the rent-safe TO program, that particular program continues to grow since its inception. For example, in 2023, our rent-safe program conducted 8 audits. Last year, rent-safe program conducted 55 audits. In 2023, 1,339 orders were issued. Last year, over 2,000 orders were issued. Charges as well in the rent-safe TO program are increasing. For example, in 2023, there were 42 charges that were laid. Last year, there were 166 charges that are laid. The staffing levels at rent-safe TO are designed to increase response times, also address audit requirements. Also this year, we are planning on coming back to council in the spring with a framework on MLS's use of remedial actions and how and where we use remedial action. And officers in this program will be there to support those initiatives as well.
I see my time.
Okay, thank you. I have Councillor Myers next, and then Deputy Mayor Morley.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. For the $1 million in grants issued to accessible taxi cab owners through the Accessibility Reserve Fund Program, how much is left in the fund program, the Reserve Fund Program? And what's the anticipated use rate for this year?
Through the chair, at the moment, there is about $21 million still in the reserve fund. What we are doing currently is increasing the grant amounts that are available to taxi cab owners in order to retrofit their vehicles or to install or to convert their vehicles into accessible vehicles. That increase of grant amount will allow vehicles that are nearing the end of their age limit to be able to be replaced with newer vehicles. The increase in grant amount will also, the intended benefit of it is that A, it would increase the number of vehicles on the road, and B, that it would incentivize drivers to remain on the road for longer.
So how many vehicles took part in the $1 million? And what's the total, do you know roughly the total number of accessible vehicles?
Through the chair, there are approximately about 500 accessible vehicles in total. I'm just waiting for the numbers.
And do you have a projection of how much you'll be spending in 2026?
So the increase in the grant amount is a decision that we are this sort of very recently are working at increasing. So we don't have those particular numbers on hand yet on how many vehicles we're anticipating would take up the additional grant amount.
The council had also asked for a centralized dispatcher for accessible taxis. Has any work been completed on that, and is that money funded through the reserve fund program?
Through the chair, yes, and we are continuing to work with TTC at that centralized dispatch system. With the part of the discussions that we had on increasing the grant amounts included the TTC in assessing how sort of taxis that take up those incentives from the city, how they also operate within the TTC system.
Oh, there's lots of work.
Okay. Moving to rooming houses, I see that as of mid-2025, 180 licenses have been issued. Are most of those licenses being issued in the downtown or Toronto and East York Community Council region?
Yeah, but well.
Through the chair, yes. Those numbers represent those multi-tenant houses that were previously licensed under the old regime and are now transferring into the new licensing regime. So they would have been in areas where they were previously permitted.
How many net new licenses for rooming houses have been issued? So I guess those that were illegal but are now legal of the 180.
Through the chair, I believe the number is around 40, if I'm not mistaken, but I will correct that if need be. What's important to note, though, is that the phased implementation of the multi-tenant house framework focused in its first two phases on building up the systems and moving those that were previously licensed into the new licensing regime. And it is only now that we're focusing on those that were previously unlicensed and how to move them into the licensing.
So of the 398 applications submitted, are those mostly from, I guess, the outside Toronto East York Community Council region, so Scarborough, North York, and Etobicoke?
So through the chair, there is a mix of different locations throughout the city. What I can say is that of those that were previously licensed, about 98% of them are either licensed under the new regime or working through the application process.
Okay, and does you have this?
Last question.
Thank you. Do you have the requisite number of staff that you need now that you've sort of focused on the ones that were already licensed to sort of reissue them their licenses? Now you're going to the harder ones, people who are operating without licenses. Do you have the sufficient staff resources in order to do that work in this budget?
Thank you for that question. That is a very, very good question, very important question. By their nature, unlicensed multi-tenant houses, it's very hard to get a gauge of how many exist out there. So our process now in this third phase of the implementation of how do we move those unlicensed rooming houses into the regime while maintaining safety for the tenants and ensuring that the housing stock isn't depleted by landlords not coming into the under the regime. It is an ongoing process in assessing how many houses are out there and what steps are required to bring them into compliance. So at the moment, yes, staffing levels I think are adequate, but I think it is something that we're keeping a very close eye on to see how big of an issue it is out on the road, and then adjusting once we learn more.
Thank you.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Morley.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I wanted to pull that similar thread to my colleague, Councillor Myers. And apologies if this was asked and answered. I'm trying to follow closely, but also multitasking here. You indicated that mid-2025, 398 applications for multi-tenant home licenses were submitted and 180 licenses were issued. Does that mean that the other 218 were denied, or were they just not able to be processed?
Through the chair, it is definitely that they were not denied. They are in fact continuing to go through the process and through the application process. Part of coming into compliance with the new regime, and some multi-tenant houses may require some construction be done, may require some inspections be done. So the application process is different and unique for different houses. And what we are doing is working with all those that are in the process to come into compliance.
Is the number of applications received in line with what you anticipated?
Through the chair, so as I stated earlier, because this was designed throughout the process to be a phased implementation, I think what we are seeing is those that were historically licensed in phase 2, our goal was to move those into the licensing regime, and we are seeing very good numbers there. As I said, I think historically there were 387. Now there are about 336 that are still currently active as MTHs. And of those, like you said, 180 have already received their license, and the remainder are working through it. Now, as we move into the phase 3 of moving those unlicensed rooming houses into the regime, I think what we'll be looking at is how do we sort of do outreach to those landlords? How do we reach them in order to educate them on how to come into compliance? In doing that, we've in September launched, as part of phase 3, a concierge service through MLS that would allow landlords that are looking to come into compliance sort of a one-stop source of information that would be able to help them navigate different city divisions and information and inspections from different city divisions. Certainly now, as we're transitioning into this phase 3 and sort of more into phase 3, enforcement becomes a tool that MLS has at its possession. And again, with enforcement, it is a balancing act of how do we ensure that these houses are safe for the tenants that are there, but also ensuring that we're not sort of depleting the housing stock that exists out there for people that do need it.
Got it. So it sounds like from your explanation that the time it takes to process an application will vary site to site and really will be dependent on the needs of an individual site. So that makes a lot of sense. And just wanting to, my final question is, do you feel you have the necessary resources to keep pace with the demand of applications in this year's budget and going forward?
Thank you for that. And through the chair, there are 45 FTEs in our MTH program. We have not sought new resources for that program through this budget. As I said, assessing the scale of how many unlicensed rooming houses exist in the city is difficult to do. People come in and out of this sort of people come in and out of running an MTH relatively easily, landlords that is. So assessing the scope of how many of these houses exist out there is an issue. And as we assess that, I think we'll have to sort of look at our staffing levels and see if, once we have a better grasp of how much it takes to move some of those unlicensed rooming houses into the regime, of whether our staffing levels are adequate.
Great. I know I said that was my last one, but just on that point,
Okay, this will be your last question. We're starting to get behind on the cluster.
Madam Chair, but so the assessment work is being resourced currently so that we can have that clearer picture in terms of future resources. Fair point? Is that correct?
My apologies, I didn't catch that.
Like the assessment work that you just described in terms of having a more fulsome picture of the outstanding number of locations that need to come into compliance, that assessment work is currently resourced and underway, correct?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
Thank you. That's it from me, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so councillors, we're moving on to solid waste management services. Matt keeps looking at me with a, when's it my turn? So we're moving on to solid waste. I'm going to take a bold step. I'm going to try and cut to the chase here. Let me just say right off the top, based on the number of questions everywhere in the media, in the hallway, wherever, I'm going to be moving a motion for a briefing note that outlines the impact of circular materials upload on this budget for this year and over the long run. I hope that takes care of a lot of questions. I'm also going to be very strict about this. If you're unhappy with the way circular materials is performing right now, that is not a question for this room. I'm going to be very rigid about that because that does not actually result in a question that can be resolved as a result of this budget process. So those are the two pieces that I want people to know going in. And I hope that it's possible to create that briefing note. We're going to move it, with all the briefing notes here, but if staff could start preparing it, I know that by next week, as councillors are having their town halls, that's going to be a big question in every councillor's local town hall. So the faster that briefing note ends up on the city budget page, the better. But we'll certainly move it as a result of meeting number 11's list of briefing notes. Okay.
You could ask for a show of hands. Who's unhappy with it?
Yes, there you go. Hands up. Okay. So first of all, amongst our guests today, Councillor Crescenti is still on. He logged on, but then his camera didn't get turned on. I see Councillor Sachs, Councillor Chernos. Will you have questions in solid waste? Okay. Don't see any hand. Councillor Sachs is going to have a question. Councillor Crescenti, if you are to the meeting, we need to see your camera in order to know whether or not you have a question. And then I'll canvass the members when we're ready to go in. Were you going to have questions to Councillor Nunziata? Okay, Councillor Sachs and Councillor Nunziata. Go ahead, Councillor Sachs. Okay, Councillor Nunziata, you want to fill this time?
Yeah, I'm just trying to think about the comment that you just made, if I can ask this question. Okay, well, we know we're all unhappy about it, but just my question was, which we get asked, about the savings.
That's the briefing note I'm ordering.
Okay,
so you're going to have it in hand for your community.
Okay, but my question is, whatever savings, there is a recommendation to the small, medium, large, extra large. So my question would be, whatever we find out when you give us that briefing note, can we reallocate those funds to the bins so the residents don't have an increase in the bins?
Through the chair, that would be a decision of committee, council, and the mayor, but based on our financial projections that we've used for in our 10-year plan, that's not within our scope of work. That's not possible to continue to maintain a state of good repair of zero and have fully funded reserves in an operating.
Okay, so then would decision of council then, if we approve those increase in the
and those reserves are about getting ready for when we no longer have a landfill in Green Lane, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah.
Okay, well, that was my question. I'm looking forward to that briefing note.
You bet. You bet. Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you. Madam Chair, will the briefing note request include the impact of the circular materials on our litter problem and litter costs? And if not, can I ask that you add that?
It actually, we still, if you look on the page, what we do, what we deliver, we're still delivering the litter pickup program.
No,
we do
but-
that, residual management, et cetera.
Let me be more clear. We're having a
Yes.
huge problem in my ward with a large amount of extra litter because of the delay in picking up the bins, so they've been knocked over and blown over. They're just not being picked up in a timely way, and they're being picked up in a very messy way, which is ending up dumping litter all over. So there's much more litter than ever before. I'm interested in whether the city is going to be seeking those custom circular materials. Can you have that included in the briefing note?
Will do.
Okay, thank you. So my next question is, given on page 51, page 15 of the briefing note, you say that you're anticipating a 39% increase in the operating cost next year. So what is the largest single reason for that? And can we reduce that if we make more effort to reduce the contamination level? We've got 50% of the material going to landfill that shouldn't be there. Can we reduce the cost balloon by doing more to reduce that 50% contamination level?
So through the chair to committee, this 39% increase is just reflective of our of a particular line item here in our transfer to capital. We can get into that in additional detail, Councillor, but it shouldn't affect our operating budget as per our 10-year capital plan.
Okay. Given the very large cost of replacing Green Lane or even of expanding it, can we save money by taking more measures to reduce contamination levels? And what would it cost to do that?
So through the chair to committee, we do undertake quite a number of initiatives to reduce contamination. Right now, with contamination rates really being over, reflective in our old recycling program, those are now the responsibility of circular materials. It's actually the reverse for us now, where we need to ensure that recycling isn't put into the garbage stream and we pay for it instead of circular materials. So that again has to come to communication.
Yeah, so that's what I meant was when I talk about contamination is that in our garbage bags and bins, 50% of the material you told us doesn't belong there. So my question is, in what goes to landfill, is there an opportunity to significantly reduce that so that we can put off having to pay for a new landfill?
So through the chair, as I mentioned, we do have a number of education programs. The budget this year has increased over last year. And as always, we encourage residents to put the materials in the right spot. This again has to come to moving forward, working with circular materials on messaging that helps both organizations to make sure that the recycling goes in the recycling bin, not in our garbage, and that the garbage doesn't go in the recycling bin and comes over to our stream. But again, we do have a number of programs, and we can provide a briefing note or just connect with you on those programs in detail and what we plan to do.
Let me go on to my next question. The 11,000 garbage bins of Astral that everybody hates and that are in, that operate so poorly. That contract runs out in 2027. I couldn't see anything in your budget note about what the plan is to replace these with bins that work better, keep the garbage inside, aren't so flimsy, and are available when people need them.
So, Councillor, the Astral contract is not through solid waste. The bins are Astral's asset, and that's managed through transportation services. Solid waste collects the material that are in the bins, but we don't manage those bins. My understanding is that there will be a report coming to committee and council for direction on moving forward with that program in the coming future.
So I need to ask transportation about our plan for those, yes?
That's right, because it's public realm, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Sachs. Okay, so I think, taking it into committee. I didn't see any other guests. I have Councillors Myers, Chang, and Moise. I think Deputy Mayor Morley had to go back to that meeting, I'm not sure. Councillor Myers, take it away.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So I noted that we're bringing litter collection, mechanical litter collection in-house, and that's to produce a savings of $1.7 million. Is there anything that Torontonians can expect in terms of better litter collection overall, in terms of, I've just noticed in my ward, there's a huge amount of litter on the ground, and it doesn't seem to ever get picked up.
So, Councillor, if you have those issues, please contact my office and we'll make sure to send our crews out to address those immediately. And that's one of the benefits of bringing the work in-house on the litter vacs, is that we have more flexibility to deploy those assets and staff a lot quicker than when the work is done under contract, where we have very defined routes, time of day, constraints, et cetera. So we are hopeful that when all of this litter work from the litter vac perspective comes in-house, that there will be a higher level of service for the residents. And again, if there are those issues, please contact me and we'll resolve them ASAP.
Thank you. And does this budget include an increase in the number of mechanical litter vehicles as well?
Through the chair, yes, it does. It has the mechanical litter equipment and staff required. Those are actually already approved by council, so it's implemented within this budget and identified in this budget, but council already gave us direction to move that program forward.
And what's that number and what's the increase? What's the overall number and what's the increase?
So we're looking at approximately 30 to 40 staff and around 20 pieces of additional equipment.
Thank you. I also note that in here you have a note about our experience and success, continuing to work on pilot testing of bin sensor technology for street and park bins. I'm assuming that's a pilot that lets you know when the bins are full, correct?
That's correct.
Do you have any results from that pilot?
So yes, we do, and we can provide those to committee. What we've done is we've installed around 500 sensors across public realm bins. They were successful in identifying bins that could be collected a little bit sooner and some that could potentially be collected later and or removed from the service altogether to just help rationalize our collection program. We received direction from council to expand that from 500 to 1,500 sensors, which we're deploying this year, and again will help us look at the number of bins that we have in the Astral realm to hopefully reduce our operating costs moving forward.
Have you seen a noticeable decrease in operating costs as a result of the pilot?
Nothing, not noticeable, Councillor. We're in the data gathering stages right now, and again, when we look at this, it's generally bins need to be collected a little bit sooner so we can add them to different routes and make sure that the materials are collected within our service standards. But the long-term hope with this is that we have the data that identifies where we can remove some bins from service, whether they're the public realm bins on the sidewalk or potentially at parks, and then continue with the service that we have at that high level and move bins to potentially where there's additional needs for those bins.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Myers. Councillor Chang is next.
Thank you. Through the chair, how many more years are we planning a rate increase of 3.75%? When did the 10-year rate forecast begin, and where are we going to be landing? What can our residents expect?
So, Councillor, ultimately, the 3.75% rate increase is approved by council and can be adjusted based on council direction. We've had a 10-year rate program budget for as long as I've been here, and what that allows us to do is look at our program in a much longer window rather than having rates go up and down like a wave. We're trying to smooth it as much as possible to continue to fund our capital program. So right now we do have 3.75% within our long-term forecast, and that allows us again to keep our state of good repair at zero, have fully funded reserves in a capital program. But ultimately that decision is up to committee and council.
So residents can expect that next year it'll be 3.75, like unless council was to try to override, but the plan currently is for the next few years, there will be 3.75% increase for the rate. Is that correct?
Council, that's correct based on our modeling at this time.
So we were grateful to have Connie Choi and Daniel Boulos from your team come to Willowdale to talk about the Green Lane landfill and how it is hitting capacity in the next 10 years. And I'm wondering, do we have the reserves in place to start the process of either expanding or finding a new landfill or other alternatives?
So right now we have approximately $700–800 million within our capital plan identified in the next 10 years to help transition either to an expanded landfill, to a new landfill, to energy from waste or other options that we're currently investigating. And we'll be bringing that back to council in 2027. And that will give us a better sense of the financial magnitude of those decisions, and then we can overlay that with the funding that we have within the reserves, and then any impact on the potential rate would then be part of that overall cost-benefit discussion with council.
Okay, and with regard to the Astral bins, it's currently with transportation. If transportation and council decided we don't want to continue, we want to just do our own bins, would that still be considered street furniture and transportation would have to do that? Or is that something that we would then have to budget for under waste management?
So ultimately, council, that's a decision of committee and council. I think from
It's a big policy question.
Yeah.
We can't really put the general manager on the spot.
My last question. Are there any investments in this budget towards education with regard to recycling? Because we hear that the public recycling bins have such a high level of contamination that actually none of it is getting recycled. And so do we have a budget for education? Do we have a goal for compliance, or is it simply something that is impossible and we're just going to continue as we are?
So from the broad recycling education perspective, that because we are no longer in that business, it is not part of our education campaigns. We're not going to be focusing on recycling, but the messaging of making sure that materials go where they should go is, covers recycling, organics, and garbage. So it is kind of weaved in there, but we don't have any specific campaigns that target recycling because it is no longer our responsibility.
But so then do we have a goal of better compliance with our public recycling bins, that the materials could be recycled, or have we just put up a white flag in that area?
I'm just going to say sort properly, please.
So, Councillor, ultimately, at the end of the day, we've done a lot of education on the public litter bins. Municipalities all across the world have done that, and it's very difficult to change the residents' behavior on putting the recycling in the proper container in a public space, because there is zero accountability for the person doing that. And as a result, over the past 10 years, we've been really collecting all of the recycling, the public recycling bin material as garbage, and we've been making sure to communicate that to council and committee about those challenges for many years.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Moyes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. How does this budget advance the city's goals for a circular economy, are there new or enhanced programs for reuse or repair initiatives?
Through the chair to committee, from a circular economy perspective, we are expanding our organics processing facilities and generating renewable natural gas. We're looking at renewable natural gas at our closed landfills as well to generate power. From a programmatic perspective of grants, we do have community reduce and reuse programs that we have been funding through the long-term strategy that was approved in 2016. And part of our long-term strategy review that we're doing now is looking at those programs with energy, climate, and forestry, and to see if there's the opportunity to maintain or expand. And again, we'll be back to council with direction, to seek direction on those programs.
Thank you. And the briefing note states, unsheltered homelessness and encampments initiatives funding from the federal government is set to end March 31st. What does that program entail, and what is solid waste plans post March 31st?
So, Councillor, that program was a one-time grant for the division to expedite homelessness encampment cleanup around the city. It helped to fund a general supervisor, a couple laborers, and the vehicle. And that program is set to expire in March. And because of that, we don't have the dedicated funding and resources to address those problems as fast as we would have, but we still will address them in our normal course of business within our litter operations.
Okay, I mean, I'm looking at your briefing note here. It says that you're losing 38 positions in this budget. That's quite significant.
So the 38 positions is not related to that program. That was 5 temporary positions that was approved by council. So those 5 positions aren't in this budget because they were temporary, but that work is now being spread over our litter operations group. The 38 positions is with regards to our the transition to extended producer responsibility. And it's not a loss of 38. So when council approved the expansion of the litter vac program, there was an increase of 40 positions put into our program, and that happened last year in 2025. And this year, because of EPR, we're losing those 40 positions from EPR. So we maintain the same level of positions that we had pre and post EPR. It's just that they move from collecting recycling over to the litter vac program. It's just that it happened kind of straddling 2 years that it looks like it's dropped.
Okay. And my final question is, with the planned 2027 transition of mechanical litter vacuums to be fully in-house operations, how will this impact the capital budget in the future years, and how is solid waste management capital preparing for that so we can have a timely rollout without delay and long-term maintenance?
So we're working hand in glove with fleet services, and those vehicles, the purchase of the new vehicles is in place. Council approved the budget, and the repair and maintenance of that has been built into our operating budget, and so has the replacement of our existing litter vac vehicles, but also the new ones. And we have that within our fleet reserve and our annual fleet contributions into that program to ensure that we do have the number of pieces of equipment that we need when we need it.
Yeah, thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. I have a question myself, but I'll just, Deputy Mayor Morley has rejoined us. Did you have a question? Solid waste? So I'll just ask a question, and this is an easy one to answer. People are asking about the rate, and they're looking at it just in the context of the upload to circular materials. But I'm wondering, should people take a read through your capital upcomings, long-term waste strategy that we'll be getting in early in 27? It'll really be the first work you put before us as a council in the new term of office. We've got that coming up. But your list of experiences, challenges, priorities on page 8 of the capital submission really, it looks like that's a note designed to make us understand how many things you're actually engaged in right now beyond just what happens at curbside and in front of residential homes.
Yes, Councillor, and to that point, when we look at, and we were having the discussion actually with some staff over the past few days, when you think of solid waste and recycling being removed, some people think, well, that's a third of your line of business. You should have a third of the less cost, third of less people, third. But when we look at it, solid waste has approximately 1,250 staff that do everything from managing organics facilities to landfills to transfer stations to collecting your materials. The recycling collection component was 50 staff approximately. So it's less than a 5% allocation within our overall budget. So when we look at the other work that we need to do and to fund in the program, as you mentioned, it's quite extensive and it's multi-year. And that's where we need to have that multi-year financial plan approved by council, and it allows us to ensure that we have the funding to maintain all of our assets at the state of good repair that we have now.
Right. And is it fair to say, sorry, I never reset that clock. Is it fair to say we're not alone in this? We the Extended Producer Responsibility Program comes at exactly the point that we're really hitting the pressure of what is the future of our residual waste plan, our residuals. And we're not alone in that. The province is picking up extended producer responsibility management and asking 100% of the producers of it. It was always an environmental goal, but it's also coming at a time when most municipalities are facing the pressure of the cost of the future of their residual waste. And so the upload didn't come because they had a burning desire to cut the budget of municipalities each by a third and lower all the bin costs. They were really doing this anticipating the pressure. Rather than us saying to them, here's our problem when Green Lane is done, can you please give us $1 billion? They said, let us take extended producer responsibility. I think I'm oversimplifying it, but there's no coincidence to the fact that another order of government is picking up one part of waste as we face these other pressures. Am I right?
Yes and no. Like EPR has been a concept that's been floated for many, many years before.
It was always a goal environmentally.
Yeah, absolutely. And from the financial perspective, anything helps at this point, especially when we are and many other municipalities are looking at how do we manage garbage and long-term with the cost of that increasing, especially on the residual side of where does it go, and the regulations that have been put in on that are challenging us to be able to implement some of our plans.
Right.
And when I mean the broad industry hour.
And so those plans are all important. So people should, before they start looking at can we end these rate increases, they should really look at all that needs to be done. Looking at the capital note, pages 8 and 9 give you a pretty good picture of all the work that needs to be done beyond just the curbside.
Yeah, the capital program is very extensive. And then two, when we look at the operating pressures, we had one contract for District 2 that cost us $20 million, and that price has doubled. It's now $40 million for this same collection area. And to put that in perspective, the savings that we're generating from EPR is around 10 million. So although we may be up 10, we're down 20. So then we still have to find those gaps through the program and our overall capital program as well.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. Are there any other questions on solid waste? Seeing none. There you go. Thank you, gentlemen. Okay. I think it was a note to the Strategic Capital Coordination Office. So we'll get into Toronto Water. Did we have questions of Toronto Water? I have Deputy Mayor Morley. Why don't you go ahead, Deputy Mayor, and we'll see if there are any others.
Great, Madam Chair. Just give me a moment here to now get back to my correct note. So on Toronto Water, I have two quick ones. You've indicated that growth-related capital projects in the 10-year capital plan are at risk due to reduced development charge revenue, which we've been talking a lot about lately, along with increased market costs. Can you elaborate on this challenge and this pressure? And for the city manager, assuming this also impacts other divisions, how significant is the loss of development charges to the city's 10-year capital plan?
Through the chair, with respect to development charges and growth-related projects, in Toronto Water's 10-year capital budget, we have about $2.5 billion worth of construction that's associated with growth-related projects. For this year's budget, we actually haven't accommodated for any impacts of development charges. That's something that I'm working with the CFO and the city manager at assessing in next year's budget what any deferred revenues would mean. Coupled with that, we're also looking at the market slowdowns that are happening and trying to figure out exactly the timing of when we need this infrastructure, because the market dynamics have changed, though we still need to do those projects. With respect to the inflationary costs that we've seen that in our normal program, so we expect to see that also in any other growth-related type construction projects. The good news there is over the last year and a half or so, working with our colleagues in ECS, we've redesigned some of our bigger programs and some of our bigger contracts to try to de-risk them. So, and we in fact canceled a couple of tenders over the last year or so where the market price was well above our budget. And we had the opportunity to pull that tender back, repackage it, and we've been going back out to market and seeing a better price point. Not returning back to what we had previously, but definitely not increasing it at the same rate that we saw a year or two ago. So those are some of the measures that we've taken to try to mitigate the impacts that we're seeing, but there's more work to be done specifically with development charges in next year's budget.
Deputy Mayor, to the second point of the question, any changes and any impact on development charges is a big deal for all municipalities in the City of Toronto is the same. So, for instance, about $1.9 billion in our capital plan has to be addressed just by Bill 17 alone. So these discussions about, development charges and their relationship to housing affordability are all good conversations, but the reminder is we have very few tools as a municipality to address our capital needs, particularly in the growth bucket, and development charges are it. So again, development charges isn't necessarily the tool we have to have. We just have to have an equivalent tool in order to make it happen. So your question of how do changes to development charges impact us, it is significant, and it is not to be trivialized because we look at our capital plan, of course, as you know, over a long period of time. And so these little changes that take place in a time where perhaps we're trying to figure out how to get through an economic challenge have a long-term impact. And you've just heard the General Manager of Toronto Water talk about it in that area, but it cascades to all areas of infrastructure for the City of Toronto.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. I think this is definitely an area all Torontonians should be paying attention to, and I think will require our political voices. Just my second question for Toronto Water is an independent panel recently released investigation report on the catastrophic failure of Calgary's feeder main. It highlighted deferred work and passed up inspection opportunities. I wonder, is Toronto Water reviewing that report for lessons learned as we work on our 10-year capital plan together and determine how to prioritize state of good repair investments?
Through the chair, I will divulge that I actually was interviewed by the expert panel that reviewed that report, and so I had been in consultation with the people out in Calgary, and I read that report, and so I'm glad to report that we're not in that situation in the City of Toronto for a couple of reasons. Some decisions made in the past by the people that built this city, the choices they made with pipe material and the way that they built the transmission system, they built it very well. And so we've got a lot of redundancy as well as strength in our system. And we do not have the same pipe material that Calgary and many other cities have put in place to deal with their transmission system. So that from a risk perspective, significantly decreases the chance that it could happen here. On the second point, we have a very strong asset management plan, and in fact, this council needs to be commended for the work they did with the rate increases going back in 2006 onwards. You have built a program that has given Toronto Water the funding it needs to stay ahead of its work and catch up on the state of good repair, and in particularly those critical asset bases like transmission mains and trunk sewers. So our program highlights those high priority areas, and the funding that we have is significantly different than what Calgary had been funding.
Great. That's very reassuring to me, and I'm sure to my constituents. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. That's all for me.
Okay, thank you. Toronto Water questions. Councillor Chang.
Just one quick question. Thank you, Madam Chair. With regard to the basement flooding protection, I noted in the ECS report there was 125 million tendered that benefited 2,509 homes. That's equivalent of about $50,000 per property that benefited from the basement flooding protection. And I'm wondering, have we ever examined a cost recovery model where there is some level of fees received for that protection in order to be able to scale it and just to the sustainability of that, because we know with climate changing, we're going to have more extreme weather events.
For residents?
We don't.
Through the chair, we have, if I distill down your question, have we looked at other ways of generating revenue to help fund stormwater management programs? The answer is yes. We have done that work in the past, and council has actually directed me last year to pause any work on that. So we continue to fund it through the water rate. With respect to adjustments of the cost per benefiting households, we just upgraded that program about a year and a half ago to take it up to $68,000 per property as being eligible. And in this budget, we put the enhanced basement flooding subsidy program that council approved this fall. We've got all of the resources we need to expand that program for residents. So right now we've got the program covered by the water rate.
Thank you. That's my only question.
Yeah. Yes, 50,000. Coincidentally, about the cost of my basement flooding fiasco last year. To my insurance company, thankfully, but it was about 50. Yeah. So work worth doing. Are there any other questions on Toronto Water?
Madam Chair, I'm not sure if you're able to see Councillor Sachs' screen, but she is indicating she's got a question.
No, that is the thing people should know. If you turn your camera off, then the only thing we see is whomever left their camera on. So there, now they're both back. Councillor Sachs, did you have Toronto Water questions?
Yeah, just quickly. And my camera was on, but I don't seem to have a hand raise function. My question is about the water meter transmission unit ongoing stresses. When will we be in a position to have all of those, to give back to people and a more accurate way of getting their water meter readings done so that we don't keep getting complaints about surprise bills?
Madam Chair, we will be ramping up a significant rollout of a meter transmission unit change-out program in April of this year. So it's coming. We're in a pilot stage right now where we're onboarding our contractor, putting in place our call centers and streamlining our communication. We will be reaching out very soon to the first set of councillors and wards that we're going to hit, and then we're going to talk to all councillors as well. So in the next few months, be prepared to get phone calls from Toronto Water staff. We're going to come and spend some time in each of your offices and explain how we're going to roll out the program for the next 3 years.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay. And And I think that is it for questions of Toronto Water. We only have a few minutes left, but I think we can complete transit expansion, and then we'll have to be fairly disciplined about getting back on time, because we're going to punt transportation to the after lunch portion, and we'll still have another cluster in TCHCs to do. So let's do transit expansion. I know that Councillor Myers, you had some questions, and then I have Councillor Moyes.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. So I guess my first question is to transit expansion. I see that there's money to start to increase the design build for Eglinton East LRT and Waterfront East LRT. Given what we've just experienced about Finch West LRT and what's likely lessons that will be learned through Eglinton Crosstown, everything from the technology used to the design of the systems to the placement of the stops, how will that affect your designing of these stations, of these lines?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Councillor. The experiences that have occurred on both on the Finch West LRT are key considerations that we're looking at for both the Eglinton East rapid transit extension as well as for the waterfront. In particular, the Eglinton East is going to be very similar to the Finch, so we're looking at what different ways to actually have the vehicles in the guideway. Is there a different way that they can be constructed? Is there different ways that we can look at potentially grade separating and looking at other kind of options to make it more efficient?
Thank you. Regarding the smart track stations, I see you have a note here, ensuring Finch Kennedy and King Liberty stations are protected for future implementation and a funding solution is identified. Who or what, is it transit expansion city manager is determining what the priority transit projects to be funded are?
Through the chair, to be clear, council gave us a direction to request that the province the province in particular come back to us with a solution that encompasses both the Finch Smart Track station as well as the King Liberty station. So there hasn't been a priority identified for either one of them. Both of them are a priority to the city, and we are requesting that the province come back to us with a solution that has them funding the both of them.
Okay, thank you. I guess this message or this question might be for the CFO in terms of, I'm just looking at the note, transit expansion develops legal agreements, leads secretariat and governance support, undertakes design and environmental assessment projects, establish program controls and reporting mechanisms for city for strategic transit expansion. So the TTC does the exact same thing, and I know this because we just went through the Scarborough busway. So has the city ever looked at whether there is efficiencies to be had by sort of consolidating some of these services rather than having two separate teams essentially doing the same things?
So there's been no recent organizational structure review in either of the organizations to determine whether there's another model for it, not done recently. And while some of the work may be similar, the projects, it's not an overlap in terms of the actual projects are being done by two teams. I think it's important to recognize that. So, if there's a sense that we should look at how it's even better coordinated than I know it is, fine. But just to be really clear, we're not working on the same projects with different teams with competing results. Yes, the TTC, where they have ownership over programs, is doing some of this work as well, and the Transit Expansion Office does its work differently.
Yes, but I will note that they're separate projects. However, the expertise is very limited. This is a very specific field, and just looking at some of the risks and challenges to transit expansion, recruitment and retention of high caliber transit professionals with unique skill sets to enable and sustain program delivery. That's the same for TTC. So we essentially have two departments competing for the same people. Wouldn't there be some efficiencies to have if one department, whichever one it would be, was doing this type of work rather than having them done separately? Because the skill sets, you learn a lot by just seeing projects and working on projects rather than having two teams doing this side by side.
Yes, the premise isn't incorrect. It's just, it is not a priority, look that we're doing at the moment. There's other parts of the organization that we've been working on in the recent past and moving forward with. But I take your point, Councillor.
Okay, thank you. And just one final question for transit expansion. I see that you, let me pull this up, you led the coordination of the city's feedback from the province's 4 priority subway projects: Ontario Line, Scarborough Subway Expansion, Yonge North Subway Extension, and Eglinton Crosstown West Extension. Council had passed a motion asking that platform edge doors be installed in the TTC. Have you been advocating to the province that platform edge doors be installed as part of these projects, because they do have a significant impact on the reliability of these lines?
Through the chair, so yes, we have, and in particular, if you will, you should note that the Ontario line does have the platform screen edge doors included as part of their program. However, on the existing lines, the issue becomes that the line is not owned by the province, and therefore it is a city decision to determine whether or not it wants to include platform screen edge doors, and that is a significant variation that has to be considered by council.
Right, I'm talking about the ones like, so Ontario Line, what about Scarborough Subway, Yonge North Extension, and Eglinton Crosstown West Extension?
To be fair to all the other councillors, we're kind of outside the budget proposal now, and we've been pretty good about staying inside budget lines, coloring inside the lines. But a conversation for another day. Councillor Moyes, you had questions for Transit Expansion Office? Oh, sorry. Let's just quickly do the motion to extend. We're just going to complete Transit Expansion Office, and then we'll move on. The Budget Committee extend the meeting past the schedule 12:30 p.m. Lunch recess to complete questions to Transit Expansion. All in favor of that? We don't have to find a seconder, Councillor Chang, which is an exhausting little game we play at in another building. Okay, Councillor Moyes, go ahead.
I'll be quick. So employee retention was flagged as to be an issue as transit expansion projects are taking so long. Where are employees going, and what are we doing to keep them in place?
Through the chair, as you may be aware, we are we work very closely with our colleagues at the TTC, as was mentioned by Councillor Myers, but also Metrolinx, as well as consultants. My team that I have assembled is a very, very good team. The people there are well respected, and they become very easy targets for other partners, other consultants to actually go and take them and have them work for them. So that's what's happening, is we're losing them, and then we're trying to replace them with similar types of individuals that are just as good, and that's where the difficulty occurs.
And there's a cost to training people.
Yeah, you're right, and that's exactly it. Then you have to then retrain them all over again in what and how we work at the city, as opposed to how they work at the various agencies that they may be working at.
So what are we doing to try to keep them, retain them?
So through the chair, so we have looked at, besides, we as you're aware, the ability to kind of offer more funding, that's not necessarily something that we could offer. But what we do is we've introduced increased leadership training for them. We've ensured that they're able to increasing their professional status by going to various conferences and looking at areas that they are specifically interested in participating in. This is a softer way of ensuring that they see that the city is investing in them, and that's the way we're going about doing that.
Okay. So what is the TTC gaining from the new St. Clair Old Western Smart Track station, given how much the city is funding it? And second, the province uploaded all of our subways and LRT expansion projects. So how is it that we are responsible for the St. Clair Old Western Road Smart Track station?
So through the chair, let me answer the first question. The upload of the subway program has nothing to do with the St. Clair Old Western Road station. That's a Smart Track station. The Smart Track program is a city-led initiative. And the reason why there was a change, as was mentioned at the previous council meeting, the reason why there was a change from the use of the Kitchener corridor use of the Kitchener corridor for the St. Clair Old Weston Road Station, and it was changed to the up line was because of the volume the time that would occur for the train to actually get to the station. Because Kitchener corridor is becoming more used, the volume is increasing. Metrolinx could not maintain the 15-minute headway that, the 15-minute headway that would occur if they would have left the St. Clair Old Weston Road Station being fed from the Kitchener corridor. So using the up corridor allows them to maintain the speed and allows it to be a much more efficient service for the residents of the St. Clair Old Weston Road area.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, those are your questions? And I think that's it for transit expansion. Okay, then we are going to recess for lunch. I'm not giving you an extra 5 minutes. I'm hoping you will be back here at 1:30 so we can start transportation right away. Take it up with your bosses.
Just a quick reminder, I'll be absent for the afternoon portion. I have a community event. I hope to join afterwards.
Okay, see you then, Deputy Mayor.
Everyone.
I thought I saw one.
Okay, guys, we have 4 people. Let's get going here. Let me just plug this in. Okay, councillors, I'm going to go back to the list. We're still in this cluster because we're gonna do transportation, and so councillors who might be watching, those of you watching at home, so to speak, in your offices, we're doing transportation, and then we will be done with the infrastructure services cluster. So for transportation, I have no, actually I do. Councillor Sachs is with us. I have one guest. Councillor Sachs, are you going to have questions on transportation? Well, we'll come back and find her. I assume she's logged on as a placeholder. She will have questions. So, Councillor, we'll go around the table. Councillors Cheng, Moise, Morley, and then we'll see how we stand. Councillor Cheng, why don't you kick us off?
Thank you. Through the chair. So Toronto generally has roads that are in worse condition than other GTA municipalities. This is something I think a lot of people experience. And I'm just wondering, you know, the trajectory for state of good repair is now 43 to 48% good to fair roads by 2035. So we're on this downward trajectory, and we actually can't even get to 70 or 80% good to fair road conditions. So what can we do financially about improving our road conditions across the city? This is a very felt experience
From a budget
across
perspective?
our city. From a budget perspective, that's right.
Councillor, through the chair, I'll start that response to indicate that the approach from the corporate asset management plan, it identifies a steady state for both the local and the major roads. It's generally to keep the roads at current condition and prevent further deterioration beyond where we can maintain that steady state. The limiting factor really is the scale of the capital budget that would be required to have a higher target than that.
So are there any intergovernmental conversation opportunities in terms of meeting that state of good repair? Because it really is also about safety, and we want our roads to be just in a better condition.
To the chair. So I'll start, and then possibly transportation staff can add on to it. I think what's really important, first, state of good repair safety is always prioritized. So what you will see in any of our state of good repair initiatives across the entire city, health and safety is always prioritized. That is where we're going to first direct funds. The second, we have a growing backlog of state of good repair, in large part because we have assets that were predominantly built in the 1960s and 70s and are starting to come to end of useful life. What we have done as a city, and I'm going to point 2 key things. We've made considerable added investments in our capital program. Our capital program, if I go back to 2016, I think was 33 billion. We're now at 63 billion, and that growth predominantly being in state of repair, coupled with prioritization of actions. The second piece, and the credit goes to transportation staff, we've improved our capital spend rate as well. So you're seeing us being able to deliver more on an annual basis. What we will continue to do through the budget process is prioritize investments in state of repair, continue to deliver on that work, and then that demonstrates the success as a city that we can then take to our federal and provincial partners and say, what stimulus or infrastructure programs can you put in place that stack all of the great things that we've done here in the city to be able to get ahead of these growing challenges we're facing?
Thank you. I think we all hope very much we can get to excellent road conditions in our lifetime. My other question is about the Road Safety Initiatives Fund that was created with the removal of the automatic speed enforcement. And so that's going to cover some crossing guard funding, some Vision Zero infrastructure. Will this funding be sustainable, or is this a one-time shot?
To the chair, so I don't have a lens on the longer term view of the funding. We do have the funding in place today. We continue to have discussions with the province around that funding and some of the challenges that this change has created in terms of how we would pay for crossing guards, how we would pay for road safety initiatives. As at this point in time, we have adequate funding for 2026. We will need to have continued discussions beyond that.
And my last question is, there's a item in the report that talks about a walkability dashboard tool that is in development. And I'm wondering, is this funded to be completed this year?
Through the chair, yes, that's my understanding.
And then the data will be shared publicly in order to better inform our facilities master plan and secondary plans. Is that correct?
Once completed, that's correct.
Great, thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher has joined us, who has some transportation questions. So I'm gonna deal with guests and then come back in. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. And the other day, Chair, when I tried to ask this question, you told me I had to come here and ask it. So
I may have a different reason for not hearing it here.
Let's see what you could dream up this time. This has just got to do with the reserve, utilities reserve. So where does all that money go that's coming in from Bell, Toronto Water, Enbridge? First of all the utilities, which would be helpful to name them, but where is that reserve? How do you draw on it? What are you spending it on? How much is in there? That was my question last week, as you remember.
I do remember, so perhaps they're ready for it now.
So through you, Chair, maybe I'll take the second part first. So there's currently $1.3 million sitting in that reserve fund.
Did you say million or big B? Okay.
Million, not billion. So 1.3 million. The money is collected to be applied to reconstruction, resurfacing, and maintenance of the city's pavement network. So that's what it can be used for.
So is that current, or how much comes in annually? What is the rate that utilities have to give to have the restoration of the pavement? That's not very much money.
It's a variable fee, so it depends on exactly what they're doing and how long they're going to be on for.
Because once they've disturbed that pavement more than once, now it's a mess. And I think I'm pretty interested in that, Chair, as far as that seems like a very little amount of money for the amount of work that's been done by Rogers, by Bell, by the number of utilities that are ripping up our roads one after the other. To only have that amount to fix it, I'd like to know a bit more about that fund.
You might want to ask what other reserves and debt envelopes go to those types of jobs that reserve just gets layered on top of.
I would only expect that since you're ripping up our road and we are going to have to repair that permanently, what the rates are and whether or not we're actually accurately collecting the money it actually costs to repair.
So through the chair, the repair of the road is now undertaken by the utilities themselves. So there isn't a cost that falls to the city for utility cut work, which is underway now. The pavement degradation fee is to reflect, though, the fact that once a road is cut and repaired, that it then has a reduced service life.
I'm sorry, they do a temporary repair. They don't do the permanent repair, do they not?
Through the chair, they do a temporary repair initially, which can be in place for up to a year to work through the winter season, and then they then come back and do a permanent repair. But it's the utilities themselves, not the city, that is responsible for that permanent repair. And that changed a few years ago,
adequately
Councillor.
repaired, because I don't think that's not a budget question, but it is a problem. They are not adequately repaired, Madam Chair.
Okay. Oh, those are your questions?
Well, yes.
Okay. I'm going to move on to Councillor Sachs then. Councillor Sachs?
Yes, thank you. Occasionally WebEx works. Right, so I'm going to try again with my question about the almost universally hated Astro Media bins. I didn't see anything in the budget about replacing them. I know the contract runs out in 2027. We need something better. What's the plan and where is it in the budget?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. Through the chair, so Transportation Services are working closely with Solid Waste Management Services on a governance review of the on-street litter program, and we'll be bringing a report forward shortly in this first quarter of 2026 to City Council to seek authority to modernise the program on a new way forward.
Is there anything about that in this budget, or this will be additional resources you'll be seeking?
There isn't anything specifically in this budget in relation to improvements to the street furniture program, because as you know, the street furniture program is currently funded and delivered by Astral, who then provide us with a revenue income as well.
Right, it's cheap but bad. Okay. In the list of, very long list of capital constraints, Young Tomorrow is there. What does that mean? Is this project proceeding, or is it indefinitely on ice? What is the plan, and should I still be holding Section 37 money for it?
Through the chair, the capital constraints for Young Tomorrow that's identified in the budget is for the construction. The aspects of the project that are proceeding are the design. So we are actively working with Toronto Water and with a consultant to undertake the design process to better refine the costs, so that when the confirmed costs are available, the recommendation about the appropriate year to bring those funds above the line will be brought through the annual budget process.
But it's not in the 10-year capital budget now, is that right?
So through the chair, there is some money assigned within the capital budget now in the 10-year plan to advance the design that Jacqueline just outlined.
But not to build anything?
Not to build it, no. As part of our stage gating process, the approach we take with larger projects is that above the line, we have the advancement and design of them so that we can refine what the construction cost is going to be. And then when we have more clarity about what the construction cost is going to be, we bring it above the line from the capital constraints table.
Okay. The next thing is, you mentioned the full user fee review. Are we recovering the real, true, full cost of lane occupation from condo companies and utility companies right now when they occupy our streets?
Through the chair, yes, we've done a very thorough assessment of the costs now that we have data from last year with the new online booking system in terms of who's on the right of way and the impacts. And we basically appropriated within that. We sort of right-sized it through the budget this time around with respect to the fees that we're recovering by way of the increases proposed.
Okay, great. Is there enough money to, let me try again. With the speed camera cancellation, what impact is that having on our Vision Zero program?
Through the chair, so the cancellation of the ASE program hasn't had any impact on the Vision Zero budget that we've brought forward for 2026.
Okay, will it affect 2027?
I think the CFO has a follow-up to help out with that.
Yeah, to the chair. So we do, as I'd mentioned earlier, we have funding commitment from the province, which has enabled us to sustain all of the 2026 investments. Beyond 2026, further discussions and negotiations would have to happen with the provincial government.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, WebEx was acting up. I didn't hear what happened before. Is there money in this? The city has, in December, council reaffirmed its support for speeding up transit, which requires transit priority at intersections. Is there money in this budget to do that work and to give transit priority at intersections? And how much improvement can we expect this year?
Through the chair, yes. So under the category of intelligent intersections, under congestion management plan, the funding that's within that envelope includes any sort of infrastructure improvements that are required to facilitate transit signal priority. And we are planning on coming forward with a congestion management plan in April of this year. That's going to outline details with respect to our acceleration of the more aggressive form of TSP throughout the city.
And there's money in the budget for the equipment you need to do that?
Last question.
Yes, correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Sachs. So I don't see any other visitors having joined us, I don't think. So I'm going to go back into committee, and Councillor Moyse, I think you were next.
Thank you. You sure might tell me if I start talking. Okay, here we go.
Oh, that's a bad sign. He wants 10 seconds back.
Yes. My first question, given Bill 60, can Young Tomorrow proceed as planned in to reduce traffic lanes and install bike lanes?
Through the chair, we are currently proceeding with the design on the basis that the reduction of vehicle lanes is primarily associated with improving pedestrian space, and that is the reason, and that is not a reason that's prohibited by Bill 60. So at the present time, we are advancing the design on that basis and assessing any other risks to the project that may be upcoming, and if the province has concerns with that approach.
Okay. And the budget doesn't not mention the potential of the impact of Bill 212, the Reducing Gridlock Saving You Time Act. With the province ripping up about bike lanes and restricting bike lanes in other areas, other roads, how has that impacted this budget, our budget?
Through the chair, so I can take that at a high level, and then if you have some more detail, Jacqueline will jump in. But so in simplistic terms, the program that's included in our budget for 2026 does not include any lane reductions, so all conforms with the provincial requirements of Bill 212.
Okay. So to manage traffic congestion, the budget states that new AI-based tools will be used for traffic simulation modeling. To what extent will artificial intelligence be used in the day-to-day operations across the city? Do you anticipate any expansion in the use of AI for traffic signaling and enforcement?
Through the chair, so yes, as outlined in the budget, we are including funds to basically expand our efforts with respect to AI traffic signal operations. So using AI to basically help us make informed decisions about how we change the traffic lights to basically help alleviate congestion throughout the city. Sorry, a second.
Okay. And I understand that the Vision Zero enforcement team is led by Toronto Police Services. Who is funding the Vision Zero enforcement team? Do you pay Toronto Police, or is that included in their budget?
So yes, it is. You are correct. It is led by Toronto Police. We do fund that, yes.
Okay. And with regards to road maintenance, cleanliness, snow replowing, etc., does this budget deliver the same level of service, or are there enhancements being made?
Through the chair, the budget delivers services to the council-agreed service response standards. There were a number of enhancements to things like winter that have been debated at the last couple of council meetings and covered in some detail. So, I mean, I'm happy to jump into those, but we did talk about those in detail previously. There were a number of significant improvements and changes made to the winter service provision.
Okay. And so we know our roads are falling into worse conditions, increasing our capital backlog. Does capital budget projection get us back on track, or are these worrying numbers based on the planned investments of $647 million into 2034?
So through the chair, it doesn't get us back on track, but it makes a good start towards moving us in that direction. There is some additional funding, which we've included this year to start a new local road resurfacing program, which has got $11 million allocated for 2026 to enable us to get going and ramp up on that program. But we anticipate that in future years, that program will grow. That will be one of the key programs which will help us steady the line and reverse the decline, but keep the SOGR line steady.
Okay. And how many new traffic signals are being installed in 2025 through this budget?
$25.
25? Okay. And with the $132.5 million dedicated to the 10-year capital programs, bike lanes, and cycle tracks to build the city's cycle network, does this take into account the potential added cost that comes with Bill 60?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think I wrote down Deputy Mayor Morley by accident. I think I meant to write down Myers. It was one of those M councillors, Councillor Myers. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Chair.
Do we know, I was looking through it, the cost of maintaining and repairing those white bollards, the temporary flex posts that go into the bike lanes?
Through the chair, I don't have that number to hand, but I can certainly look into it and come back to you, councillor.
And when you get that number, can we look at the actual cost to replace them and actually the cost for someone to go out and put them in?
Through the chair, I can. I'm just being told it's about $100 per bollard replacement.
Okay. If you can get me the total cost for 2025 and what the projected costs for 2026 are, that'd be helpful.
Happy to do that.
For the roads, have we ever looked at potentially changing the mix of asphalt that we use? Because I know some of the decisions that the asphalt decisions are budget driven in that we use cheaper materials so we can, or more cost effective materials. Have we looked at potentially changing the actual procurement of the materials to maybe get a more durable road?
Through the chair, so just to be clear, we don't use cheap material. We have very high specifications for our road surfacing material. And yes, we work very closely with the industry and with other municipalities to look at what the latest standards and advances in technology are. And then we are quite happy to move and bring those forward. And we have in a number of instances, including the use of things such as a product called SuperPave.
Sorry, what was that?
Product called SuperPave.
SuperPave, okay, thank you. And can you, I just see Rapid TO was one of your budget line items. Can you explain what role Department of Transportation plays in terms of staffing for the Rapid TO and any implementation and hard costs versus what would be done by TTC? Just trying to understand where this budget line falls.
I can take that, Councillor, through the chair. Transportation Services works closely with TTC on the design and engagement on projects as they proceed through the design process. We also hold the contracts. So the design costs are funded by Transportation Services and the delivery costs are funded by TTC. So the costs for the actual markings and signal changes are in the TTC budget line and the design costs are in the city's budget line, but it is a partnership where we work very closely together.
Okay, thank you. And then also for the transit signal priority, I understand a number of the transit signal priority features are currently not working. Is there a budget to fix these?
Through the chair, yes, absolutely. We've been accelerating the repairs even from last year, but certainly within this budget, we've allocated funds as well to try and see if we can't bring ourselves to full operation of existing.
Do we have an estimate of what the state of good repair on those transit signal priority measures are? Backlog, what the backlog is?
Through the chair, with the efforts that we undertook last year to expedite the repairs of transit signal priority, and again, this is the legacy technology, we're able to get ourselves to about 90% of all the legacy units being repaired and upgraded. With the remaining 10% that we're going to be focusing on this year, we're also going to be implementing the more aggressive form of TSB as well.
So that's where I'm going. Does this budget have enough money for the remaining 10% and also to add those additional features that will be needed with the aggressive implementation that's been asked for along Finch West and Eglinton Crosstown?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Okay, now, transportation. Are there any others? I don't think we have any other visitors on the line. I think that's everyone. Councillor Perks, you're good on transportation? I think he is. He and I did a really deep dive on your analyst notes, so he and I have all our questions answered. So that's a wrap on infrastructure services. So Mr. Johnson, you'll want to go party with your division now because you're done. We will next move to development and growth services. Well, while we're getting those, getting the shift done, members, if I could grab your attention for a minute, and even our visitors, people budget interested, if I could just, while they're getting settled, I've had some feedback, members. Do I have members' attention? I've had some feedback from staff, and I wonder if we could take a moment, and hopefully other councillors are listening. there are a barrage of questions going to division heads right now, and some of them are not about the current budget proposal. Some of them are about, what if there were policy changes? What if we could do things a different way? What if we could have a different intergovernmental conversation? They really do fall outside what council has directed thus far, and that's what this budget is based on, what council has thus far directed staff to do. So I'm wondering if people have those questions, we could keep a note of them, we could follow up on them later, but once we're inside the budget process, it's a bit tough to send those types of questions to staff. You're really sort of putting them in a position of, can you answer me all these policy questions? It may influence my vote on the budget. Of course, we're gonna look at the budget in the budget's context when we come to vote. But the barrage of questions going to staff that are not specifically budget related are challenging. And what I am going to say to staff at this time, if it's one that you can't answer right this very minute, I think it's fair to not answer it right this very minute and just respond, that's something I'll need some time on. Because what's hard for staff is that under the provincial legislation, they're moving this budget through the system in a very rapid fire time. The city manager and the CFO, for instance, are going to go and spend 2 evenings in a row sitting in a town hall room with the mayor and myself. There's a lot going on for them. So if you get an answer, that one, I don't have an immediate answer for you. You've probably posed a question that's not quite budget related, but you'll get the answer down the road at some point. Pardon the pun, we're doing transportation, roads were in my mind. Okay, we're gonna head on to Development and Growth Services. Take it away, Mr. Sharma.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Budget Committee and visiting councillors. I'll be presenting the Development and Growth Services budget today, which was prepared with affordability and protection of key city services as a focus. A lot of hard work has been put into by all development and growth divisions into the budget, and you will see this reflected in the presentation. I also want to say thank you to the entire development and growth team and our corporate partners, because once again, a lot has gone into this budget. I will move quickly through the first slide so we can get right to the numbers, as well as have our experts, our division heads, available to answer questions. The next slide that you see here is our vision statement. A couple of key areas of focus are, of course, planning and delivering complete inclusive communities, ensuring neighborhoods are well integrated and accessible, as well as addressing housing affordability and stability with a focus on supports and through faster development reviews and housing delivery, notably supportive, affordable, and rent-controlled through a centralized, streamlined approach that aligns with the city's strategic goals, growth goals. The next slide reflects the divisions and the offices within Development and Growth Services. I won't necessarily read them in detail. First, we have City Planning that is led by Jason Thorne. Next, we have Development Review led by Valessa Faria. The Waterfront Revitalization leadership with David Stonehouse. The Housing Secretariat led by Doug Rollins. The Housing Development Office led by Hugh Clark. And Toronto Buildings leadership with Kamal Gogna. And finally, Policy, Planning, Finance, and Administration led by Annalisa McNarty, sitting right next to me, and certainly with the support of Ritu as well. And Annalisa and Ritu, of course, you've seen them before because they support Will and his team as well. Shared resources to both of our service areas. This slide, once again, I will not read in detail, but what I can assure you is the priorities are directly aligned to the city's corporate outcomes, including housing, mobility, climate action, people and neighborhoods, and equity. And the next slide, let's get into the numbers. So if we go right to the red box, what you'll see is the gross expenditure budget for development and growth is approximately $1.1 billion. Of that, combined revenues of $478.3 million are generated through user fees, federal and provincial funding contributions, as well as other revenue streams. This leaves about 597.2, or just under 600 million, that is property tax based. Importantly, year over year, the net change is $19 million, which represents a 3.3% difference over the 2025 budget. Of the $19 million, the majority, just under $16 million, are increases for social housing, subsidy, and operating costs due to legislated cost factor increases mandated by the Housing Services Act. So essentially fees or costs that we aren't necessarily able to control. As well, if you look at the staffing request, year over year, the ask is for an incremental 5 positions. There's a number of puts and takes that are made within each of the divisions themselves, but essentially there's an increase of 3 people within the Housing Secretariat's envelope, a decrease of 2 within Development Review, an increase of 2 in Toronto Buildings, and an increase of 2 in the Chief Planner's Office. Nets out to 5, and once again, the division heads would be able to provide more detail. I certainly understand the changes, but they could present more detail should it be requested. As from a capital perspective, the next 10 years reflect about approximately $4.1 billion worth of capital, of which 2.7 is intended to be debt funded. As well, of the 4.1 billion, approximately 2.1 billion is allocated from a Toronto community housing perspective. The 2026 capital budget is 708 million, of which 293 or 41.4% is debt funded. And of course, we'll get into further details on the capital plan in later slides. The next slide, I'd like to touch upon some of the key issues and challenges presented, challenging our service area. And once again, not intending to read the slide, but I'll just speak to some of the challenges at a higher level. But certainly market sensitivity from a development perspective and uncertain market conditions are significant factors that are affecting our service area. Construction costs, rents, reliable funding create risk for the delivery of housing projects. Certainly development review volumes as far as applications, as well as building permit volumes. So certainly affects the spectrum, I guess, of our services as far as the market uncertainty. Changes, of course, in provincial policies and regulations, which may happen often, do require us to pivot, and pivoting could look like realigning or pausing of priority actions, disruptions of service improvement initiatives, such as technology improvements, because we just need to align with some of those changes. But it does represent a considerable amount of work. Some of our other business management systems are in significant need of replacement. We are working very closely with technology services to address those needs. From a housing perspective, if I speak to both ends of the spectrum, on one side, preserving existing and aging rental stock, and to the other side of achieving the housing target of approving 65,000 new rent-controlled homes by the end of 2030 is, of course, an active discussion with us all the time. The city is positioned to achieve the approval targets of 65,000. However, transforming those approvals into housing starts is where the complexity comes in and requires us to certainly have the supports and partnership from a federal and provincial government perspective, as well as our private and non-for-profit partners. The housing affordability gap, and Doug, not picking on you too much, but Doug's words always resonate in the back of my mind, but he has reinforced this with me since I've joined the city, which is there are significant gaps as far as the affordability for renters. Insufficient income growth, particularly for households who rely on provincial and federal policy and income supports. Minimum wage rates, social assistance, and pensions all create a very complex scenario as far as renters' ability to be able to afford. Lastly, and consistent from what you heard from our CFO in his presentation along with the city manager, state of good repair is a key area of focus for us, especially out of the Housing Secretariat, not only for Toronto Community Housing, of course our largest, but the approximately 200 other non-TCHC, non-for-profit housing providers. These factors were taken into consideration when we were looking at our priority actions in our budgets. If I move to priority actions, I'd like to take an opportunity just quickly to celebrate some of the successes from a 2025 perspective. For example, we've reinforced the 80% improvement in the timelines for looking at development review applications. On another note, the allocation of $100 million to the MURA program, the Multi-Unit Residential Acquisition Program, resulting in 700 rental homes, and an incredible success by the team. Sustained more than 3,800 tenancies through the eviction prevention in the community program, as well as the rent bank. Advancing zoning and policy initiatives that have created opportunities for housing on residential lands across the city. From a buildings perspective, 90% of our building permit applications have been reviewed within the legislated timeframes. And these would have not been possible without the hard work of the executive directors and their teams, as well as our partner divisions such as finance, legal, and technology. So if I go into some of our priority actions, continuing to improve our ability to deliver complete communities by aligning cross-divisional leadership, building partnerships, and advancing integrated data-driven policies. And I know that's a lot there, but it really does speak to the collaborative cross-functional approach that we are using and being very data-driven. Unlocking the missing middle and mid-rise housing by advancing policy initiatives, including as of right, as well as innovative projects such as pre-approved designs. Enhancing and expanding our priority development review stream to expedite approvals, not just for affordable housing, but also projects that drive economic growth and job creation. We will continue to explore policies and financial tools to support the acceleration of housing starts and the increase of supply of new homes across the housing continuum. Enhancing intergovernmental and strategic partnerships to achieve the housing TO plans and targets, and establish and operationalize a 3-year housing delivery work plan. No pressure, Hugh, but it is a significant deliverable for our new executive director. Accelerating technology upgrades to drive efficiency and service improvements, and that includes leveraging AI, which we are working with technology services on a project right now. Fostering enhanced collaboration with industry and non-for-profit stakeholders to achieve housing initiatives. Back to the numbers. So as we mentioned before, the total gross operating budget is approximately $1.1 billion. The Housing Secretariat makes up approximately 81%, 80.6% of that $1.1 billion, which is approximately $866.6 million, the total operating budget. The combined total budget for the other programs is 208.9, representing approximately 19.4%, excuse me. Property tax funding is the primary source for housing services, including the subsidy, a subsidy of $377.8 million for Toronto community housing. The rest of the programs are funded through user fees and other funding sources. Some of the funding priorities in this budget increase of the $19 million include predominantly responding, as I had indicated before, to the legislated cost factor increases mandated through the Housing Services Act, resulting in increases to the social housing subsidy and operating costs. And that's approximately 16 of the 19 million. And dedicated resources to contribute to the following priorities: sustainment and management of community housing systems, which on the surface, when you think about the systems, you think more of the technology side of things, but they really are initiatives that will drive more inclusivity and equity as well. The next phase of our waterfront revitalization and zoning implementation. The next slide shows our funding sources. Once again, I'll go through quickly because this is essentially just different ways of looking at the operating budget, but 55.5% or $597 million is funded by property tax. 24.3% is funded by the federal and provincial government subsidies. 14.8 are or $159 million through user fees, predominantly Toronto Buildings and City Planning and Development Review. 3.9 is funded through reserve contributions, 3.9% or 50 million, and 1.5% or 8 million through other revenues. Of the 1.1 billion operating, 73.2 or 787.6 is gross expenditures, and 26.8% or 287 is comprised of salaries, benefits, and other costs. The next slide shows funding from the property tax base, and the divisions were asked to prepare the budget within the set targets, and with the exception of the Housing Secretariat, and I think this is the third time that I'm saying it, they weren't necessarily in control of this, but the Housing Services Act and the resulting financial pressures are the reason why they weren't able to fit within the guidelines that were set out. And as mentioned earlier, property taxes funding $597.2 million, an increase of 19 million or 3.3% over the 2025 budget, and 16 million once again with the Housing Secretariat, and 3 million, approximately 3 million with the Chief Planners Group and Development Review. And there's a small amount, and it's actually on the other side of the equation. There's a change, I guess, from a Toronto Buildings, approximately 400,000. That's as a result of renoviction. As we know through the renovictions report, not all of the funds associated with the renovictions in Toronto Buildings were able to be funded through fees. So it's just an adjustment to the contribution that the Toronto Buildings makes back to the city. The next few slides speak to our capital program. In 2026, the budget is 707.8 million. Funded, 293.3 million or 41.4% is funded from debt, and the remaining is, oh, excuse me, I'm out of order here. Yes, oh, thank you. Thank you. And then the rest is a combination of other sources of funding that are outlined on the table. Appreciate that, Councillor Moyes. Of the 707.8 million in 2026, 564.6 million, or just under 80%, is allocated to the Housing Secretariat, which includes 364.2 million to Toronto Community Housing. 19.3% is to waterfront revitalization and a small amount to the City Planning Group. The next slide is a pictorial just representing the 10-year plan, representing the need of 4.1 billion. And that investment, within that 4.1 billion, 1.9 is towards Toronto Community Housing and state of good repair, once again, and other supports. 1.4 billion to city-led and city-supported developments, 203.9 million, 204 million towards flood protection, and 100 million protecting and preserving affordability of housing supply. And there's other small amounts on that slide as well. The next slide, once again, looking at our 10-year capital needs. As per the corporate guidelines, the 10-year capital plan was prepared based on affordability, achievability, and readiness, and is funded primarily 2.7 billion of it is, or 66.5% is debt. Majority of that is for Toronto Community Housing and state of good repair needs, and the remaining from development charges, federal and provincial funding contributions, and other revenues as outlined on the slide. Once again, the 4.1 billion capital provides important investments towards housing and homelessness infrastructure, and that's once that state of good repair, the 1.9 billion that we've been saying a few times now, as well as the 1.44 billion for city-led and city-supported projects. Funding of 308.2 is that next phase of the waterfront revitalization, 177.5 million towards the Broadview Eastern flood protection, and 84.3 million to support complex projects such as Quayside. Of the 4.1 billion, 81.9% or 3.4 goes towards the Housing Secretariat, including the significant contributions towards Toronto Community Housing. 16.6% or $685 million towards the waterfront revitalization initiatives, and approximately 1.5% towards some of our city planning projects. Madam Chair, that concludes my presentation, and now the executive directors and I would be pleased to take any questions.
Okay, thank you. And to refresh memories, we'll go through them in order. There's city planning, then development review, then housing secretariat, Toronto building, and then waterfront revitalization initiative. Let's just check, actually, screens have gone dark. I don't know if we do have one visitor. Councillor Sachs is still here. At the moment, our TV screens we're rendered helpless, but I just checked with the clerk. We have Councillor Sachs here. So I'm just going to go through the list for us. Are people going to have questions of city planning? Yes, we're going to have city planning, development review. Yes. Housing secretariat. Yes. Toronto building. Toronto building? Okay, good, good. Hate to make them feel left out. And lastly, waterfront revitalization initiative. Okay, so no one gets to go home. But let's see how we can get through this now. So on city planning, I'm going to start a list. Councillor Sachs, you're going to have questions of city planning? Okay, so let's do the visitor, and you can go ahead, Councillor Sachs, and if the rest of you could just give me a show of hands on city plan so I can put your name. I'll start that list. Moise Chang. Go ahead, Councillor.
Yes, thank you. I know that you've got many, many things on the go in city planning. My question is, what is the capacity to also do secondary plans? As you know, there's been a longstanding demand in the Yorkville area for a secondary plan, and which they believe was promised. Do you have the capacity in this budget to deliver a secondary plan for the Yorkville area?
So through you, Chair, what we've got built into our 2026 work plan is the completion of 2 secondary plans, those being in North York and Scarborough Centre. We have not resourced for initiating any new secondary plans in 2026.
Do you have resource to do it next year?
Through the Chair, we have not developed our 2027 work plan yet, so that's certainly something we could discuss through the year.
Okay, well, I want to file my request. Thank you.
Councillor Moise.
So do we have an estimate of what the cost of responding to the provincial Bill 17 and Bill 60 have been on the city? Is that too out of scope here or what?
Well, I don't know if it would have been prepared in order to get this budget done, but is it at hand?
So through the Chair, I don't have a specific number from a city planning standpoint, and it's why I think JAG flagged this as one of the potential budget pressures. When we do see provincial legislative changes, from a staff capacity standpoint, we don't track the hours separately, but it does take significant resources to respond to those policy initiatives.
Okay. And my second
The CFO is suggesting development review may have want to answer at that time. Mr. Sharma, did you want to address it now?
Madam Chair, I don't think we can, once again, as our chief planner has indicated, and I don't think we have a full assessment of the overall financial implications, but what we are actively working on understanding the overall impact of the bills, but I don't think we're prepared to be able to provide a wholesome answer at this point.
Oh, okay. So, but the deputy city manager is definitely live to the question now. Yeah.
Okay. So now my second question. With Doug Ford constantly making changes to the Planning Act, what impacts have there been on staffing and on being able to meet the tight timelines imposed by the province?
So through the Chair, I can speak from a planning and policy standpoint, and then when Valessa is up, she may want to speak to it from a development review timeline. What may not be fully appreciated when we see legislative initiatives like that, it's not just the time to review and respond and provide comment, which the city always does, and we always do a very comprehensive job of that to make sure we're providing our best possible advice and input to the provincial government. But quite often they also result in having to do significant changes once those regulations are in place. And I will just use one very live example. related to inclusionary zoning. We were in front of council in August with new policies after the provincial approval of our transit station policies. That meant that inclusionary zoning was in force and effect. There's considerable work that then goes into updating our communication materials, our guidance materials, our intake procedures, all of these things to sort of be ready to implement a new initiative like that. And of course, we've now seen that that may be paused for a period of time. So the amount of work that it takes to actually implement and give effect to the procedures that we have to put in place when those changes happen is quite significant, and is not something we budget for separately. So when it happens, it usually does mean that we're diverting resources from other priorities.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Chang.
Thank you. Through the chair, what incentives currently exist for developers to pursue Tier 2 or higher under the Toronto Green Standard? We have a goal of 15% in 2026, and I'm just wondering if there's any programs that we have to incentivize that.
Through the chair, yes, there is. So if a developer wants to seek Tier 2 or higher, they do then become eligible for a development charge credit, which, depending on the project type and the version of the green standard that is being pursued, can be in the range of $3,000 to $6,000 per unit would be the approximate DC credit they'd be eligible for.
Thank you. My second question is more technical. I'm not sure. On page 4 of the budget notes, it talks about a percentage of proposed non-res gross floor area in official plan growth management areas. And I'm just wondering, what does that speak to?
So that particular target speaks to non-residential development that's occurring in our designated growth areas. That would be our centers, our avenues. What is, and there actually is an error in the footnote there, it does not include non-residential development in our employment areas. If you include our employment areas as well, that number gets to approximately 80%.
So what does that mean? So 54% of developments in these areas were non-residential, or what is that percentage capturing?
Sure. So what that captures, and we have a couple of similar metrics there, what we try to track is how much of the development activity that we're seeing is occurring in our growth areas. And so when it comes to residential, what we have historically seen and what our target is about 80% of the residential activity occurs within our designated growth areas. As I said, with non-residential, if you include employment, that's also about 80% of the non-residential activity is, quite in the areas where we're planning for it to be. So that's a good news story. I think it speaks to the benefits of actually planning ahead and planning for where we want that growth to occur, because what we have seen is that about 80% of it does occur in those areas.
Mm-hmm. That's great to hear. And my last question, and I'm not sure if it's for you or for development review, but have we seen a measurable decline in building or development applications? And in the current kind of, is that a development review question? I'm just wondering, in terms of development charges that we're collecting, what that impact is on funding the staffing complement that we have.
I think you are veering into the development review budget. And
so
they have a separate development note, and we're going to get to that one very next. Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, those are your questions. And that is my list. Councillor Myers, sorry about that. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I did have a question on page 4 regarding the percentage of proposed non-development, non-residential gross floor area in official plan growth management areas. And I see that the 2025 target is 60%. And the 2025 projection is 54%. Do you have a breakdown as to where that lies between employment areas and other mixed-use areas? Like, is one significantly declining versus the other?
I don't have the specific breakdown in front of me. What we have seen is, we would have some institutional uses, those sorts of things occurring more in our residential areas, and we do see some commercial activity outside of those growth areas. In our employment areas, that is where we continue to see the majority of our non-residential employment development is occurring in those employment areas.
Okay. And then for the Scarborough RT adaptive reuse study, I see that there's a $500,000 in the 2027 plan. Can you just give a descriptor of what that money's for?
Sure. So we had, I believe, $1 million identified in the 2025 budget, and that is for work currently underway to do a structural assessment of the guideway. And so that is work that we will bring back to council later this year. And then we've identified in future years, in anticipation of then having to get into the design and work of what the actual implemented solution will be. That's what that is meant to fund in our future years.
So is there money funded in this budget to do work for this year, or is that, no?
Through the chair, the work that's happening now was funded in the 2025 capital budget.
Got it. Okay, perfect. Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Chernos-Lynn, we're on city planning. Did you have questions of city planning, or our next one is development review? Before we leave it, though, I just had one question, and it's, you see a lot of people focusing on page 4 that gives us an idea of service levels. And it also leads us to the confusion, because it would appear that in your division, you are tracking performance on development review. Is that just for you to have an overview of whether or not our plans are going to happen, or do you still have a functional role in development review?
So through the chair, city planning continues to track what we call our development pipeline, and that's where we annually report on the global development activity happening across the city. And I think one of the key things there is looking at its geographic distribution, and that helps us to think about how we do our planning, where the infrastructure impacts are going to be. So that work is done within city planning. Valessa's team in development review does the day-to-day tracking of application volumes.
Right, so you have to be able to share the data back and forth to be able to do that.
We work from the same set of data, yes.
Okay, that might help folks later on down the road. We'll all be able to tell our colleagues when we're sitting in the council chamber and these are coming up. Okay, I think that's city planning, and I think we're moving on to development review office. Are there questions on development review? Councillors Sachs, Chernos-Lynn, I don't see any hands. Okay. Councillor Cheng, Councillor Moyse, take it away, Councillor Cheng.
No, outside, Councillor Sachs.
Oh, sorry. I gave what I thought was the right amount of time. Councillor Sachs, go ahead.
Yes, sorry, there's no hands up thing. Yes, my question was about...
Just put up your physical hand when you hear me saying your name. Physical hands are all we're working with today.
Right, okay, so on page 7, there's it says significantly reduce the number of legacy applications. How many legacy applications have you got, and what will it be down to by the end of the year?
To the chair, Councillor, that's a great question. So we have a robust, I'll call it a backlog, which includes legacy applications. And just for clarification, when we use the word legacy, that refers to the planning regime pre-Bill 109, so pre-July 1st, 2023. So those were the applications that were before Bill 109. So there are approximately 2,900 applications in our pipeline. Our city manager has given me a strict direction to reduce that backlog by about 70% before end of the year. And I will note that in that backlog, about half of it sits within the city's purview for action, and that could mean advancing applications or administrative closures where developers have not responded to us in a year or more. And then the other 50% of those applications are solely with the developers to advance. So while we will be absolutely focused on reducing that backlog, it's important that I note that not all of it is within our control.
It's never all within our control. And then in the next line, you talk about expanding the priority development review stream. What is the capacity of this stream? Like how many projects a year, and how much is that going to increase by the end of this year?
To the chair, Councillor, the priority development review team, it's a small team, 1 project director and 7 staff. They are managing about 50 projects, and these include our city-led and city-supported projects. So any projects that deliver significant affordable housing for us. And while we talk about improvements and timelines, this group does even faster than fast because we're pretty efficient now. So in addition to traditionally focusing on affordable housing, we have recently added projects that result in creating new job opportunities and advancing our economic goals under the 10-year economic action plan. So that group in general, I would say about 50 files per year, but that may increase depending on other priorities.
So when you say you're going to enable an economic growth by expanding the stream, you don't mean that as you've expanded the number of projects, it's just you're allowing projects that create jobs to be included. Is that all that means?
That's all that means, yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, those are your questions. Thank you. And Councillor Chernos-Lynn is not on. I think she's okay. Right. But you don't have any questions, Councillor Chernos-Lynn. Okay, Councillor Chang, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, how many applications have we had in 2025 and 2024? And what is the trajectory? Like, is there a change that we're experiencing in terms of number of development applications that are coming through?
And we're asking this because we have a budget question that follows up on it? Okay.
To the chair, Councillor, in 2025, we received approximately 400 applications. I will note that that's about a 20% higher amount than we saw in 2024. And it's also higher than 2023. So new volumes coming into development review has been steady, which is
Everyone's
great.
trying to get in before something happens. That's sometimes what I feel. And so we're not projecting a decrease in the fees that we collect through those applications. Is that correct?
That's correct. Based on current trends, we are not.
Okay. The budget notes show a negative closing balance for the reserve in 2028. Can staff explain that negative reserve and what are the assumptions that support that forecast?
To the chair, so this is one of the reserves that we look at. Funds had been placed in that reserve over time, as well as any year where there might have been a surplus amount that had been generated in terms of the revenue coming in while the work still had to be collected. What you're seeing is those reserves are now being leveraged to pay for the work that is being done, in part, I believe, for some of that legacy work that had been identified. Staff continue to work with development review around the adequacy of that reserve. We are taking actions throughout the course of the year and looking for opportunities to supplement it and top it up to ensure that it can meet all the demands that it has going forward.
So we are going to avoid it going into the minus 9.8 million that is forecasted here.
Yeah, so we will continue to review on an annual basis. Two things that we'll look at. One would be the actual draw that is required and what that means to the balance compared to the plan that you see in front of you. The second is that continual 3-year trajectory. And what we tend to do for underfunded reserves is at the end of the year, if we are able to generate an overall city surplus, we look at topping up reserves like this one based on that surplus to ensure it can remain sufficient to be able to address the needs over, at a minimum, the following year, but with a lens of a 3-year period.
Thank you. In the priority actions listed in this budget note, it talks about improving public consultation, especially in light of the diverse residents that inhabit our city. And I'm just wondering, in terms of the budget, what I guess methodology or programs are being funded to improve our public consultations?
To the chair, councillor, we have already made a number of improvements to our community consultation meetings, as you know, and that includes to our website, to the format, having more accessible forums for residents. So if some residents want to meet in person, we will meet in person. We will host additional virtual meetings if required. Jason and I are working collaboratively on a reset of our approach to community consultations, and that will be supported through existing resources in our 2026 work plans.
Is there any budget to explore the possibility of hybrid consultations? Because I think we find we have residents that want both from any neighborhood.
To the chair, yes, absolutely. This is something that we can look at.
Great, thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay. Councillor Moyes, you had questions?
I do, just one or two. So you note how unpredictable and unfavorable market conditions are, potentially resulting in reduction in application fees. So why then are you anticipating revenues to increase in 2027, 2028? Or is that just a hopeful outlook?
To the chair, councillor, those projections are based on current trends. So we looked at what happened in 2023, 2024, and now 2025, because 2021 and 2022 were abnormal years in terms of the real estate markets. Based on those trends, that's what we've projected as we continue to address our backlog and move more of our deferred revenues into operating. We will have a better sense of what 2027 and 2028 means for us. But as of now, these are our projections. And of course, projections change throughout the year.
Mm-hmm. And also, do you feel your team is actually able to conduct a thorough review of applications as they used to? Based on, again, the province put a lot of pressure on your team.
To the chair, yes, councillor, it's very important that we continue to take a robust approach to application review. While the timelines are condensed, we have supplemented that with improving our standard operating procedures. We've introduced new technology. We continue to focus on staff training and development. And those are some of the mitigating actions that we've taken to respond to the very tight provincial timelines that we're working towards.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Madam Chair, if I may just add just one component.
Certainly. Deputy City Manager.
Thank you. The executive director had indicated the volumes from a development review application. I think the other side of the equation that would be of interest to councillors would be building permits when we get to Kamal and buildings, and understanding that we have a significant drop-off in the number of building permits being pulled. So we do see a lot of great activity still coming in from a development application perspective, but we see a significant cliff on the pulling of building permits.
Right. Okay. Were there any other questions, Councillor Moyes? You're good? Okay. Councillor Myers doesn't have any questions. Councillor Perks shouldn't have any questions. I just have one, and it's a follow-up question to Councillor Chang's question about the reserves, because I think it's a good question. It's illustrative, really. When we do find money, the reserve to do with development review is kind of a working reserve. In good times, it kind of replenishes itself because the amount applicants are contributing gets ahead of what we can churn out the door, and that's great. But you do have a list of reserves, those types of working reserves, where if we realize some revenue out of investment or whatever, things that seem like windfalls, they're never really windfalls because you've got a list of those working reserves that you would put them in. Mm-hmm. Did you want to?
To the chair, and I think specifically, if you look at our year-end variance reports, there are two different programs that we call out, the surplus and how we treat the surplus. The one is on the planning side, the other one is on Toronto Building. Toronto Building is there's strict regulations as part of the building code in terms of any surplus and it being allocated to the building reserve. There was a policy decision that was made, I feel like it was 2012, if memory serves me, in terms of the treatment on any surplus generated from city planning, enabling us to allocate that to the reserve to ensure that the work that many times happens beyond the calendar year, we're able to then draw funds from that reserve to continue that work into the following year after the application fees have been paid.
Right. And similar, it happens in other programs as well. So before the $10 a day program, the Children's Services Reserve often went down to nothing, and then we topped it up because you wanted it to be there as the demand can come in at any time. Right. That was a good question. I just wanted to underscore it. Thank you. I think that's it for development review then. Thank you. You're all good. We just have, we have now Housing Secretariat, then Toronto Building. So you may want to hear those questions. Housing Secretariat is next, though. Who all has questions there? Councillor Sachs has questions there, and everyone else. Councillor Sachs, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. My question is, well, I don't know whether you know the answer to this, but what I keep looking for is the cost effective. You've got many different tools that you use to try to achieve new affordable units, new affordable RGI units. But what I don't see anywhere is a comparison of the cost of each option so that we can get some sense which is most cost effective. Is it most cost effective to do?
So Councillor Sachs, I'm sorry to be rude, but I am going to stop you right there. As soon as we're into really things that need to be in options, what we're talking about is a staff report that council has to consider and make a policy decision. And so by its nature, you're outside of a budget question now. The proposal that's before us doesn't contemplate policies council has yet to adopt.
That's fair, but my question is, I can't tell from this budget note what it costs us per unit for each of these different streams. Can we get a budget note that explains what the cost is per unit of these different programs? They're all lumped together.
Currently, yes, we can answer those questions currently. If you want an options report, that's not even a budget briefing note. Yeah.
I'm not looking for options. I'm looking
Good.
for what does it cost? We've got all these different tools. We don't get told how much each one costs per unit.
Yes,
That's
that
my
we can do. We
question.
can do the current cost of those.
Okay, so
Councillor, at a high level, and perhaps this will answer your question, and if not, we can certainly follow up with a briefing note. There's two parts to the housing equation. Number one is the capital build to create the housing, and the secondary piece is the income support required to keep people housed who have lower incomes, and those who require supports. So
right, my focus is on the capital cost. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Right, so I may turn that over to Hugh, who may be able to comment, or we'll get back to you with a briefing note.
I'm happy for you to get back to me, but I just haven't seen that information anywhere, and I would, in the briefing note, I'd ask.
Councillor Sachs, through the chair.
Okay, thank you. And each of the different kinds of streams and comparing also TCHC to outside providers. Thank you.
We'll try and break it down that way.
Thank you.
Okay, those are your questions. Okay, bringing it in-house now. Councillor Myers, you had questions of the Housing Secretariat? Go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I'm looking at the Housing Accelerator funds. Does that include the full amount, or does that include the potential reduction in funds?
Through the chair, that includes the full amount.
Okay. Does this then have to be revised if the full amount is not realized in terms of, I think there was $30 million potential cut?
Yeah, that's correct.
Do we have a sense as to what materially would change in terms of number of units or number of projects that wouldn't go forward? Do we know that yet?
Turn this over to Hugh Clark from the Housing Development Office.
Through the chair, we would look at the actual number to see when that comes in, to see whether or not it would translate to a direct number. We would probably evaluate the number of projects that we're doing and probably reduce them by one, depending on that quantum. But we would have to wait until we had word from the federal government.
So it wouldn't be a significant effect, is what you're saying. You're just saying potentially one project might be in jeopardy?
Well, through the chair, that depends on your definition of significant. I think for those that would be getting those houses, I think they would see it as significant, but it is material number.
It's a material number, okay. Would it be possible to get a briefing note on that if the full amount is not realized and we know that answer before council?
We can provide some information.
Okay.
Councillor, just to, we'll be putting in our annual reporting on the half soon. We will likely not hear back from the federal government for some time. So I don't know if we'll be able to furnish that information prior to the council, but we'll certainly communicate to council if there's an impact.
If there if that information is not available before council, could we at least have a sense as to what would potentially change in the briefing note if that, like, what are we going to change? What are we not going to fund if that money is not received?
Through the chair, we can try and put that together, yes.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Okay. Bringing it over to the side, Councillor Moyes disappeared. Councillor Chang, you had questions for Housing Secretariat? Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to understand the affordable ownership that's on page 7 of the budget notes. We had a target of 400 for 2025 and projected, I guess, to end with 0 for 2025. And we have a target of 400 again for 2026. And I'm just wondering what factors have resulted in 0 for 2025, and are we optimistic about reaching our target for 2026?
Thanks for the question, Councillor. So our target is based on simple math, breaking down the targets Council set through us through the Housing TO 2020 to 2030 plan and allocating those proportionally over each year. I believe, if you can tell by the flow, we are likely going to not reach that target in the coming year due to the many factors related to development and the creation of units within Toronto at present. And perhaps I can turn over to my colleague Hugh Clark to provide a bit more on the market impacts to develop new affordable homes.
Well, through the chair, I think everyone is aware that the market impacts are negative for the creation of new housing. That goes for both rental and affordable home ownership. So we're fighting both those factors for the two different kinds of products.
The good news is we exceeded our target for Mura at 708 with a target of 250. And I'm just wondering, given the current real estate market, which is favorable to buyers, is it possible that we will likely exceed our target for 2026 as well?
We just recently released an RFP at the end of December for 2025, $45 million that we hope to achieve a new home. You're right, the market is very difficult to build, but a softening market is great for acquisition. So we've seen great success through the MIRA program. I would also note, Councillor, that the Build Canada Homes has a rental housing acquisition fund that is likely to launch in Q2 or Q3. We'll be working very closely with BCH and any of their entities moving those funds along to see if we can leverage and stack so we can add our MIRA to those acquisition funds so we can far exceed our target this year if we're able to sync up with that funding and leverage it through our community partners to pull market housing out of the market and move it into affordability and perpetuity.
That sounds like a great opportunity. My last question is page 20. If we look at the capital funding mix, we're at 83.5% from the City of Toronto, 3.1% province, and 13.4% federal. It's always been my understanding that housing is a federal responsibility. And I'm wondering, is there any movement in changing this funding mix that our intergovernmental relationships would result in a heavier lift from our higher orders of government?
Through the chair, we are in discussions with the federal government about seeing if we can tap into some of the funds available through the Build Canada Homes. We're in active discussions, but nothing has been solidified just at this yet. But we do hope to have a big chunk of money coming from the federal funds to help support housing.
A big chunk of money sounds like good news to
Technical
us.
term.
Thank you.
Very good. Councillor Moyes stepped out. Deputy Mayor Morley is back. Deputy Mayor, we are on Housing Secretariat. We got through City Planning and Development Review in this cluster, and we're on the Housing Secretariat. Did you have any questions there?
If you could just give me one moment, Madam Chair, I'm going to catch up on my notes, and I will let you know in 2 seconds. I think I might have a couple. Just a moment.
Okay. If there are no other questions, though, that puts us in a spot. Unless the Chair of Planning and Housing wants to lob a couple of learning questions for us.
So good.
Well, no, I will ask the question online that I just asked Councillor Perks offline. The great thing about that number, as I said, 708, you acquired them, but how many of them are livable and currently in operation? And Councillor Perks' answer was all of them. Is that true?
Yeah,
None of them were beyond livable when acquired.
That's correct. Some properties required some capital work, but they were all functioning real estate, market rental real estate, and nonprofits have been able to move in, acquire ownership, and through the city, work to secure affordable rents in perpetuity for residents, and where possible, layer in additional rent geared to income support so we have a mix of incomes within the building.
Right. Okay, excellent. Deputy Mayor, did that help you out?
It did. Thank you, Madam Chair. And do forgive me if any of these questions have been asked and answered. I will try to just keep it brief. But one of the questions that I have is around the Canada-Ontario Housing Benefit, which we see is projected to trend downward over the next 2 years. Can you provide some information as to why that is the case?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the Canada Ontario Housing Benefit is one of 3 key programs that's delivered through the National Housing Strategy. It's a bilateral program funded jointly by the federal and provincial government. The city's role is to onboard individuals and set priorities for that funding. We have very little information in terms of the financial arrangements between the provincial and federal government. What I will say is that the Canada Ontario Housing Benefit, the renewal rate has been very high. So the sustainment costs borne by both the provincial and federal government are large, and that may have an impact on why the numbers are coming down. The year for COB starts April 1st, 2026. In recent years, we have not got our allocation letter till months after. So the number you see in our budget notes is our best estimation based on prior year allocations.
Thank you. That's helpful. And with hope that we will see that continue in a good way. We know it's been successful. Pivoting to another question, we house an estimated 2,700 people from the centralized waiting list in 25. But curious how many households were added to the centralized wait list in the same year, and if there's projections for how many we will house through this current budget for 26.
So for 2025, and I'm basing my projections on an annual based on Q3 numbers, we will have added an additional 22,000 households to the waiting list. Our projections, despite adding more rent geared to income units, our outcomes off the centralized wait list have remained flat at 2,700 over the past 3 or 4 years. This is in part due to the lack of mobility throughout the housing continuum, and the tenure of individuals in rent geared to income housing on average increasing.
Great. An ongoing challenge for us to tackle. Thank you. I had some questions about MIRA that I think may have been asked and answered. So I'll just move to my last question here, which is one of the challenges listed by the Housing Secretariat is the provincial Bill 60, which will result in renter spacing eviction. And one of the priority actions is to strengthen our services focused on eviction prevention. Is increased focus on eviction prevention a response to Bill 60? Are there dedicated resources in the budget before us? And what are we doing to strengthen those services?
So on Bill 60, I think there was a report to council that outlined from a staff perspective our concerns and related in motions from council to the province. We have yet to see the regulations. They haven't been distributed. So the details on the impacts of Bill 60, particularly on the LTB, the Landlord Tenant Board, and the Residential Tenancy Act pieces, will be better understood when we have a look at those regulations. We'll surely be providing our feedback. And I think the challenge here is that some of the implications of Bill 60 is reducing the time individuals have to manage an issue at the LTB or RTA, which also has an implication on their time to reach out to our services and supports that protect them, whether that's the Toronto Tenant Support Program, our EPIC program, or a rent bank. Without the lead time necessary to engage the city and access those services, some households may not be able to secure the help that otherwise would have prevented them from being evicted. So those are our primary concerns.
We remain vigilant in terms of expanding, better coordinating, and moving forward on a whole suite of tenant protections, from the rent evictions work to some of our information products through our increasing support for the rent bank in this year's budget, and for the great work, quite frankly, that our community partners do across the city, from our housing hubs to our legal clinics and elsewhere, to really support the most vulnerable maintain their housing.
Thank you so much. That's it for me, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I could just add one comment to the Housing Secretariat, just to say, and Councillor, you had asked if it was a response. It's not a response, because the Housing Secretariat has been focused on this good work. This is just a continuation of the great work that they've been putting forward for eviction prevention.
Thank you so much.
Okay, Councillor Perks.
Yeah. I just wanted to go back to Mr. Rollins to make sure we got a really clear answer to one of the questions Deputy Mayor Morley asked. So the Canada-Ontario housing benefit, if you look at it year over year, it looks like there are more of them, but that's the cumulative number, the number of new ones available. That number is not growing, is it?
That's correct. We did have one year in which there was a number of one-time pieces added by the provincial government, but in between 24 and 25, we have seen a decline, and we will see, I anticipate we may see a similar decline for 2027.
So our capacity for taking people out of the shelter system into Canada-Ontario housing benefits, that capacity is not growing. It's kind of fixed. Like, it's actually shrinking year after year.
That's correct, and particularly during the height of coming out of COVID and some of the pressures the shelter system was facing in terms of refugees, the Canada-Ontario housing benefit was the biggest tool available to the shelter system to move people out of the shelter and into homes. And so it was incredibly useful and effective, and any diminished allocation on the COB will impede our ability to move as many people out of the shelter system.
But to be really exact about it, we don't get new extra COB added every year from the federal and provincial government. Like, there's a number, and we stay pretty much there. Sometimes it increases, but the number of Canada-Ontario housing benefits doesn't increase by a fixed amount every year.
It does increase each year, Councillor. The amount that it increases is provided to us in allocation letters from the province. Those annual allocations have been decreasing.
Have what?
Have been decreasing.
Right, right. So the rate at which we can take people out of the shelter system onto Canada-Ontario housing benefits is decreasing every year.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
And on that note, Councillor Royce, we are just about finished the Housing Secretariat. Did you have questions there?
I did.
Too late. No, go ahead. Go ahead. Oh, well, then you are too late.
Yes. I do have a few questions. Thank you.
Sure. Oh, go ahead.
Given that 2026, 2027 housing starts and completions are conditional on federal and provincial funding, what contingency plans are in place if that funding does not materialize?
Through the chair, we do have a budget to help facilitate the starting of a number of units or a number of projects. So that is what we are going to be relying on until we hear from other levels of government if there's more funding available, at which point we would reevaluate and expand the number of units that we'd be trying to produce.
Okay. And with over half of the housing tier approval targets achieved, but construction lagging, how is the city measuring success beyond approvals to ensure approved projects move into completion?
Through the Madam Chair, we're measuring, I'll say, on multiple different fronts, certainly with what's coming in through the Housing Secretariat, what's being worked on through the Housing Development Office, but right through development review as to where it is within the pipeline, and finally with buildings as to what is actually breaking ground or we're getting to occupancy permits. So we have multiple measures through the system in order for us to gauge how and where we are within the system.
Okay. And how will capital deferrals from 2025 into 2026 to 28 affect housing delivery timelines and unit availability, particularly for affordable and RGI homes?
Through the chair, I apologize. The first part of the question, deferrals?
Yeah, how will capital deferrals from 2025 into 2026 to 28 affect housing delivery timelines and unit availability? You don't have that?
The projects that were not started in 2025, we've assumed have been moved into 2026 or 2027. We've been discussing with the proponents to see whether or not they are accurately depicted in this budget for when we would be looking to fund them where we are providing funds.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, somewhat, but I'll follow up with you. So my final question is, beyond the approval 10-year plan in housing capital needs, there is a $4.8 billion unfunded SOGR needed for Toronto community housing and Toronto senior housing. How long can existing housing stock be preserved without additional senior government investment?
Madam Chair, the backlog as far as work, and certainly Toronto Community Housing is up next to present, so they could provide some additional context, but there is an increased investment in state of good repair that our CFO could also speak to. It represents approximately $1.9 billion over the next 10 years from a state of good repair perspective. But what we understand, of course, is that there are growing needs from an asset management plan and state of good repair, and I believe that will continue to be the subject, and as Steve had indicated before, is an area of focus for this year.
Okay, thank you.
To the chair, I may just add, and I believe this would be a good question as well when TCHC staff are up hopefully shortly, to be able to speak to state of good repair, because it is an issue. And what you would have seen a few years back, both the city as well as with a co-investment from the federal government that came through CMHC in the form of both a grant and a loan, we were able to add $1.6 billion in funding over 10 years, and I believe, and TCHC staff can correct me when they're up here, but I think it was $1.3 billion through the grant and loan that was coming from the federal government. As a result of those actions, we were able to reduce the facility condition index, bringing that number down to the targeted amount that we had identified. The challenge that you see is that funding, while the city at the same time has continued our commitment on an annual basis and actually even increased the amount of funding we've provided, that commitment coming from the federal government ends, I believe, in 2028. And despite our added level of funding, you're starting to see a reversal of the gains that we've made on the facility condition index, which is a challenge and something we continue to discuss with our federal colleagues in terms of the need of them coming back to the table and supplementing the work and the investment that the city continues to make.
Those are your questions? Okay, great. I just had one, and it's a follow-up to Councillor Moise's question, because I want to be clear about this. Councillor Moise was asking earlier about any capital deferrals of housing here. But where we see deferrals in the capital budget, we're not delaying any housing due to budgetary. They're more market forces and readiness of the proponents that we're partnering with. We're not smoothing out in this area.
Through the chair, that's correct. That is
Okay.
correct. It is not because of our actions that the projects aren't proceeding. It was due to market forces that they're not proceeding.
Right. I just wanted to be clear about that, because there's a focus of some of our colleagues on capital deferrals, but often there are other reasons why deferrals are happening or being smoothed out to later years. Okay. Or they're making stuff up, that too. I'll say that right into the microphone. Okay. Okay, I think that's it for Housing Secretariat then. Excellent. Okay, Toronto Building. Are there questions on Toronto Building? Councillor Chang, Deputy Mayor. Don't see any guest questions. Councillor Chang, why don't you go ahead?
Yes, just a same quick question that I asked Development Review. Has there been a decrease in volume of building permits with the current real estate downturn? And if so, how does this impact our staffing and operations?
Thank you for the question. Through the chair. In terms of volume, we're still seeing consistent volume from year to year. However, what we are saying is that 17% in construction value drop over 2024. We're seeing applications of a smaller scope of construction. We're not seeing those large projects right now, but our staff are still busy and focused on not just the older applications, but also the division has increased service levels with respect to providing its services as well.
So in this list on the budget note, page 4, there are numbers for total building permits issued, but it doesn't delineate between a large high-rise project versus a house renovation. So is there a breakdown? How many building permits for high-rises happened in 2025 versus 2024, 2023?
That's information we can get you. I don't have that available right now, Councillor.
Great, thank you. And does that percentage of construction value impact the revenue?
In 2026, it'll be the first time that we will be drawing on the reserve for salaries and benefits. So yes, it does impact revenue.
And how much is that draw?
Approximately just over $6 million.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay. Councillor Moyes, actually, I have to correct myself. I had Deputy Mayor Morley next and then Councillor Moyes. Okay. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The expansion of the reliance on professional engineers SEAL program for small residential projects has improved permit review times for those projects by 60%. How are we monitoring for any differences in outcomes with respect to safety, buildings not to code, or other issues when compared against outcomes from the traditional review process? And are there any dedicated resources to that monitoring?
Thank you for the question through the chair. This is a program that we initiated in 2025, late October. So I want to make sure it's understood that while there is reliance on professional SEAL, our service level with respect to that program has not decreased. There is still oversight, not just at the plan review site, but at the plan review stage, but also at the inspection stage. What this program allows us to do is rely on professionals, a professional engineer. This is not new in terms of the service that the city provides. We frequently rely on professional engineers only because of their expertise. They are regulated by Ontario Professional. Sorry, I'm mixing up the name. PEO, Professional Engineers Ontario. So service level with respect to safety has not diminished. That's something that's paramount for us.
That's very helpful and good to know. It's a very, very new program, so we'll continue to monitor and ensure any enforcement and compliance processes related to that are appropriately resourced. In terms of the pre-approved garden and laneway suite design, what has been the uptake and when applicants use the plans, have we seen improvement on review timelines?
So with respect to pre-approved design drawings, it's still a fairly new program. We have not witnessed an uptake of that program yet. We can continue to advocate where we can for it. But, in addition to the pre-approved drawings, what it also does, it shows what the art of the possible is in terms of garden suites, laneway suites, what constitutes a good application for designers. So it certainly provides, I'll say, a template for designers to follow and bring their own designs forward as well, should they not wish to use the pre-approved designs.
Thank you. My next question is just with respect to, my last question is a two-parter, but with respect to staffing. We know there's highlighted that retention is an issue, and there's been significant issues with turnover as well. Can you just speak to any dedicated resources to address the challenges around staffing, retention, and turnover in the budget before us?
Certainly. Thank you for that question, Councillor. Through the chair, through our program review, we established a workforce and planning development team who is solely responsible for staffing requirements within the division, working with their with their people and equity partners. And council approved a hard-to-fill business case as well, and recognizing that there were challenges on recruitment and retention, specifically within not just Toronto Building, but generally this industry. And that strategy has been fairly effective. We've reduced the vacancy from 20% to almost 11%. We're certainly going to continue that aggressive hiring strategy to ensure that in 2026 we can reduce that further.
Great. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. That's all for me.
Okay, are there any other questions on Toronto Building? Councillor Moyes, yes.
Just one, and I asked this before for another department. Staff turnover is listed as an ongoing challenge. What is causing this concern, and how is Toronto Building responding to it?
Thank you for the question. Through the program review, Council approved approximately 200 positions. Like I said earlier, we've reduced the vacancy rate from 20% to almost 11% using aggressive hiring strategies. We're working with colleges, we're working with universities to develop individuals for this particular, say, specialized work. This is a particular challenge that the industry as a whole is facing, but we've been very successful, I will say, in developing staff in-house, whether it be foreign engineers, whether it is students through the colleges. It's been an effective strategy.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions? Okay, I just have one myself, and it's a follow on Councillor Moyes' question, because this has been coming up all day, the issue of staff turnover. Some divisions, the turnover is because it tends to be a good entry point, and so we might lose a staff member, but are we losing them internally? Are they leaving the city, or some of them are moving up into the rest of the city from Toronto Building? So, you're one of those divisions that has that challenge, do you not?
Thank you for that question, Chair. Yes, traditionally we've had that challenge, but I will say that through the internship program, through the BIA, Building Inspector Associate programs, we've been developing staff, and yes, they're entering the market at a lower grade, but they're moving upwards as well. Right. While we still continue to see some staff exiting the city to to other municipalities, that rate at which staff are leaving has diminished extensively.
Right, right. Okay. Important to note, there are a couple of divisions like that. We reviewed MLS this morning. A lot of them are, you come into the city through this door and then keep going. Okay. I think that's it for Toronto Building. Yes, it is. So we're just down to, although Councillor Perks isn't back, this is the one where I think he had questions. We're on the Waterfront Revitalization Initiative. Are there questions on that one? Well, yes. Okay. Don't see any outside. Okay. Councillor Chang, go ahead.
So thank you. Through the chair, on page 8, the capital program and how it's funded. I'm just wondering, the $369.8 million development charges, is that from developments that are in the catchment along the waterfront, or is that from a pool from across the city?
To the chair, this, as in the case of all of our development charges, would be the development charges we collect citywide that are then used against projects that are deemed eligible based on their inclusion in our DC background study.
Okay, and another question, also page 8, the active transportation fund, the $8 million, what percentage of the total federal active transportation fund that we received does that represent?
Through the chair, I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to that question. I'm just responsible for this one initiative.
Okay. Okay, we'll follow up.
To the chair, we can look into that and get that information.
Okay,
back to you.
great. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Yes, the divisions just know what they got. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Thanks, Deputy City Manager. Deputy Mayor Morley, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one quick one on this one. Can you confirm if there are any dedicated resources? We know Waterfront East has been a very vibrant and active point of growth and interest. Can you confirm if there are dedicated resources in the 26 budget to build out a more robust plan for Waterfront West?
Through the chair, yes, I can confirm that there are funds available specifically for the Etobicoke planning study that was referenced in EX 28.6. And the plan is to undertake that study this year, report in 2027 on the findings and on implementation.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. That's all for me.
Okay, it's that east-west dynamic tension. Councillor Perks isn't here, so I'm assuming he can get his questions asked offline. That's it for development and growth services then. People got their questions answered? Excellent. Okay, we have one left, which is Toronto Community Housing. So while we're waiting for them to come, Toronto Community Housing is going to be presenting the budget that I think is adopted by the board now. We're about to find out. But a reminder that, again, this is on the budget that is before the board of these corporations. Yeah. Okay, you guys are getting all cheeky and getting into conversation just because we have a little time. We didn't expect you to be sitting there until 4 o'clock. So now everybody's just spending time. Yeah, everyone relax, put your feet up. Welcome, Toronto Community Housing Corporation. Take it away.
Thanks very much. Good afternoon, Budget Committee members. I'm Sean Baird. I'm the CEO of Toronto Community Housing Corporation. And I'll start by saying thank you very much for the invitation to be here in front of you today. We really appreciate that. I'd like to shout out the tremendous team effort that's gone into developing the budget on behalf of Toronto Community Housing. I acknowledge my own team. Lily Chen, our Chief Financial Officer, is here with me today to assist in presentation, and Minton from our strategic planning team. I've also got Nadia Gavaya, our Chief Operating Officer, and Eve Chung here as well, anticipating that there could be some questions to us that they could assist me with as we go forward. I really want to say a sincere thanks to the City Financial Planning team, Steve and all of his folks, as well as Development and Growth Services, Jag and his team. It's been a very collaborative process to pull together this budget, and we appreciate all of the support. So let's get into it. So I think folks will understand that TCHC is an organization that has a huge impact all across the city of Toronto. 1 in every 50 Torontonians lives in Toronto community housing, and our communities are spread all across the city, every corner of the city and its many neighborhoods. By scale alone, we're comparable in size to a mid-sized city. If Toronto Community Housing and our tenants were our own municipality, we'd be about the size of the city of Peterborough. At a time of growing housing affordability challenges and cost of living pressures, sustained funding for TCHC's work is more important than ever. As Canada's largest social housing provider and builder of affordable housing, we create a critical role in addressing these challenges. Through Toronto Builds, we're expanding our role to support the city in delivering more affordable housing. We bring over 20 years of experience leading world-class neighborhood revitalizations and city building projects, partnering with the private sector, industry, trade unions, and tenants to deliver more than 10,000 new homes over the course of our revitalization program. Our primary work is the provision of deeply affordable housing services through our daily operations, maintaining over 60,000 homes and managing tenancies for our 94,000 tenants. Our primary goal here is to provide clean, properly maintained, and well-managed buildings, as well as ensuring our tenants, staff, and visitors feel safe in our communities. In addition to this primary operational work, we also work to support tenants' needs and deliver programming to enable vibrant communities. We know we serve a population that has more vulnerabilities and sometimes requires additional supports. We know that acuity amongst our tenant groups is on the rise and has been significantly since the end of the pandemic. That's why we work hard to devise programs and connect our tenants with services and supports for their overall well-being. These kind of programs include things like employment, health, youth engagement services, mental health and addiction supports. On the capital side of our business, we're stewards of a large public asset, including buildings that span across the city and are now valued at over $20 billion. Our capital repair program helps preserve and renew our assets so that they're in good condition and accessible to our tenants and help meet our sustainability goals. And finally, we're also one of the largest developers of affordable and market housing in Toronto. You hear a lot these days about the slowdown in development, residential development, but I'm proud to say that we're about to open our third new building in the last 12 months, actually in the last 9 months, to be really more precise, adding over 1,200 new homes to the City of Toronto in those 3 different developments that we've welcomed this year. We're always focused on ensuring our tenants are well supported and our buildings are well maintained. That's always going to be at the core of anything you see from us about our strategic priorities or the goals that we have as an organization. And that's what you see here on the outcomes that we're focused on. But additionally, strengthening TCHC's fiscal framework and financial sustainability is also critically important, and it's been a key priority for us over a number of years. We're now in the 3rd year of implementing our fiscal sustainability plan, and we've been partnering directly with the city to stabilize our city surplus and funding, and to increase opportunities for self-sufficiency through rent generation in mixed-income communities. This year's budget reflects this continued commitment to sustainability and includes an opportunity that we've had to exceed our targets for savings and efficiencies as set out by the Budget Committee. So we'll go on to a summary of the overall budget. The 2026 operating budget is $666.2 million that's required for the operations and maintenance, corporate services, utilities, taxes, and mortgages to maintain our 2025 service levels. These total expenditures are offset by $666.2 million in revenues, coming from residential and commercial rent, our city subsidy, and some one-time bridging funding from prior year surplus that results in a balanced operating budget for 2026. The 2026 operating budget represents a $9.9 million, 1.5% increase over the 2025 approved budget. And while that may sound modest, I would also remind Budget Committee members that we received a record-setting $52.3 million increase from the City of Toronto just last year. And we're continuing to implement the improvements that were enabled through that significant increase that was provided. I also want to note that this budget includes over $7.5 million in efficiencies that were generated through line-by-line reviews and various offsets, and that these savings exceed the city's requested target of us, which was $4.04 million. If you look at the outlook years, you'll see that additional net funding of $23.7 million will be required in 2027 and $17.7 million in 2028 to address the annualized impacts of this 2026 budget. On the capital side of our business, our capital budget for 2026 is shown at $524.3 million. And about 56% of that is funded directly by the City of Toronto. Our 10-year capital plan totals $2.9 billion and provides funding for the State of Good Repair program, development projects, as well as crucial capital investments in our IT, tenant support, and energy programs. One item I'll note is that this 10-year capital plan does not include renewed investment from the federal government. It was actually just alluded to in the last section that our co-investment program between the City of Toronto and the federal government is part of the National Housing Strategy, which sunsets at the end of 2027. There have already been regular conversations with the federal government indicating an interest in extending and expanding that program, but we don't have a commitment yet. And so the budget as shown does not include what would likely be in the neighborhood of $1.5 billion or more in additional funding over 9 of those 10 capital years. Only 8 of those 10. Only 2026 and 2027 continue to show the federal government contribution. After that, it drops down to just the city government contribution. We'll go quickly through the next couple of slides. This one's just an enumeration of our key risks and challenges. The first one is massive and will always be our first one. The reality is our business is a very difficult business to be in. Our RGI rentals will never generate enough rent revenue to cover their operating costs, and so there will always be the risk of the operating sustainability of our program. And similarly on the capital side, while we operate $20 billion in assets, when those assets were downloaded from the federal government to the provincial government to the municipalities, they didn't include any reserves. And so there is no source of funding for the capital requirements that are necessary to maintain those assets year over year. And we're always reliant upon the extension and expansion of capital contribution programs from the city and the federal government. Our aging infrastructure, climate risks, and construction costs pose significant challenges for us in preserving and maintaining our largest portfolio of deeply affordable housing. And on top of that, the CMHC National Co-Investment Fund is scheduled to end in 2027. Oh, I got ahead of myself, I already said that. Delivering and sustaining reasonable standards of service remains a risk as well. We're continuing to drive operational improvements while ensuring that we're responsive to tenant needs, including supporting and stabilizing vulnerable communities, which is an ongoing focus, particularly in areas where there are higher needs and greater complexities. And then finally, community safety and security is also a key concern. We continue to invest in a wide range of security systems and initiatives to support safer and more secure living environments for tenants. These risks reflect a very complex environment that we operate in, and it takes a comprehensive approach to address all of these going forward. The last slide I'm going to cover before I turn things over to Lily to go through the budget in more detail is our priority actions. Our 2026 priority actions are established as part of our board-approved strategic plan. And it's called the Foundations for the Future, and it lays out 5 key priorities. Number 1, building safe and inclusive communities for our tenants. Number 2, improving building maintenance and accessibility. 3, strengthening the affordable housing portfolio. 4, fostering a positive workplace. And 5, enhancing the organization's ability to lead and innovate. We're moving forward in 2026 with all of these priorities, and we have the funding available within the budget that's been established and presented here today to be able to move all of these actions forward. So I'm going to turn things over to Lily to continue with some more detailed discussions on the budget.
TCHC's 2026 operating budget provides a balanced approach to ensure consistent services to our tenants. Given the limited revenue tools we have, we will continue to improve processes, fund efficiencies and offsets to maintain essential tenant services and support, as well as maintain and preserve the aging housing assets where people call their homes. This is aligned to the city's long-term fiscal plan and the TCG's financial sustainability fiscal framework, with the multi-year bridging and balancing strategy well in place. On the left-hand side of your slide is the funding sources. As you can see, the city-based subsidy accounts for 50% of the total, equates $330 million. The rest is the rental income and also other income sources. In terms of the use of funds, the cost structure is pretty consistent to prior years, where the majority of our cost is non-discretionary fixed cost. We have invested 42% of the funding into the frontline operations and tenant services, around $277 million. And the rest is utilities and mortgage P&I and property tax. Those are either fixed or semi-fixed and non-discretionary cost. The corporate admin support cost accounts for 12%, roughly $80.5 million. This slide is a detailed view of the balanced operating budget. The revenue increase year over year, it's $9.9 million, 1.5%. I do want to call out, we received $2.5 million base funding increase from the city, accounts for 0.8% increase compared to prior year. And then the one-time funding of $6.3 million as a bridging strategy to close the funding gap to maintain the 2026 service levels. This bridge funding will be reversed in 2027, creating operating budget pressures in the 2027 budget cycle. The gross expenditure year-over-year increase is 9.9 as well, primarily driven by the cost drivers of utilities, mortgage P&I, frontline operations, and corporate and admin cost. Next, I'm going to get into our capital assets to deliver the services. As Sean mentioned earlier, our current housing assets is valued at about the $20.5 million. We maintain about 2,100 assets, including 1,300 buildings across the city, parking structures, sites. The capital repair and community revitalization program are focused on ensuring that these public assets are in good condition now and for the future. TCHC is the leader in the housing sector with respect to modernizing buildings through innovative energy retrofit solutions, green initiatives, and conservation efforts, given the fact that we are the second biggest emitter across the city. In terms of the 56,000 units across the city, which include high-rise, mid-rise, and townhouses, that altogether make up about 2/3 of the Toronto social housing stock. This slide gets into our capital budgets for 2026. The funding sources of the $524.3 million, 70% is funded by the city and TCHC, 30% came from the federal government. 2026 city incremental invest into TCH's capital is roughly $33 million. Investment to renew, upgrade, and the critical building assets to provide safe, clean, and quality units and living environments for our tenants. On the use of funds, about 70% goes to our building assets repairs and capital renewal, 20% goes to our development capital, with the remaining going to improve the climate resiliency and carbon budget for IT, corporate and tenant support. The $2.9 billion over 10 years, this is the gross capital by program. As you can see, the majority are going to state repair to address the key building components such as structural envelope grants, HVAC, electrical, life safety systems, and also energy retrofit. Development capital at 24%, that's to really advance some of our in-flight revitalization project, and then the newly assigned city housing project under the Toronto Built framework. This slide shows the 10-year capital plan breakdown, the source and use of the review. 70%, once again, about $2.04 billion come from the city funding, with the TCHC own funding and the development revenue accounts for 17%, $506 million. So with both the city and TCHC funding combined accounts for 86% of the total. We only have about 14% come from other orders of government, including federal and provincial funding. So we're calling for the continued funding support and additional investment from other orders of government. So TCHC continue to preserve the existing deeply affordable housing stock and building new units. In terms of use of funds, it's pretty much the same split across the capital program streams. This shows the state of good repair program. We have a steady investment plan in place with the tri-party, with the federal government, the city, and us over the 10-year period. As our city CFO Steve noted earlier, the federal funding is going to sunset in 2028. So that will potentially, this current forecast and modeling, that does not include the potential federal funding down the pipeline. So still only has the city funding of about $160 million per year over the course of the 10-year plan. So our FCI may decrease if no additional federal funding received to sustain the gain we have achieved over the past 6 or 7 years. In terms of the $4.7 billion accumulative SOGR backlog shown on the chart, it's driven by 3 key factors. One is from the updated and also refreshed engineering cost estimates we have received from the new building conditions assessment completed in 2025. Our refresh cycles every 5 years, and turned out to be 2025 is the peak year refresh cycle starting year. So we have seen increased cost estimates. We have also included the soft cost previously excluded from our earlier cost estimates in alignment with the external consultant advice when we derived the corporate asset management plan in May last year, and also approved by the council subsequently as well. The third bucket is attributable from the escalating construction material labor cost, along with the supply chain disruption and also the impact of U.S. tariffs. So that concludes our presentation. We do have 2 slides in appendix, but we are open for questions.
Okay. Just gonna have a look at what those are. Okay, so questions on Toronto Community Housing. I don't have the TV screens. Do we still have visitors or? Yeah. Oh, here we are. Okay. Those TV screens have only been there a very short time, but I have become totally reliant on them, as much as I am on the reverse camera in my new car. Okay, so I have Councillor Sachs, Deputy Mayor Morley, Councillor Chernos-Lynn, do you have questions? Okay, Councillor Sachs, you can go first.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, thank you, Sean and team. Impressive presentation. My question is about the non-core landlord services that you're providing. What % of your costs, of your operating costs, are being consumed by supporting high needs tenants as opposed to core landlord services?
Through the chair, I certainly don't have that breakdown right in front of me. We could try to estimate it. I don't know that we've ever tried to break it down exactly like that. I can give you a couple of proxies. I would say, for example, that we've identified, I believe it's 42 of our developments out of about 350 that fall into those high needs categories of either high vulnerabilities or safety concerns. And so we have enhanced services that we provide in those particular developments. Now, having said that, our first choice is always to partner with other agencies on the ground that can provide those kinds of enhanced services. So those enhancements don't always come at a direct cost to TCHC. And our approach is almost always to say, if there's others out there that want to do good work, we've got the place for you. And we invite them in and come and try to do good work within our buildings whenever possible. But I don't want you to leave with the impression that we do invest as well.
No, but I think it's helpful for us to know, because you were set up to provide landlord services, and you've said year after year that your ability to provide those landlord services is being compromised because landlord services resources are being crowded out by high needs tenants. So can you undertake to give us a breakdown? Yeah, approximately.
Yes, be happy to do an estimate of that.
All right. And similarly, can you give us an estimate? I mean, it's great to hear you're opening new projects. Approximately, what does it cost you to acquire or build one new one-bedroom RGI unit in capital costs?
Yes, in capital cost. So through the chair, we don't do any acquisitions, so I wouldn't be able to give you an acquisition cost. But at sort of new development, our average was probably in the range of just over $700,000 per unit. Now that's not a one bedroom, that's an average unit, which for us is larger than a one bedroom on average. Those costs have come down, I want to say 10 to 15%. Okay, it was probably since then in terms of what we're seeing on forecasts going forward. And that cost is not a total equity cost either. We need about 30% of that in upfront equity to unlock that unit, and then we can finance the rest of the cost of that unit and pay it off with rent revenues.
Right. And how many more units, given the resources and the budget that you have, how many more new RGI units do you think you can build, say, this year and next year?
So through the chair, we have a number of different new development projects in our pipeline. Each one has a limited number of RGI units in them. We're on a bit of a journey right now with Toronto Community Housing. As you may know, currently 90% of the units in Toronto Community Housing are RGI units. And so one of the approaches that we're taking is to try to build more market rental and just below market rental units, still affordable, but not necessarily deeply RGI level affordable, in order to change the both the complexion of the communities that we serve, as well as the financial sustainability of those new developments. So most of the new developments that we have in our pipeline actually have a limited number of RGI units and have far more affordable rental units in them for the foreseeable future. I could get you the exact number breakdown, but I don't have that right in front of me.
Approximate will do.
Sure.
And in terms of your ability to keep up with necessary repairs, we've heard a lot about state of good repair and how that's been affected. In terms of the state of good repair of your buildings, how do you expect that to, given this budget, what will the tenants see in terms of repairs this year?
Thank you, and through the chair. So we always break that down into sort of two categories. One is the general maintenance, and our general maintenance requirements are fully funded, and they have been for the last couple of years. So there's no concerns with respect to our ability to respond if someone calls us up and says, my sink is leaking or what have you. We're fully funded and able to respond to every one of those requests. On state of good repair, which is the sort of the deeper capital renewal investments that we make, that will always be a generational type of investment, and we're over the course of the National Housing Co-Investment Strategy, which has run for about 8 years now and has 2 more years left, we've managed to bring our facility condition index down from about 17.5% to about 11%. So we're proud of the progress that's been made, but a good benchmark would be getting down below 10%, and we're not there, right? So
I want to try to get one more question in.
Sorry, I'll stop.
Sorry. On page 7, you talk about the local initiative funding for tenants. What kinds of projects, and are any of those capital projects?
I'm sorry, excuse me, which?
On page 7, you talk
program.
about the local initiative funding for tenants program. You say there are 10 projects, but you don't tell us anything about the projects. What kinds of projects, and are any of them capital upgrades?
Yes, thank you, and through the chair. None of those projects are capital projects. So if a local tenant community identifies the need for a capital improvement or renewal, that comes through our standard intake process and gets prioritized and the investments get made. These funds are entirely for tenant engagement, enhancement, and services and supports. So there's a really wide variety of things that these get used for, but often events or enhanced engagement or opportunities to bring in new service providers within that community as well that are generally tenant-led and asked for by groups of tenants within those buildings.
Do I have time for one more question, or am I out of time?
No, you actually were well beyond the 5 when you asked your last question. I've already been admonished here in the room for having allowed it. Okay. Amongst Deputy Mayor Morley, did you have any questions? And Councillor Chernos-Lynn? Nope. Okay, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you for the presentation. Just wanting to confirm, in terms of the relationship with Toronto Seniors Housing Corporation, TCHC continues to be the asset owner and manager for most of the capital programming and things related to both corporations. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's exactly correct. We own and maintain the assets, and Toronto Seniors Housing Corporation takes care of the tenancy management activities.
I'm going to ask a question slightly in the weeds, but it does have capital implications across the portfolio. And I've just come from a seniors building town hall. Historically, there's been an ability for tenants to access the camera in the main lobby of their buildings through what would be the old, way that we've had fiber optics or whatever was before that. I understand that has since been shifting as we've been doing capital works within buildings, but it is an important measure for safety and security for tenants. I wonder if there are any dedicated resources within the 26 budget that speaks to ensuring that opportunity for tenants to plug in and see, who's in the lobby at any given moment or trying to buzz into a building for safety reasons, that they're able to have that ability, and if there's any work again or resource allocations in that area.
Through the chair, I'll say that although that program is one that we are not continuing with and continue to invest in, but I will say there are significant investments in this budget around what we're calling infrastructure of safety, which addresses opportunities like the design of outdoor spaces, the availability of lighting and CCTV camera services within buildings, and there's a pretty significant investment in capital to address those needs across the portfolio, which would include seniors buildings.
That's helpful, and we'll follow up offline as well when I dig into that one further. Thank you so much. I'll leave it there, Madam Chair.
Okay. Taking it into committee then, Councillor Moyse, Councillor Chang, Councillor Myers. Councillor Moyse, why don't you go first?
So this is around the SOGR stuff. Despite continued capital investments, the state of good repair backlog grows to $2.2 billion in 2026 and is projected to reach $4.8 billion in 2035. What is the city's long strategy to prevent further backlog acceleration?
Through the chair, so there's a long-term need for continued investment in order to maintain our assets at a good state of repair. So we're doing two things simultaneously when we make state of good repair investments. We're addressing the backlog, which is, I always call that sort of digging ourselves out of the hole, but we're also treading water and maintaining the assets at the same time, because every year we see degradation within the buildings and the assets that we own. So, most experts will tell you need to be spending between 2 to 4% of your asset value to renew it every year. Now, for us, that would reach a level of $400 million plus. We're just at the level where we're almost spending $400 million. So we're actually proud of the efforts that have been made to be able to reduce the facility condition index, which means that we're climbing out of that hole every year. The reason when you look at that forward projection and you see those numbers start to go up instead of down, which of course is not where we want them to go, is because it doesn't include that federal government investment after 2027. If we are able to replace the existing federal government investment, we can certainly maintain the gains that we've already gotten. We're asking for it to be increased when we have discussions with the federal government, because asset costs have gone up and cost of construction have gone up, so we actually need more just to maintain and make the same improvements that we were able to do over the past 10 years.
Okay, so to add to that, so with CMHC National Housing Co-Investment Repairs funding ending in 2027, as you just said, what replacement funding strategies are being explored to avoid a sharp increase in underfunded repair needed? Is there no guarantee that the feds may come to rescue you?
That's a good point. So through the chair, you're absolutely right. I'll say quite bluntly, though, that there is no obvious alternative, right? So the city is already providing approximately half of that funding that's required. And the federal government has acknowledged that that's a continuing area of need. And I also point out that Toronto Community Housing is not unique in this space. All community housing providers all across the country are reliant upon funding from the National Housing Strategy to meet their state of good repair requirements. It's a common discussion discussion that I have with other CEOs from across community housing providers. So we're all working collectively and individually to lobby the federal government towards increasing and expanding and extending that program. Your question was, is there an alternative? I think the simple answer is there really isn't an alternative. We would be left with a hole in the space of $150 to $200 million a year that would need to be filled. Without filling that hole, we would be looking at the long-term degradation of buildings and ultimately closure of units.
Okay. I'm going to pivot a little bit. It's not in my notes, but just going to say it anyway. Security continues to be an issue in TCHC, especially in the downtown core. And a lot of people are feeling vulnerable in their own living spaces. And a lot of people don't want to leave their units. They don't want to go into their homes. Since you've changed your security strategy in the last year or two, many tenants feel it's not working. So are you willing to pivot to actually maybe have security within your buildings stationed there, as most apartments and condos in the downtown core has?
Thank you, and through the chair. So we're always willing to consider stationary security options, and we do that on a priority basis based on the particular needs of buildings. It is a common request that we receive from tenants that they do feel safer when there are stationary security posts within buildings, but it isn't something that we're resourced to be able to do across the portfolio today. So we make decisions about prioritization, and that's based on the calls that we receive into our community safety office, for example. Now we've just in December of last year launched a completely new community safety and well-being strategy that's focused far more on community-based tenant engagement and participation in safety going forward. So we're quite hopeful that that will pay dividends going forward. But I'm mindful of the fact that we will always have a need for security presence within some buildings as well, and we will provide that where it's necessary.
Well, I'll follow up with you on that one. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Myers, you had questions in TCHE. Go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So I'm just going to the salary and benefits adjustments. And I think the figure is 11,879,500. How much of that is performance pay? Performance pay. I see that you brought in performance pay.
So through the chair, our salary and benefit increases include our obligations in terms of our unionized pay increases that happen based on our collective bargaining agreements. And then for non-unionized staff, there is a combination of cost of living increase as well as merit-based pay based on performance evaluation of staff. So I'll ask Lily if she can provide more detail about the exact breakdown of those numbers.
So typically it's around 2.7%. Year over year, that's the trending we have for the past 3 to 4 years for the non-unionized group. Like the exact number-wise, I will have to get back to you, Councillor Myers.
Okay, so do you have a figure as to how many employees are eligible for performance pay? Merit-based pay. You call it performance pay in the report.
That would be for our non-unionized group. I don't have the exact number. If I may also get back to you on that.
Sure. And is the performance pay tied to specific targets, like quantitative targets that are clearly defined, or is it more is it more qualitative, subject to interpretation? Like how do you actually define whether you get the performance pay or not?
So maybe so through the chair, it is a merit pay based system, and it is entirely based upon performance evaluations that are conducted of all non-union staff each year, and then staff an evaluation is conducted to classify the performance of that particular staff based on goals set on an annualized basis, and then there's a quantity that's applied based on whether the staff was determined to be meeting the standard expectations or exceeding those standard expectations. I think it would be instructive to also understand that even at the highest level of merit-based pay, I believe, Lily, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the highest level is something like 4.5% merit increase on an annualized basis.
That is correct. That's the ranking of exceeding. So typically we have three sort of rankings: exceeding, fully achieving, or developing, or emerging. And then to be exact, sometimes it is a combination of both qualitative and quantitative. So we have our goals set at the beginning of the year, right, tied to sort of your divisional or departmental work plan, and also rolled up to the corporate strategic priorities. And then we also, at TCC, we also have a cultural competency model. That's a bit of the qualitative aspect. And then behind the scene, there is a statistical weighting mechanism in place. So typically the goals versus the cultural competency model is about 60-40%. I think that's pretty typical across the industry as well.
Thank you. And just one quick question. For your cybersecurity requirements, are you within the city's cybersecurity regime, or do you have your own?
So through the chair, we operate our own information technology systems, and we have our own department that is responsible for information technology, including cybersecurity. However, we work very closely with the city CISO. I think there is a suite of about a dozen or so services that are provided by the city CISO to agencies and corporations. I believe we are subscribed to all of those services. So we're quite deeply ingrained in working with the city CISO.
Okay, thank you very much.
All done? Okay. Councillor Chang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quickly, probably from the the CFO, is the city's base funding of $326 million coming from property taxes?
To the chair, so it would be a net expenditure that would be reflected in the city, and it would predominantly be coming through property tax funding.
And what about the $293 million capital contribution? Is that also, is some of that coming from property taxes, or?
So the capital contribution, so that would be a capital expense. I would have to go back and look at the funding sources. I believe for the most part, it would be tax-supported debt. So we would be incurring the debt, we would be issuing that, and then where you would see that reflected in the operating budget is the debt servicing costs, principal and interest over the life of the debenture.
Okay, thanks. OW and ODSP have not increased with inflation since 2018, and some would argue that they're criminally low. What is the impact on our revenues as our cost of operations continue to climb, yet our revenue is really kneecapped by the low OW and ODSP rates?
Through the chair, it's a great point. I mean, I think the OW rate is about $730 and has been since 2018. And you could argue that about $200 of that is knocked off through inflation since 2018 as well. So it's an extraordinarily low number that many of our tenants are in receipt of. I think, I don't have the exact number off the top of my head, but about 40 to 45% of our tenants are reliant upon OW or ODSP as well. So it's a significant source of concern. And on top of that, if an OW client actually rents out a home in the private market, they actually have access to an additional housing supplement that is significantly reduced when it is provided to Toronto Community Housing or other community housing providers. I think it's about a quarter or a fifth or so of what you can get in the private market. So your point is exactly correct. Because the rates have not increased and because we don't have access to that supplemental rental benefit, our revenues are significantly reduced for probably a quarter or more of our tenants.
So it could be described as a hidden download to the city from the province. Yes, no, maybe.
It certainly has a material impact.
Yeah. I'm wondering, do we measure any, do we have any data of people who leave to go to private housing from our subsidized housing?
So through the chair, I'd have to get back to you on that. I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but I will say anecdotally, the number is low, right? So there are not a lot of obvious exits from community housing because of the extraordinary difference in rents that are paid. The average rent that a household in TCHC pays is $480 a month. Right, it is, and that's a family, generally speaking, right? It's very difficult to find an alternative to that in the private market. Even if you move towards what are typically classified as affordable or just below market rentals, you're still looking at probably a $1,000 increase on that for most families. So there's no obvious exits. We actually find more people leave our system because they move out of the city or because unfortunately they pass away, than actually what I would consider to be sort of graduating out into market-based housing, based on the last stats that I looked at.
Thank you. I was looking at the budget notes on page 8. It describes rapid rehousing has placed 625 individuals, many of whom are high acuity, into community housing. And as a result, there have been implications on cost of security, pest, and maintenance. And I'm just wondering, is that impact being measured? And are there opportunities where the city, because it's really rapid rehousing is a city program, could be supplementing some of those costs? Because is the increase of costs as a result of this program impacting the quality of life of residents that are already quite vulnerable?
So through the chair, I'll say we're really proud of the work that's being done through the Rapid Rehousing Program. That number is very low. As of the end of last year, we've welcomed more than 2,000 folks into Toronto Community Housing that were previously experiencing homelessness. And, you know, it's true that there's additional challenges that come with that, but the city's made significant investments to support us. So 3 new anchor agencies were opened in high vulnerability buildings that were totally funded by the City of Toronto to provide deep supports to many of those tenants. And we've also been negotiating back and forth with the Housing Secretariat around providing more supports to families that have been experiencing homelessness, for example. And that's been reflected in the most recent work that we've done over the course of 2025. So it's a challenging program, but I think it's really, really getting a lot better over the past year.
Great, that's great to hear. Those are my questions.
Okay. Councillor Perks, any questions?
Well, these guys are great.
Yeah, yes. I did have a question, and it is about, I was talking offline with the CFO about this at the time, about the acuity level, because what that means is while it's rent geared to income, everyone's probably at the lowest measure. If you're rent geared to income, you're taking the lowest rate because you've got a growing challenge with the acuity level of the tenants. So we haven't asked for a while, and I don't think it's not in our budget analyst notes, but it may be something that you discuss with the board. Are you still tracking the ratio between rent geared to income tenants, and there are some who choose to remain in TCHC even though they're now employed and are paying a market level of rent? Is that ratio changing, or are we increasing it with things like rapid rehousing?
So through the chair, it's a complicated sort of series of puts and takes that contribute to that, but it's a really important ratio. Generally speaking, I always talk about 90% of our units are allocated to RGI. Having said that, if you look at the actual benefits that are applied on a household by household basis, we operate more in the 85 to 86% range, because there's 4 or 5% that might get spilled over and become market rate tenants. Mm-hmm. So you might surmise, well, that means that 4 or 5% have achieved incomes that allow them to operate at a market rent level. Unfortunately, that's not totally the picture, though, because a number of tenants experience a loss of eligibility because of the rules of the system. And that loss of eligibility can get reinstated down the road. And that happens, unfortunately, for thousands of tenants every year, which is another thing that we've worked really closely with the city to try to resolve over the past year. So it's a really complicated question. There are tenants in the boat that you're describing, but it's very hard to enumerate exactly how many there are.
Okay. And on the revitalization program, it's in the service levels there that you achieved 3,600 over the last decade of the program, and there's a goal to try and achieve a minimum of 4,700 in the 2025 to 2034 timeframe. However, I have to ask, while that's a goal, and while I know some sites were selected and some work begun, you would have the same problem, I would assume, with your whomever is the development partner that we're having in the regular sector, which is it doesn't pencil, so we're not proceeding. Are you experiencing that with revitalization partners?
So through the chair, I would say that the old model of revitalization has experienced exactly that.
Yeah.
Right? So if you think about how we did revitalization in the first few phases of Regent Park, for example, yes, we were totally dependent upon a development partner. And if the condo market is reduced, then that development partner isn't ready to build, right, and isn't ready to replace our housing at the same time. So what we've done on some of our newer sites is we've actually pivoted away from that model. And instead of going out and looking for a development partner and saying, what can you do with this 50-acre site? Instead, what we're doing is we're parceling it out and we're saying, let's take one block at a time and let's go for it ourselves. And let's go try to attract additional investment in that. And to be frank, sometimes that's us asking the city for that additional investment. But sometimes it's us and the city together asking the federal government through Build Canada Homes or other programs to make those kind of investments. So when the market isn't there to provide those kind of investments, what we're trying to do to actually keep the progress going is to find alternative capital. That's really the only alternative. And that's going to primarily have to come from the federal government when we're talking about the quantums that we are.
And it's something you still want to do, because in terms of the state of good repair backlog we were talking about, once you do that, you have a whole complex that perhaps every unit in that complex is sitting in your backlog. Now it's solved a different way. So you want to continue to try and do this program even in difficult times.
Absolutely. And through the chair, I will also state we're not repeating the sins of the past, right? So we no longer build in a way that is unsustainable.
I have two of those sins of the past revitalization ones. I thought they were fine.
Right. I'm talking about development done in the 50s, right? So this is quite a ways back, right?
That past.
So no, but what I mean to say is we don't build it in an unsustainable way anymore, right? When we build new buildings today, we build them in such a way where there are enough market or just below market affordable rentals that we can fully cover the operating cost of the building. We can fully cover the mortgage repayment, and we can also contribute to the capital renewal of the building through new reserves.
Right.
So we can do all of those things on new builds.
Okay.
But unfortunately, we have a large portfolio where that was not the philosophy, right?
Right. Okay, those are my questions. I think that's it. Members, is that it for Toronto Community Housing questions? That is. Thank you so much. You can report to the board. We listen intently. Okay, so members, back here at 9:30, I just wanted to note for folks before coming back here, I will adjourn, but I want to note one thing. Right off the top, tomorrow we have the accountability officers. So as I remind people every year, those are budgets that you are looking at simply as submitted because they're independent. Finance staff can't go over them and make recommendations to you. So I hope folks have a chance to look at the accountability offices, if nothing else, before tomorrow's meeting. Okay. Hold on 1 second. Oh, okay. Oh, these are for briefing notes? I thought we were moving them all on the last day.
I think staff will prefer that they're.
Oh, okay, and then they can start working on them. Have I got enough? I do, I have quorum enough. So before I adjourn, I am going to move 2 briefing note requests that have already been reviewed and looked at. This way staff can get on them. One of them is mine, and there it is. It's one from Councillor Morley. So this is the Solid Waste Management Services one. Request the General Manager, Solid Waste, to provide a briefing note on any cost savings, staffing changes, and any ancillary operational challenges as a result of the transition of blue bin collection. All in favor of that briefing note? Opposed, that is carried. And lastly, there's one from Deputy Mayor Morley, which is for engineering construction services. Requests the Chief Engineer and Executive Director ECS in consultation with General Manager of Transportation provide a briefing note outlining the 2025 actual and 2026 projected financial impact of uncertainty related to cycling infrastructure, along with the impact on 2025 actual and 2026 projected delivery rates on cyclist safety and safe mobility across Toronto. As big a mouthful as that is, it was reviewed by staff. All in favor, opposed, that is carried. So there's a couple of briefing notes there. There are another 15 that are already on the website. Motion to adjourn. Councillor Myers, all in favor? Let's get out of here. Oh, sorry, it wasn't. We're not adjourning. You just recessed. We recessed. This is the meeting that never ends, yes.